Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Royal Influencers organization, Entrepreneurs Edge. It is definitely going to be one for the books. We have a full lineup of elite speakers doing phenomenal things, thought leaders, we have coaches, we have business owners, we have entrepreneurs who have exited 3 businesses, 7-figure businesses. In fact, she's sitting right here on stage with me right now. Megan DiMartino, everybody, a great friend, great speaker, great community builder, and a phenomenal business owner and entrepreneur. So with that said, Megan DiMartino, how are you today?
I am so blessed, Ramona, to be here. I really am. So
Likewise.
excited for this.
I absolutely, and so am I. And let's just chat up a little bit about I've been on your platform speaking. You've interviewed me. You've been on my platform several times for a few years now, and I have interviewed you. So can you tell me what an entrepreneur is to you, or what entrepreneurship is to you?
Ramona, it's such a robust question. There really isn't one answer. When you go to books, you can go down the aisle in Barnes and Noble. There's thousands of books online, but really it's heart. It really is heart.
Yes.
It really gets back to heart. You can have formulas, you can have, how-tos, but it's the heart. I was an entrepreneur before I even knew I was an entrepreneur.
Wow.
It's been in my heart forever.
Yes.
To start, to scale, to sustain, to really build. Those are, the scale and sustain words. Those are fancy words. Those are formula words. But the start word is really the essence of an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
If you do not start what you see and you believe, you will never do it, but B, you're not an entrepreneur.
Absolutely. So the textbook definition, essentially explains exactly what you just said. You have to have heart, because it is not for the weak. It is not easy at all. And that is where the large number of people, that's why it's such a large number of people that don't stick with it, that don't make it, that don't succeed. And it's not because they couldn't, it's really because it was their heart. They didn't have the heart to push through and fight through those ebbs and the flows and the challenges that is inevitable, that you will definitely have in entrepreneurship. It is on you as the entrepreneur to get you where you need to go. There is no human resource department. No. Right? There is no, which means that there's resources and tools, and there's someone to help you and walk alongside you and things of that nature. You are responsible for that as well. You are responsible for building that team of people.
Yes.
To support that you can pull from and pour into, and then you both can collaborate, because collaboration is the new domination. And that is why I believe why we've seen such an increase in entrepreneurs who are now becoming more successful entrepreneurs versus years ago.
Yes.
That wasn't the case, right? Yes. I believe the failure rate was at 60, 70%.
I'm sure.
Of entrepreneurs that started and tried it, failed. And it was because they typically quit just before they had a breakthrough or saw progress.
Yes. That's that famous 3 Feet from Gold.
Yes.
That's a phenomenal book. If you've never read it and you're thinking of being and I don't mean you specifically. Okay. I mean, our guests, because again, that person, not to share the whole book, but the bottom line, it was during the gold rush, and he, was chiseling away, so to speak, and gave up. 3 feet from gold.
Absolutely. I've told that story many times to clients, coaching clients, as well as right here on this stage in several different events that we've had. And that is essentially exactly what people tend to do. They quit way too soon. And a lot of times they don't really have the sustainability. They don't have the resources, the tools, but not only the resources and the tools, they don't have the bandwidth, because it takes money as well, takes funds.
No, they don't. That's why I started my program, Ramona, and everyone,
awesome.
Back in 21, because of everything we're saying here.
Yes.
because it was very clear to me, very clear, after 30 years of assisting people
Right.
in brick and mortar businesses,
Okay.
seeing the ones that even under the umbrella of a brick and mortar, the safety of me, so to speak,
Okay.
it was very clear to me how some people succeeded and some people didn't.
Absolutely.
With that, even with the training, so to speak, as you said,
Right.
and so just reading the book
Mhm.
and following the course, you do need coaches to help you
Ooh,
navigate
good.
through those landmines.
That is so good.
Yeah, because you need that hand holding.
Yes.
And by the grace of God, he was my mentor,
Okay.
because I really, back in the day, there weren't any, except for Zig Ziglar and Tony Robbins further on, but
Exactly.
they were on cassettes. That
Right.
shows how long ago,
Right.
cassette, and Jim Rohn and different people like that.
Exactly.
But basically, you need a coach and mentors to help you
Yes.
to
Yes.
start, to scale, and to sustain,
Right.
because you will stop, because and
Absolutely.
not maybe, Ramona, intentionally,
Exactly.
just because you get stuck in the mud.
Absolutely. So
And
true.
that's why the fifth C of my 5 C's is
Huh?
compassion,
Awesome.
because you
Love it.
have to give yourself grace. You have
Yes.
to give yourself an encouragement to say, okay, I mean, make no mistake, guys, I've made many, many, many mistakes, but those
Absolutely.
are not mistakes technically. Right now, sitting here, they are
Mhm.
ways that I can help you
Absolutely.
mitigate and navigate through them. And so
Absolutely.
it's, my 5 C's are clarity, courage, confidence, commitment, and compassion.
Love it. Love it.
And if you don't have clarity, man, you have nothing.
Absolutely. I love that point that you just made. That is one of the game-changing blueprints that those entrepreneurs that started years and years ago. And it is a very lonely journey. And it
Yes,
could be very difficult as well if they do not connect with the right people,
that's
which
right.
is finding the right coaches and mentors. And there's a difference between a coach and a mentor as well that I love to break down for my clients also. And the coach, like you said, the hand holding, the coach is that's exactly what a coach does. They hold your hand and walk you through
Right,
along with you through the process
right.
that prevents you from making those mistakes, because they are the ones that can see your blind spots.
That's right.
They can see when right now you're going left when you should be going right. Right now, they can also tell you that if you keep going in that direction, it's going to be the long road rather than the shorter route.
Right.
And things of that nature. So that is what I absolutely love about what I do. I love seeing the light bulb go off when you tell them that, you know what, would it work better if you just tried this way rather than that way? And
Right.
and they often say, well, I never thought of it that way. I never thought of that. I would have never thought of that also. And that is exactly why coaches are the ones that can read the prescription or the instructions on the outside of the bottle. And as an entrepreneur, going it alone, doing it on your own, you are inside of the bottle and you can't read the label from the inside.
I
So the
love
coach
that.
is sitting on the outside and can read the label for you. And that just makes everything so much easier. So I would highly, highly recommend that anybody out there listening definitely reach out to Megan DiMartino. She has a phenomenal Propel community as well, where you actually interview entrepreneurs and you highlight and showcase them. So tell us a little bit about that. Tell everyone how they can actually connect with you on that Propel Deep Dive community.
Well, basically, like you just said, I too, and you as well, everything evolves. And you have to own that too, guys, that things don't stay the same. And you glean that information and you take it and see what is in front of your face, so to speak, how you can expand it. So
Absolutely.
when I put together the Propel program in 21, after I sold an asset purchase of my third 7-figure business, which was a
Wow.
luxury day medical wellness spa, didn't sell
Awesome.
the
Okay, we have a little technical connection issue with Megan right now. However, what you guys can do right now is take a look at the link at the very bottom that I just put up for Propel at propel.megandimartino.com/info. That is how you can definitely connect with her in her business.
I'm back.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Go right ahead. I just put your link at the
Okay.
bottom and I was just telling you
Yeah.
about how to connect with you.
Right.
Go right ahead.
So anyhow, everything evolves. So when I started the Propel program, because I knew it is incumbent upon me to share this information.
Absolutely.
So I put it together. So when I did that, I had, and as you know, Ramona, I've had a live since 20, where I interview live, and a podcast since 20. So I then, and it was called back in the day, Unique Leaders Live and podcast.
Right.
And so when I started the program and people were getting involved and I was coaching, I realized I was building a brand. So this is a mini course, guys. I was building a brand. And so I shifted from Unique Leaders, calling it Propel Deep Dive, where I was interviewing individuals, and it was also a podcast. So then I realized it was time to open this up. And so I started the Propel, meaning to encourage people to join the community, so to speak. So I created the Propel community, where people get my daily Propel Daily of inspiration and encouragement. And then that's where they get a weekly newsletter. They also get notifications of events we're doing, like you referred to. And so it's a robust type of community. And people DM me, I'll get back to them, we speak, and then I may go on and do the Propel coaching program. So, you know, but it evolves. It never stays the same.
One of the branding words for the Royal Influencers organization, that is exactly what we actually want, to help and assist each and every one of you out there, the speakers included, as well as all of the audiences of all of the speakers, because what we're doing right now is we are co-mingling, we are cross-pollinating audiences. And the Royal Influencers organization was created to assist every single one of you out there with elevating, with empowering you to go out there and do whatever it is that you need to do differently to get a better result, to grow and evolve and to elevate as well. So that was definitely one of our branding words as well. So Megan, tell us a little bit in 2 minutes, because we have another speaker backstage here and ready to go. And I'm going to bring her up while you're here as well. We'll chat for 2 seconds when she comes up. Another phenomenal friend, just like yourself, and a phenomenal business owner, speaker, and entrepreneur as well. Tell us a little bit about your Novita Spa.
Well, first off, it's not Novita Spa any longer. Remember, I sold a portion of the asset purchase. And we started doing
that's the part that I wanted you to share.
Right. So so basically, guys, I have been building a luxury brand for 20 years here in the Austin, Texas market. And I've been developing medical grade skincare products for 33 years. And my initial line was called Glycolique, a pioneer in glycolic acid alpha hydroxy fruit acids. And so then I built it, sold it, started Novita Spa clinical products. And so that was in 97. In 2004, I started the Novita Spa Medical Rejuvenation Clinic here in Georgetown, which is a bedroom of Austin. And I built that. And then in 20 to 20, I consulted for a bit. And then in 21, finished with that. But I sold an asset purchase. What that means is I didn't sell the trade name Novita Spa, which is federally trademarked. I didn't sell the product line, which has the same name, Novita Spa Clinicals. And so, but in 19, and this is a very important part, I started doing regenerative stem cell. We were doing medical services, Botox fillers, cool sculpting, body contouring, PRP, laser resurfacing. But in 19, we added regenerative stem cell, perinatal stem cell. And yes, big wow, because people say, oh, I went to Costa Rica. No, you don't have to go to Costa Rica. Just come to 9th Street.
There you go. Absolutely.
Austin, Texas.
Your skin looks amazing, by the way.
Say it again.
Your skin looks absolutely amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
So whatever you are doing, it's working.
Well, I'm going to talk to you about that as well. So we never stopped. So in 21, so I found a new location, which I'm sitting in. I'm sitting in my office right now. And so in 21, I was introduced to this amazing technology, this non-transdermal stem cell activation patch called LifeWave. And you talk about training. You talk about a program. You talk about sustainability. This company has it all. Before I came on here, I was in the Monday morning Zoom with a team, and it is extraordinary. But the bottom line, guys, is that I have committed my 4C to helping you start, scale, and sustain the business and life of your dreams. But my passion is creative. My purpose is you. But it also is incumbent upon me to help you with your health.
Awesome.
Because that is what, now you mentioned my skin.
Open wellness is one of our topics.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I turned 75 August 12th.
Wow.
And
absolutely amazing.
And this patch has grown my hair back. I was balding, thinning.
Wow.
It is extraordinary. I was
amazing.
I was on the Zoom.
So can they reach out to you with this link at the learn more?
So they can absolutely contact me there. There is a link on this link tree for information for LifeWave.
Awesome.
But
so
the point is, this, I just want to finish with this, that I've been building businesses, as we spoke about, for 35 years. Wow. And one business leads to the next business, but they all tie together. When your passion and your purpose is aligned with you and your heart, it will be your life's journey. Not one straight line, but your journey.
Absolutely love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan DiMartino. Go to propel.megandimartino.com/info. And you heard her. This is 30+ years of experience, knowledge, skill, expertise that you don't want to miss out on. So with that said, Megan, stay right there. I'm going to bring up our very next speaker. And this is Araya McGarry. Just like you, Araya McGarry has been a staple with the Royal Influencers Organization and have not missed up until recently, of course, where she had to go. This is an Emmy Award winner for one, and she's now on the Emmy Board of Governors, where she helps now choose the next winner and helps to decorate and celebrate I believe it was this past year that you guys celebrated the 50th, the Emmys celebrated the 50th.
Oh, yeah, that was last year, I believe.
Oh, was it last year? Okay, wow. Time flies.
So quick. I've been doing it since, in 2009, been a part of it, being judging. And then 7 years been on the board. And just love it. Oh, time is just going quick.
Hello, Araya. Speaking of time, miss you.
I have been outdoors. I'm sunburned. I look terrible on this.
And you look awesome. You have a glow. I love it.
But it's been beautiful out. I've been playing pickleball outside every day. Absolutely love it.
Awesome.
So
awesome. Great to have you here. And Megan, thank you for always opening. I love opening with you as well. You kind of kick us off every event now, and it's absolutely a pleasure. So thank you so much. And I will go ahead and take Megan DiMartino down, and we will bring up Araya. Well, Araya's already here for us, so let me take Megan down. There you go. So, oh my goodness. So get celebritized. So you have been doing a podcast, workshop, training. What exactly is Get Celebritized? Let's let everybody know.
Absolutely. And actually, I've been doing my own Limelight Network and podcasting training for many years now, like almost, 8-9 years doing the podcast.
Amazing. Limelight Network. So tell everybody exactly what that is and what you do.
I only take on private clients. I've gotten away from group coaching now. I only am a hired speaker now and taking on private clients. Amazing. I was doing groups and legacy women, but I found with my busy schedule that I'm doing now, taking on serious clients that really want to start podcasting or up their podcast, they can apply to have my time and work with me. If they want to take their message, their story, I'll go into that a little bit today and take it further and better, maybe win some awards for what they're doing. I will take on a select few now every quarter because I just don't have the availability of doing it all anymore. But I want to take on, one or two, maybe a month, possibly, that really are like, I'm ready. Here's what I got. And I want to level up. And that's what I'll be there for.
Amazing. And ladies and gentlemen out there, and for the broader listening audience, I see we have people on YouTube. We have people on Facebook watching. We also have people on LinkedIn watching as well. So for the people in the broader listening audience, this is exactly what happens when you don't give up. too soon, too quickly, when you keep going, when you push through the challenges and you reach out to those people like coaches and mentors, which you just heard us talk about, that you can bring alongside you, that can help you and support you on your journey so that you don't have to give up. And then when you get to this point where you're 10 years and 9 years in the game of business or entrepreneurship, you can now be more exclusive. You can now be more exclusive, which is exactly what Araya McGarry just explained. So with that said, Araya, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you so much for your patience and being here and taking time out of your busy schedule, because I know how busy you are. I'm going to get out of the way, let you do what you do best, and then I'll come back up and we'll chat a little bit.
Yeah, please do, Ramona. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
we'll do. Oh, sorry about that.
Hello again. Ramona, you know I'll do anything for you. I love your Raw Influencer. Has been a part since the beginning. And you and I met on social media. You and I met on the audio apps and become great friends, great colleagues. We've worked together. We've spoken together. We've gone to events and galas here in Atlanta together. So I really want to encourage everybody to utilize social media to grow your business. And I'm going to give you just some wonderful tips now. I've got a little bit of time now, but I try to start on time, end on time. But Ramona, just come on back up on the stage with your hook when you're ready for me to close it out. I'll be happy to, and be happy to talk to anybody in a one-on-one if I can be of any mentorship to you all. And that's pretty much where my life is now, more as a mentorship. But I have spent 30 years in the business doing what I do, doing lots of different things as well, but all as an entrepreneur. So the ups, the downs. Somebody told me one time when I was on my book tour, gosh, back in 2009, I think. Wow, time's flying. I remember they told me that television, because I wanted to go on TV at the time with my own show, wasn't really sure if I should, could I, can I, should I type of thing. If you were at that cusp of thinking, should I grow something? Should I do something a little different? Should I venture into that next step? Whatever it is, talk to people, start speaking it out, and you'll get people, telling you, hey, been there, done that. Here's some advice, but only take advice from people been there, done that successfully. And I remember one man who had a wonderful television show, and I was on his show with my book, loved his studio. He just seemed to have it all together. And I'll never forget what he said. I said, do you like doing TV? Because me doing TV as an actress is different than me venturing in as my own boss, as a producer, producing my own show as a talk show. Completely different than being hiring to do a part in a TV show, movie, which, I'd done before. And he said this to me. I thought it was funny. He goes, when you do it, it is so worth it, but get ready for a roller coaster ride. You will scream, you will hang on, your flip-flops will fall off, as you're going, but it'll be the ride of your life. And I never forgot that. And it wasn't, but like a few years later, God opened the door for me to do my own TV show. And just about 2, maybe 3 years ago, turning into a podcast. So the moral of that story is, if you're feeling the butterflies inside you saying, could I, should I, can I, would I be good at that? Could that work? You won't know unless you try. So no matter what you're feeling, my train of thought, my compass that I work with, and I've done a lot of things in my life, is give it a whirl. What do you have to lose? If you were to give that butterfly in your stomach some wings, what's the worst that can happen? So I tell you, do that, venture out in a smart way. Don't go second mortgage the home and sell everything you have to try something that you aren't sure of, you don't have some kind of business plan for. But if you do have that business plan and you can get investors, you can do it wisely, just think, well, what's the worst will happen if you fail? What if it doesn't work? What if you don't like it? Just don't sell the farm and say, oh, well, now I'm homeless, or now I've lost everything. That's not a smart step forward. So take your next best step. I'd love to just right now give you that ray of hope. Say, what if I tried? What if I gave it a whirl? And if you know it's in your expertise, it's in your wheelhouse, I say give it a whirl smartly, go for it and see what happens, okay? So I'm going to give you some tips here just on some mindset and how to kind of utilize social media to maybe get your story out there, and to take those next best steps. And what do you do if you do fail? What happens if you fail? Okay. And I'm seeing, just looking at the chat over there. All right. So now I've gotten to the point in my life where I do have to put on my glasses to read some of my notes. So here we go. Okay. I always said I'll never have to do this, but time has come. So hopefully they're cute. Okay. But I don't want them to reflect. All right. So I've got some things for you. Actually, use your story. When I talked to Ramona, I said, what special can I talk about today? Because I can talk about a lot of different things. I've done a lot of different things, a lot of different ways. But the one thing that has been consistent is you are building your story. Don't compare your story with anybody else's. And don't compare somebody's chapter 10 with your chapter 3. Don't be looking at, oh, wow, look how great that person is, or look how far they've come, or whatever. Don't try to compare yourself. They are at a different space in their life than you. Okay, so stay focused on you and write your story. Let people on social media know about your story. Story is very, very important because we all know, and we're all sick of all the fakes out there. Social media and AI can be a great tool, and I love it all, but people now are much wiser. We are aware of fakes. We are aware of what AI can do. We are much more aware of if we're watching something that's AI and then it's not real. I see a lot of celebrity testimonials now that are AI and they're voiceover. It's not the celebrity talking, it's the AI. We've got to be careful in this world now. And that's only going to get worse because AI is going to get better. So be very authentic, be real, show us your raw authenticity when you're on social media. And I say that because people want to see, we're kind of going back to the day. Remember, everybody used to show what they're eating for breakfast and all this stuff. Well, not that we necessarily want to see what you're eating for breakfast, but how about you're at the breakfast counter, you're drinking your coffee, your makeup's not on yet, maybe your cat's crossing over the counter, and you're giving us a thought. And we can tell very easily you're not dressed up, made up, reading a script, but you're giving us something like, think of Mel Robbins. I think Mel Robbins is a really great example of authenticity. If you're not following her, follow her. Sometimes she's still in bed. You know, she's got no makeup on, the hair's in a bun, the glasses are on. And she says, hey, I just thought of something. And she gives you a story. She gives you an anecdote. And she's just right there, you know, in her sweats. One time she even rolled out of the bed onto the floor to make a point. And I love watching her because you never know if she's going to be jumping into an ice plunge in a barrel outside her backyard, or if she's going to be driving her son somewhere and she comes up with an idea and wants to share. So be very raw, be very authentic, and the sky's the limit with that. So no more cookie cutter, no more trying to, you know, have the best production on all of your social media. There's a time for great production. But on social media, let people get behind the scenes with you. I promise you'll grow a faster audience with that. Also use your video. And I bet you've heard this a million squillion times. Really zone into your niche. Lean in. Listen to this. If you could wake up every morning and help these people with this problem, who are these people and what is that problem? Not that you can't or won't help other people with other problems. But for example, if you're in the health and fitness industry, can you help everybody get fitter, leaner, better shape? Probably. You got the goods. Do you have the license and the background and the training to be a physical fitness coach? Yes. Okay, good. Can you go out and have mass classes with lots of people, work in a gym, work in a spa, whatever? Okay, let's just say yes. But if you want to go into your own business and become that expert, you've got to find a niche, because otherwise you're going to get lost in the crowd. I can scroll on social media right now and find a million people showing me how to do a better sit-up or a wall Pilates or this or that. There is a plethora. Does that mean you get out of the business? It's too saturated? Absolutely not. Here's what it means. Okay, find a niche that'll help you open the door. For example, let's just say you're a woman. You're over 50. You're in great shape. Maybe you have a great testimonial of getting into shape after 40 or after 4 kids. You know, got a good testimonial. Why'd you get into the physical fitness industry? What's your passion? Give us that. That's a great thing. But you may say, okay, I want to help women over 50 lose 10 pounds in 30 days, keep it off after menopause. See the niche? Can you help men lose 20 pounds at 18? Yeah. But find that niche that opens the door where you become the talk of the town. Oh my gosh, ladies, you're having lunch with the girlfriends. Oh my gosh, have you heard of so-and-so? She helps women over 50 lose weight. I couldn't lose weight to save my life. What she did was just a godsend. Am I going to get my friends and family, other people on it if they want to lose 10 pounds? Sure. But you open the door and your marketing is easier, less expensive when you can put in your marketing, women over 50 after menopause, lose weight, keep it off. Or how about how to get healthy after chemo? I've been through chemo. That's not the weight loss you want, but it's a real thing. I lost 10 pounds overnight. I was throwing up and everything was coming out of everywhere. It was horrible. And you come out of chemo with your body completely drained of everything, your immune system. I mean, I couldn't even walk down the aisle in Publix. I was so weak. There was nobody specializing in helping me get back into health. I did it myself. I did chelation treatment, vitamin IV treatment. I mean, I did it all, but I had to create that myself. And this was back in 2000. Imagine what you could do by marketing to people that have to go through dialysis or have just been through chemo. 1 in 3 people are dealing with cancer. It's a thing to get back into health. Can you do that? Can you boost their immune system? Can you help them feel good again? And that's a year. That is a year program, because it was a year before I even felt like I could walk around the block or walk in a grocery store without being completely drained. So there's a demographic right there. So anyway, sky's the limit. Use your imagination, but niche down into something that will open the door that others will then be able to walk through. But stop trying to be everything to everyone. And you've heard that before. I'm not telling you anything new. You've probably heard niche down a bazillion times. Have you done it? Do you have that demographic you're excited to wake up and help every single morning? That's my key to you. Okay. Now you can leverage that. Okay. With that, I'm going to give you some tools. One tool I love, write this one down, is the Opus Clips. Let's say you can do some interviews. Well, look at Ramona doing interviews and Megan. You can pull up your YouTube. You can pull up a StreamYard just like this. You can pull up Zoom. You could pull up Wave. A lot of different ways, free or a little bit of money, where you could do interviews, whether it's you educating your audience or you bring in some educators and educate your audience together. I train on that, but I'm not going to talk about how to do that right now. You know you can do that. You can do YouTube shorts. You can do YouTube longs, whatever you want to do. But I'm going to give you a tool that I absolutely love, and it's called opus.clip.pro. Opus is OPUS .clip, like a clip in your hair, .pro. And you can literally, I put in my 30-minute Get Celebritized TV show. I download it to Opus, and it totally makes clips for me. I don't have to do anything. I would spend time pulling out the best clips. I can put it in there and say, I can even give it a couple of words to look out for, like some key words that maybe were in that interview. I want to make sure they give me some on that. And it gives me 30-second, 1 minute, 3-minute clips. It gives you the captions. It gives you the transcriptions. It gives you fun fonts that go over the shorts. It's incredible. Take a look at it. And then you can go to YouTube for some tutorials on how to use it. But Opus Clips is a lifesaver. And you could have 30 days of social media content from one 10, 15, 20-minute YouTube that you do or interview that you do. It'll do it for you. So I'm telling you, embrace AI when it comes to ChatGPTs or Opus or things that'll do the work for you. Days are long gone. We have to hire people to do this. Okay. It's professional. It looks great. It's not cheesy. It's really well done. And it really works well. So hopefully that'll help you. So you can repurpose everything. Key thing is, when was the last time you were on somebody's show? There's a Squillion, that's a word, Squillion podcast out there. If you're niching down, can you get, yes, you can, on a podcast or a show like this with Ramona's. People are doing shows all over the place. With you being the speaker, you just have to reach out to a few of them every single day. And the nichier you are, the better you're apt to get, the more apt you're able to get interviews. I help women over 50 lose 10 pounds after menopause. Instead of, hey, I'm a physical fitness expert. Love to be on your show. See? So, yeah, thank you, Patricia. I love Opus. All right. So the more niche you are, the more you stand out. I help college students, post-college students lose that college 15 and get in their best shape of their life to land the job of their dreams in their 20s. Oh, I'd want you on my show with that. See what I'm saying? Instead of I'm just a health and fitness person or a health and fitness expert. Great. What does that do for my audience? Okay. So get out there and get on people's shows, podcasts, be a public speaker. You're not always going to get paid for it. Stop worrying about whether you get paid. Get out there, use it as promotion, then put that interview in your Opus Clips. And now you can repurpose you being on other people's shows all day long. I've just given you enough social media repurposing to last you the next 6 months. You can do this. Hey, Dr. Jackie, good to see you. Love you, love you. All right. So also, when it comes to testimonials, no, the days are gone. We can brag about ourselves. Give us your accolades. People want to listen to me on TV because Emmy Award winner, 10X speaker, yes, all that stuff. But if I just stood here and bragged about myself, all the stuff I've done, who cares? You could be the best in the world at what you do, but not able to help other people do it. So key point, get testimonials right then and there. When your clients or your patients, whatever, are their happiest, pull out your phone, get a video testimonial right then and there. Okay? Don't try to backtrack 3 months later and get them to write a rave review or say, can you recommend me on LinkedIn? That we all mean well, but they never get around to it. So right in the moment, right in the middle of your coaching, whatever you're doing, say, I'd love to get a testimonial, put that up on my website, get it right then and there, either in writing or if you can in video, even better. Get them to come on Instagram with you, do a collaboration, because testimonials are what sell. Happy clients and patients are what sell, not all of our accolades. Okay. That's just helpful that not only are the clients happy, but you have the goods and the credentials to be a person that's an expert. So hopefully that helps. Okay. Here's the thing. Most businesses go under, and I know you don't want to hear this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway. Why do most businesses go under in their first 2 to 3 years? Remember, Mary Kay Ash taught us this. Bad money management. I said it. I did. Bad money management. We love our clients. We love our business. We've got the big dreams. But if we do not have good money management, you are not going to be in business 3 and 5 years down the road. You're going to spend too much and make too little. And I want to give you a little something on. A lot of people ask me, well, how do you know what to charge when you're an entrepreneur, right? How do you know what to charge? Well, of course, you got to see what the going rates are, see what other people in the industry are doing. But I heard this story one time. Maybe you've heard it before, but I never forgot this one. Certain stories stick in my head. And I remember, I don't think it's a true story, but it's just one of those kind of things that hit home. That one day, once upon a time, there was a business that was in the shipping business. And they shipped out their products. They shipped out products from all over the world. Thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of boxes went out of their facility every single day. They employed hundreds of employees, big factory, and they have their conveyor belts of boxes going out every second, thousands going out. It kind of think of like an Amazon. So Amazon actually these days would be a great example. Those things are shipping from all over the world, from everywhere. They got to keep their products flowing out that door. And one day the conveyor belt stops. Nothing's going out. The manager's having a heart attack saying, oh my gosh, we got to get this out. Fix it. Get tech in here. Get the handyman in here. Get the guys in here. Fix this. Everybody from all over the building came down that was in that fix it mode to fix it. Nobody could fix it. They could not figure out why the conveyor belt stopped working. Still, nothing is going out their door. Like, we've got to get this fixed. What are we going to do? We're out of business. This is terrible. These have to be on deadline. Think of FedEx. They've got to get out, right? So they're panicking. What can we do? We're out of business. If this conveyor belt doesn't start out, how do we find out the problem? And one of the workers came up and said, I know a guy. I know somebody that's a master in this. He's got special credentials for this. He's been to special advanced training for this. If he can't fix it, nobody can. The manager said, get him on the phone. Get him down here right now. So we did. And he gets his expert to come down right away that day. And he said, he looked at it. He goes, I can fix the problem. He goes, you can? Are you sure? He goes, yeah, I can fix the problem. And he goes, great. He goes, how much will it be? He goes, it'll cost $10,000. He goes, $10,000 to fix it? Great. Pay the man. So they paid him the $10,000. He goes over to the back. He opens up the box, looking at the conveyor belt, looks for about a minute or two, pushes a button, and the conveyor belt starts. Like, oh my gosh, it worked. It's working. We're back in business. And the manager comes over to him and says, thank you so much. But I think you overcharged me. $10,000. It took you 3 minutes to fix it. Why is that? I feel we're getting ripped off. It was so easy. It's fixed. And the guy goes, well, it was $10 for me to fix your problem. It was $9,990 for me to know which button to push. I just thought that was so good. You're not paying for the actual, here's what I have to do. You're paying, people are going to pay you to know how to get the job done. Your expertise. I mean, if anybody could have fixed it, they would have pushed the button. They didn't pay for him to go over and push the button. It cost you $10,000 for me to push the button. It's the $10,000 for me to know which button to push to get you on the right track, to move your business forward, to move your conveyor belt faster, better. How much are you worth? So stop letting people nickel and dime you. Well, it's only 3 months. Well, it's only 30 days. It's not the amount of time it takes for you to fix the problem. It's that the fact you can fix that problem. How much would be worth for somebody to spend an hour with Steven Spielberg, with Oprah, with a president, with the, president of a company, with whatever? How much would that hour be worth? You know what I do to spend an hour with Ron Howard? It's not his hour would be worth $50,000. It's the knowledge you would learn. So just get yourself into perspective. So stop letting people shortchange you and think, well, to get that done, it's only a month. Okay, I'll give it to you for this. No, it's value. And that is the big downfall of entrepreneurs. Why they go out of business. They don't charge what they're worth. They don't have confidence in stepping forward, saying, yes, I can solve this problem. I will help you. It's worth a lot to help people get into shape, to live longer, to feel better, to whether it's to lose weight or to get back in shape after chemo or for whatever it is, or to help people learn how to podcast or help them with their finances, to get their business back in shape financially, to draw out a business plan. Can you get one done on ChatGPT? Probably. But is it going to have the expertise that you could bring to the table if you help build business plans? So much more juiciness in there for that. So with that, another thing that has really helped me through is a weekly plan sheet. I've always used them. Nothing happens unless you know when you're going to do something and get that in a plan. So get a weekly plan sheet. Make sure you have time to do everything. Make sure everything that needs to get done is an appointment on your books, your calls, your follow-ups, your money management time, your networking, your play time, your family time, your exercise time. Everything should be an appointment on your weekly plan sheet. Things can move around. You can erase things and put them on to next week, but you have to have a plan. You can't wake up every morning and say, what am I going to get done today? Day's already half done. And you cannot wake up every morning in reactive mode. Before you start answering everybody's phone calls and emails, what 3 actions do you need to take first before the world knows you are awake? What 3 actions do you need to take in the morning? It's going to be different every morning, but you need to know the night before. These 3 things I have to get done before I answer emails, answer the phone. So you got to wake up a little earlier to get on a roll. So with that, get out there, let the world know you're in business and get paid what you're worth.
Wow. Just as I knew you would, drop the mic, gave a whole boatload and blueprints, actually. I absolutely love the last question that you ended on was, what are those 3 things? What are those 3 things that you need to get done before the world knows that you're awake? I absolutely love it. I have a whole page of notes, by the way. Hope is good. Opus Clip also helping you to become a lot more efficient.
And they do it in vertical. You know how we have this is horizontal. It'll take you to make it vertical for Instagram and YouTube.
I love it. I love it. So it repurposes and fits the different social media platforms.
TikTok,
as well.
It'll do it for TikTok.
I love it. And I love the example that you use for niching down and really finding your niche. And I love the example that you use with women, not just women. Like some people say, I help women. Well, is it women older 20 and under? Is it women? And you were very, very clear, very specific. Women 50 and over lose 30 pounds in 30 days.
After menopause. Yeah, it's that menopause that gets them. You say that key word, any woman that's been through it, about to go through it, or coming out of it, that gets that you get their heart. My God, my body's different. I used to be able to lose weight so easy, but this menopause is killing me.
It's like a light bulb goes off, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh wow, somebody's speaking my language. Somebody's calling me.
There you go.
So it's really important. And that could be anything. The post-college weight. Oh, you're gonna get the college kids that are like, I can't fit in my jeans, especially the girls. I can't fit in my skinny jeans. So you're not getting your mother's fitness coach. You're getting somebody who understands, hey, I can get you back in shape.
Absolutely. And there you are, ticking right across the bottom. She is an Emmy Award winner of a TV show host, as a TV show host. And she's also a TEDx speaker, podcasting coach, and the president of Limelight TV Network, and a pickleball enthusiast. And boy, that's exactly what we have to pull her away from now, because we don't see her as much as
I'm on my way after the show. I got more pickleball.
Exactly. So thank you so much, Aurea. The world needs you out here, where we could see your beautiful face, where we could hear all of the value, major value that you just shared. Jackie is here. Jackie Black, Dr. Jackie Black is here. She just commented as well. And Patricia is here as well. And wow, YouTube just blew up while you were speaking as well.
Oh,
and we are streaming. Absolutely. We're streaming on YouTube, by the way. We're also streaming on Facebook. We are also streaming on LinkedIn as well. I'm not really monitoring the chat. I have some people in the back monitoring the chat right now for me. However, thank you. And you are always welcome to come back. And we are scheduled for another in the third week of August, and the next one in the third week of September. Now I want to say something to everybody here right now. What Aurea was just explaining to you about making sure that you get that video testimonial right away and not waiting. And what she was also explaining to you about calendar, using your calendar and putting those things that you really want to keep up with and really take seriously, intentionally scheduling them so that they are right there at the forefront of your day, so that you start knowing exactly where you are headed and where you're going. And that is all of these things, all of these tips, all of these tools that she shared with you. Trust me, these are the things that so many entrepreneurs don't get in the very beginning. And that is why there is used to be anyway, that large number of people that were not successful. Mm-hmm. And now a lot of people have different ways of doing those things, whether they're using an electronic calendar or whether they just have a certain, maybe from the start of your day from 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning to 12 noon, you already know every single day what you're doing. But it's after that, when you're connecting with people, collaborating with other entrepreneurs, just like on the Royal Influencers Organization, Entrepreneur's Edge today and tomorrow. So that is exactly what you want to calendar. You want to schedule it. And with that said, I have our next speaker here, Sean Dodd. Is backstage, and we're going to be bringing him up right now as well. But Aurea, thank you. I hope everybody was taking notes, because I certainly was. And I've heard her speak for 3 years, for literally 3 years. And do you know, Aurea? I want to mention this really quickly before we bring Sean up. We have one more minute. I just want you to know that you were one of the very first. In fact, many of them, Sean Dodd as well, that's coming up shortly. You want to stick around and listen to him and listen to this. I want to share something. As soon as he comes up, I'm going to share something. He doesn't even know I'm going to share this, but I'm going to share something phenomenal. Let me just, I think he sat up straight like, what? But I'm going to share something absolutely phenomenal, that the value that he's getting ready to share is definitely going to be a game changer for every single one of you out there. YouTube's blowing up. I see Facebook as well as LinkedIn and YouTube, and right here, of course, on StreamYard. However, we all need to learn how, you mentioned exposure as well. And I believe Megan DiMartino, because it is probably the nucleus, because if nobody knows that you're in business, you won't make money, right? You're going to need that exposure. You mentioned Opus Clip AI, using AI integration and technology and things of that nature. But there are other things, and there are some intricate details that a lot of us miss when we are out there posting and creating content. And we already know too, everybody has heard that this is a creator economy, right? It's no longer the huge macro influencers. There are macro influencers, there are micro influencers, and then there are nano influencers as well. So I know for a fact that Sean Dodd, who I'm going to bring up really quickly before I take you down.
You want to know a fact I just learned? I have a lot of actor friends, right? One of my actor friends now, when they're going to the auditions, right? Do you know that social media influence is now a factor in who gets hired for bit parts in movies and TV?
Yes.
He's got now. He's over 40. I'm sure he's over 45 because now he has to become an influencer on TikTok in order to get a small part in a movie because they care how many followers you have, even if you're just going to be a newscaster on the screen for a minute and a half in a movie.
Yes, absolutely.
Like forcing this our generation into TikTok and social media because if you don't have a following, does not have to be 10,000. It could be 2,000, but you get lots of engagement. They just see you liked by a community and you have influence. You will get the job over another actor that might not be because of the following.
Absolutely.
It's all about the money.
Instant credibility with companies and corporations and things
well,
like that.
It's all about who's going to watch. And it's just like Dancing with the Stars. They get the #1 TikTok dancer on there. Not that she's the best dancer because she knows a million people are going to follow and watch the show.
Exactly. Absolutely. So Ray McGarry in the house, everybody dropping gems. I hope you guys are taking notes and thank you again, Ray McGarry. Meet Sean Dodd, Iron Ranger 23. Iron Ranger 023 on Instagram. Go over and check out his Instagram as well. I can sit there and just literally watch his content all day. And it's some of the coolest things that he does. So maybe he'll share some of those things. Iron Ranger, she has her phone out. Iron Ranger 023 on Instagram. Take a look, check him out. And he is getting ready to drop some gems.
We're
gonna exchange notes. I already got my notes from you. Get your notepad out. We'll get
there you go.
Get it figured.
I saw him taking notes back there while you were talking to me.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Pleasure. Thank you, Ramona. Pleasure to meet you.
Welcome. Bye-bye. Awesome. So Sean Dodd, thank you. I know how busy you are with all of those phenomenal brand partnerships and all of the other things that you are doing out there. So thank you for actually coming back and doing a 360 because you were one of the very first speakers that helped us launch the Royal Influencers Organization as well. And here you are coming back. So thank you for your yes. I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best because I know you have a lot of content and a lot of value to share with the audience. And we have people all over the place. We're streaming everywhere. So with that, go right ahead and take it away.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Ramona. Like this is just so special to be here. Every time I'm a part of a group like this, I feel absolutely excited. So let's start out really quick. Let me ask you something. And I want you all to actually think about this. When was the last time you stopped scrolling because something hit you? Not because it had a flashy edit or trendy audio, which can happen, but because it felt real. Because it felt like someone was speaking to you, not at you. Now I want you to flip it just for a second. I want you to kind of go into your business brain. When was the last time your content made someone stop scrolling? The truth is most people aren't building content that connects anymore. They're just checking boxes, posting because they're supposed to, and that's why it's not working. How many of you out here are watching me right now going, I wish I am posting all the time, but nothing is working? It's because you're just posting to post. Now, this speech today isn't here to make you feel good. It's not here to give you motivation and make you feel like you're going to take over the world. It's here to help you with realistic things that are going to help you take your social media to the level that you deserve it to be, what you've earned. You've earned your place as a business person. You've earned your place as a human being. You've earned your every inch of your life. Every second of your life has been earned. So we're going to help you fix your social media, take it to the next level, and allow you to move forward. I'm not here to impress you with big numbers or trends today. I'm here to show you what's possible for you. And I want you to walk out of here with the tools, the confidence, and the clarity to stop just blending in and to start actually building momentum. Because if you get one thing from the talk today, it's this: you are not a business. You are a storyteller. And social media is how your story gets told, remembered, and shared. Let me take you back to about 4 years ago. I was posting content no one saw. Nothing landed. There was no traction. There was no growth. But I stayed in it because I wanted to be a good dad. I wanted to show off to my kids. And that's not even a joke. That's how it all started. I wanted to be a good parent. But I learned the patterns. I studied what worked. I tested. I failed. And I kept going. And now I've helped over 1,000 brands get seen and get paid using the same process I'm going to take you through today. But again, this isn't about me at all. This is going to be about you and about making sure your next post doesn't just show up in someone's feed, but it shows up in their mind. So why does any of this matter? This is why I want to help you with the stats that shift the strategy as far as I'm concerned. So let's talk about the reality of the space we're in. Over 4.95 billion people use social media globally. That's more than 60% of the global population. The average person spends 2 hours and 23 minutes every single day scrolling. That's a significant amount of time. And that's 3/4 of them. That's 3/4 of the people, 76% total people have bought something because of a social media post. Now that's very staggering if you think about it. 76% of all those on social media have bought something because of a social media post. So let me say that in another way. Your ideal client is already online. They're already scrolling. The only question is, are they actually seeing you? This isn't just about marketing anymore. This is currency. Attention is the economy now. And if you're not showing up where people scroll, you don't exist to them. There are 8 billion people in the world. If 1 million of them disappeared today globally, it would barely cause a ripple, a drop in the ocean. But now I want you to flip it. If 1 million people followed you and your business because you were bold enough to show up as your real, authentic self, what would happen? Even if that other 7.99 billion people never noticed you, that 1 million would be enough to change your business, your income, and your life forever. And yet some of you are still shrinking over a couple trolls in the comments. Let them scroll, let them troll. I have always said I've never seen a secure person troll. So clearly they have work to do. Your work is here right now. Your work is to make yourself and your business stand out. This is your time is to stop filtering yourself. You're going to remove the filters for yourself. You're going to stop playing small, and it's time to show up as you, because you are what makes your brand unforgettable. So I'm going to help you today with a few tools. I'm not just going to talk about how great you are, because we already know you are, but we want to talk about tools and actual things you can use to help you on social media. So let's get down to the framework. I want you to write these down. If you're writing anything down, write this down. They're called the 3 E's of social media posting: engage, entertain, and educate. Now let's break these down. Your content doesn't need to be complicated at all. It just needs to be strategic, okay? So right now, your business isn't just competing with other businesses. You're competing with like viral dances. Trust me, that's the first videos I did. I am very proud of them. You're competing against skincare routines. You're competing against cat videos, and God forbid, the cutest puppy videos you've ever seen in your life. You're also competing about a guy sitting in his car and giving hot takes on relationships. Yeah, he must be legit, right? He's totally legit. So if you're not making people feel something, you're going to get scrolled past. But that's the good news. Engaged communities buy. 80% of people say they're more likely to buy from a brand that creates personalized and engaging experiences. How significant is that stat? And brands that respond to comments, now listen to this very closely. Brands that respond to comments see 4.5 times more engagement. So let's dive into that first E. Let's get into the engaged part. It's building conversation, not just content. Engagement is not a nice to have, it is oxygen for your content. And when I say engagement, I just don't mean likes. Okay, someone liked it, whoop-de-doo. I want people to understand you and dig into you. We're going to do that through comments. We're going to do that through DMs. We're going to do that by creating polls and questions to your audience that they can engage with. We're going to do that by replies. When you reply, we're going to do it by voice notes. We're going to do it by real conversations that say, I see you, I care, and I'm listening. Your post when it comes to engage is finding ways for your audience to engage with you and you to engage with them back. Asking questions that are simple and effective can be the same. Hell, I had over 1 million views on a video where I said, which outfit should I wear today? It was just that simple. And what's funny about that is I got a brand deal after that, just so we're clear. I got a brand deal after that for a clothing company. That's not a joke, it's a side note. But here's the truth. Some of you might be getting called out here, so I'm warning you. Some of you are going to feel a little triggered, so I apologize ahead of time. Gone are the days of buying followers and hoping it works to make you validated on social media. Okay, those of you who have done that need to rethink your strategy. Smart brands and smart consumers look at your engagement first. Did you know 87% of millennials will go to your social media page, look at the comments before they ever see a Google review? They'll base your entire business on the comments on your social media page. And if you're not tracking your engagement, it's time to start. Use an engagement calculator, know your numbers, know your value. It's that important. 71% of people who had a good experience with a brand online will recommend them. That's the digital word of mouth on steroids. Now, let me challenge you right now. Think about something different. Next time someone comments on your post, don't just like the comment, reply, start a conversation, send a DM, and ask them a question. The algorithm doesn't push the loudest content, you guys. It pushes the content that people talk to. And here's something very staggering and something very important for you and your business. 65% of your business opportunities are happening in the DMs. Seriously. I have clients that close deals, sells products, and lands partnerships just by replying to one message and sending a DM. 90% of the businesses out there right now, 90% do not reply to their comments. And the 10% of the businesses that do reply, 90% of them replied with basic comments like thank you or emojis. That's not engagement. That's not social. Social media is social for a reason. And that's not social. Go and do better. An example would be, Sean, I really love your blue jacket. I sell blazers, we'll say. And I say to them, man, your green eyes would really look good in that green blazer that I have. And I send them the link in the DMs. I said, hey, if you ever get this blazer, I would love to see it. I think it would make your eyes pop. Would you send me a picture? I would love to see you in this blazer. I think it would be perfect for you. That's the difference. But I take it even further. I go to their page, providing it's not a private page, and I go and I comment on their page something relevant. What do you think happens to that person? They're now a very loyal follower. The number 2E is entertain, attention grabber. Let's talk about the attention. We're in a social scroll war. If your content doesn't capture the attention the first 2 to 3 seconds, you lose. Reels, memes, trends, skits, behind the scenes, relatable humor, all work for entertainment. And listen, you don't need to be funny to be entertaining. You just need to be human. One of my clients just had a video go viral where they're literally practicing their full speech that they were going to give on their ad. And they went viral because they were real. People understood how that pain feels when you're trying to remember a speech before you go on and perform an ad video. Short form videos, by the way, get 2 times more engagement than any other format. And that will bring you the highest ROI in digital marketing right now. So how do you entertain? You share the bloopers, you show the behind the scenes, you talk like a human, not like a brochure. Here's some things that you can write down. A question you can write down is, what would I do if to stop scrolling for this? Would I stop scrolling for this? And if the answer is no, rework it, make it sharper, make it you. It's about you. Remember that. We're going to go into the third E, educate. Once you've captured their attention, you deliver value. And I wanted to say this directly. If you're not giving value, you're just creating noise. People don't follow brands for products. They follow them for help, for insight, for answers. So teach them. So here's an example. 3 mistakes most people make when, ... Here's what no one tells you about, ... whatever that is. How to fix this one thing without spending a dime. These are great attention grabbers for this. 96% of people say they follow brands because they offered valuable content. 96%? I think you need to hear that one more time. 96% of people say they follow a brand because they offer valuable content. This is your chance to become the post that they save, not the double tap and forget. So ask yourself before you post everything, am I giving my audience something they can use, even if they don't buy today? Because the people you help for free, they become your paid clients later. So let's talk about the power of daily engagement. This is really, really important. You don't need hours a day. You need 15 minutes, guys and gals. 15 minutes can change your social media presence. You leave thoughtful comments, 15 to 20 relevant posts. That's it. Follow 5 to 10 new people, maybe a day in your niche. Respond to every single comment on your post. Yes, every comment. Send 3 to 5 DMs just to start the conversation. Not a pitch, not a pitch. You're starting conversation. This will help you build visibility, credibility, and trust faster than any paid ad campaign. And remember, the goal isn't to go viral. The goal is to be seen, shared, and remembered. When I work with my clients, within 3 months, I almost replaced their entire ad spend. They got the views from their ad spend with organic content because we post it the right way. Posting things the right way will save you money and time because you won't need to spend all those monies to get on ads just to be seen, just to be blown off. That's why your ads aren't working. So how do we make the posts that convert? Here's a quick 3-part checklist. A 2 to 3 second hook is everything. So things like this, nobody's talking about this, but they should. What I'm about to say will lose me more followers. That's one of my favorites, actually. Here's what I would do if I had to restart my business. Things of that nature. Number 2, just be real. Trendy is fine, but real is magnetic. Don't try to be perfect, be honest, be messy, be you. And then end with a clear call to action. And something simple. Tag me someone who needs to hear this. DM me start if you want to grow. What used to cost you guys 50 cents to $2 per follower in ad spend will now cost you between $8 to $10 in a year or two. So Reels will reach 67% more than static posts. TikTok users are spending more time on the app than they are on Netflix. 95 minutes more a day on TikTok more than Netflix. And 87% of Gen Z will discover your brand on social media, not on Google. So this is your window. I really want you guys to think about how long and what you're doing within your content today. And this is the whole point of what I wanted to do. I wanted to give you something very basic, something manageable, something to start with, not overwhelm you because it can feel that way when you first start. But if you focus on the 3 E's, engage, entertain, and educate, you're going to be solid. If you're consistent and you're intentional and you're human, people are going to relate to you. But don't create content. I'm not asking you to create content. Stop. I'm asking you to create connection. Understand what your posts are doing versus what you think they should be. You're not just posting something because you say, yep, that's a checklist, what I've done today. You're creating the connection that everybody's craving, everybody deserves. You don't need 1 million followers to make $1 million impact. You just need a plan, some consistency, and the courage to keep showing up even when no one is clapping yet. Social media isn't extra, it's essential. It's your handshake, it's your storefront, it's your reputation. If you're not taking it seriously, your competitors absolutely will. And so things that I want you to think of, and some other tools that I have in my tool belt. One of them is really one of my favorite. Gary Vee says he loves the $1.80 rule. And I'm like, well, what's the $1.80 rule? The $1.80 rule is putting your 2 cents, meaning actual 2 cents, meaning when someone says I put my 2 cents in, it means I put a valuable comment, a valuable thing into 90 posts. Now, he says to do that a day. I think if you do it a week, you're okay. But 90 posts equals $1.80, right? If you put your 2 cents into 90 posts, you get the $1.80 rule. That's extremely important. Do that on your competitors, by the way, because now social media is no longer about me versus them. You're all in it the same way. People will resonate with the person that they need to resonate with. You can either add to your competitors or even appreciate your competitors and what they say, because again, it is a community and that is valuable. People will see who you are and it's incredible. Go live, you guys. I want you to think about it. Yep, going live, putting yourself out there and just talking sometimes is all it takes. I have created the best business and personal relationships I have ever had by just going live on social media. Don't be afraid. Show yourself off. You are important. Okay. So as we get to the final end of this, I want you to think about a few things. I want you to remind yourself one important thing, more than any of all the special. As I said earlier, there's 8 billion people in this world. 8 billion. And no one has seen the world through the eyes that you have seen them through. You are more special than a snowflake. You are more rare than anything in the world. Despite whatever religion or belief you have, you are still that extraordinary to think about you being in a world full of 8 billion people and being authentic and new, and nobody, not even if you have twins, triplets, or more, no one can be you. There's only one of you. And you get to put that experience, your information, your abilities, all the things that you've created in your life out there as much as you want it to be. Your authentic self is what people are searching for. People want to know who you are. People want to know what you did in your business. People want to see how hard you worked. People want to understand you because it helps them understand themselves. And that is something very special about social media. When I get on a live and I talk to people, when I'm in the DMs and I get to hear their stories, can I reply to every single one of them as you grow? No, but you know what? You put yourself in the positions that make the most sense at that point. I made it a point when I first started my social media to reply to everything, and it worked. And it worked well. And I'm here today being able to talk to you by the grace of Ramona and her team being able to allow me to do so. I feel very, very special. Last things first, I want you guys to really think of this. I got to put my little plug in and I'll leave it alone. Iron Ranger 023 on every single platform. Go look me up. If you follow me on Instagram and you're looking for some help in social media or just want ideas, I've got a coursework that I'm going to give you half off. I'll send it to you. All you have to do is DM me the word ready to Iron Ranger 023 on Instagram. I will send you a free course or a half off course, and I'll send you some free information. If you're looking to level up your community, if you want someone to help you with that, I can either consult you or I can even do it for you. We will take care of you one way or another so you can feel like your authentic self is out there. And that's what we do really well. So thank you, Ramona. I appreciate you guys for the opportunity today to have a conversation.
Oh my goodness. Sean Dodd in the house, everybody. Did he not drop major value, major nuggets that can help every single one of you? It is about engaging, entertaining, and educating. Don't just post to post. And don't buy followers thinking that you're going to get ahead or make headway, because they aren't engaging followers anyway. So they're just dead weight, right? And you will never attract your ideal customer nor luxury brands, such as the ones that you have attracted because of your content. What was that?
Yeah, I'm very, very blessed with the people that that in my community. I would go to my lives. I'm on live right now on TikTok and Instagram, and it's just blowing up, and it's the beauty of what we do here
Look at the strategy. Look at the strategy that he's using. He is still, this entire presentation was now streamed on your TikTok, you said?
Yeah, I got one on TikTok. I got another device on Instagram, and then we'll post it and we'll talk all about how amazing royal influencers are. And
awesome.
everybody's going to see, they need to be a part of the rest of this. They need to be a part of the rest of this so they can grow. This is the beautiful
Absolutely, absolutely. And we have Susan. I see her comment saying, thank you, Sean, for the guidance and great information. Bella just said, thank you, Sean, as well. And Susan's giving you high fives and love and fire. I see the chat blowing up. And all of you over there on YouTube, subscribe, of course, to the channel and go and DM Sean Dodd, which is Iron Ranger 023 on all platforms. DM him the word ready so that you can get this course for, what was the percentage off?
50% off. So it's going to be dang near nothing. It's going to be great for you.
Absolutely love it. So with that said, let me do this. 023. On where do you want them to DM you on Instagram?
Instagram, that'll be easier.
I'm sorry, your sound went out a little bit.
Instagram is great. Perfect. Instagram is the best.
Okay, there you go. There we go, everybody. I'm going to put this on the screen really quickly. Let's see. Before you leave, I want to do this. There you go. DM to Iron Ranger. Uh-oh, have to make a typo here. Hold on. But Sean, go ahead while I'm doing this. By the way, just to let you know, your post, I'm going to go ahead and make that correction though while I'm talking. But your post, my flyer, the Royal Influencers Organization flyer that I put your picture on and posted, and you, of course, we were putting it on the stories and sharing it on the stories, 4,643 views.
That's it. We'll get better next time, I promise.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? No, that is exceptional. That is exceptional. Are you kidding me? Let me see.
We'll take
okay,
one more time. I got you.
No. That is awesome. Now I know that might sound a little, subpar to you, but are you kidding me?
Let me give you an idea. I have 30 posts that have gone over 1 million views, and 122 as of yesterday that have hit over 100,000 views in just less than 3 years.
Oh my goodness.
The highest I've ever had is 22 million so far, so we'll just keep it going. But really, it's just about engaging. You would be amazed. I've done the most beautiful.
No wonder brands like, oh my gosh.
Incredible. It's incredible how it works. Some of them I don't even have to try. It's just the right timing, the right engagement with the right audience.
That is incredible. 22 million on one post.
Yep. I got an article written about it in 63 languages. I think it was like something like that. It was pretty crazy.
Oh my goodness. So give us two of your latest brands that reached out or that you connected with, and now you are.
I'm super excited. I just finished one with Armani, and Armani Ralph Lauren liked it so much. So Ralph Lauren just sent me their newest cologne that Usher and I are working with. So it's
you and Usher working on a cologne with Ralph Lauren?
Pretty incredible. Usher is going to be the main face behind it, but they're asking me to. And so I was on a conference call 2 days ago, Friday. Oh
my goodness! All because you have engaged, entertained, and educated on all platforms.
You just have to take care of your audience, and your audience will take care of you in return. But that's a lot of people miss that. They forget social media is social, and they're just not posting to post to get pretty pictures and images. You got to connect with your audience and let them know that you actually care. And once you do that, they will happily respond in fivefold for you.
And that's also called social digital currency. That's currency. Mm-hmm. It's worth money. So if you make a post right now, let's just say you're just starting out and you don't really post that often. Everybody on YouTube, please subscribe. And you don't really post that often. And when you do, you get, 200. We're talking somebody that's just starting out. 200 views or 200 or 50 likes or whatever the case may be. So what you're essentially saying is you don't just let those people who have taken time and stopped scrolling and reacted or interacted with your post. You do something by clicking on those likes, going down that list of people who liked your post and start engaging. Say, hey, I appreciate your like today. What is it? You can even ask what is it that you liked about my post?
Yep, exactly.
And start the conversation.
Get the next step and go to their page too. As long as it's private and you comment on one of theirs, you got a loyal, engaged subscriber.
That's another big one. If they liked your post, you go over to their page now and like something of theirs, and that gets their attention. People have done that, by the way, and I'm like, oh, who's this, and why are they coming over to like my post? And I start asking the questions to myself, but I never reach out and ask them why did they like it or what is it that they liked about it. So there you go. And I'm one of those people that used to post. So I was guilty. So and I'm still not half as engaging as I should be. Awesome.
Yeah,
And I'm going to start my lives again. When you said do lives, I'm going to start my lives again. I
can't wait to see you live. I'll let you know when you go. I want to be a part of it.
Oh, absolutely. We can do that. I'll make that happen for sure. So thank you so much. Sean Dodd in the house, everybody. DM the word ready to Iron Ranger 023 on IG. That way he'll know that you were right here in the Royal Influencers Organization, Entrepreneurs Edge Virtual Experience. Thank you so much again, Sean. And we are going to bring our next speaker up. Have a good one, and we will definitely stay in contact. Okay? Awesome. Let me take you down. Awesome. Wow. Guys, we are already in the middle of our day. We kicked it off at 11 on the dot. And now here we are already through 3 phenomenal speakers that's giving you all of this major value, blueprints, tools, tips, resources, tools. And guess what? The next one is not going to disappoint. You are getting ready to hear from Bella. Also, Linda Rigsby is what she's also known by. And she is a nonprofit founder. She is also a phenomenal event planner and coordinator, as well as she is a global international speaker, which you're going to hear from her right now. And she is also a Royal Influencer Ambassador. She just found that out, as a matter of fact. So with that, and she's also, we can't forget this part, she is also a public servant, a true public servant, meaning that she has worked right here in the city of Atlanta. So we're right here, neighbors. And she has worked for several mayors for right here in the mayor's office in Atlanta, Georgia, one of the biggest cities, by the way. So I know just how busy she is, but she somehow figures it out and finds a way to do the things that she loves to do and to do the things that she needs to do, meaning that's necessary to maintain and sustain and build her businesses. So with that said, thank you, Bella, for popping in and hanging out. Let me go ahead and take Iron Ranger, his ticker down. Now, with that said, Bella, what have you gotten from all of these phenomenal speakers?
Ramona, can I start out by saying, I have to say, welcome. Remember, mommy taught me well, right? Back then, a little girl, Ramona, way back when it was Miss Ann Landers. Come on, Ramona.
Yes.
And it was the column of etiquette. And my mother said, Linda, that's my government name, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow.
We'll figure out why I like to be called Bella. But she said, Linda, you always take something to someone's house and be on your nice manners. So, Ramona, bow down to the queen, I absolutely love you. And I need to articulate before I go any further. Ramona, you know how I do what I do. I have to thank you for the multiple times coming on your platform. I have to thank you because this lady over here to my left or right, depending on what device you're on, is phenomenal. And we're not being paid. This is from the heart because Ramona don't play. Oh my goodness, Ramona. Let me just say before my intro, Sean.
Thank you,
I'm trying to write down the nuggets. I mean, Mr. Sean, I love him.
Isn't he awesome? He is phenomenal. What? And he was one of the original Royal Influencer speakers that came on at our very first event, and he has blown up. So I saw him. He did a live one day. I was posting our flyers. He did a live. And I said, oh my God, Sean's live. I finally caught up with him. So I jumped on his live. He said, oh, Ramona's here. I said, hey, Sean, we're having an event next week. Can you pop on? He said, I'll do that for you. Because as you see, I mean, you don't get Ralph Lauren and Armani. Oh, you don't get better than that.
And
Working
Ramona,
with Usher for a cologne.
And what's with his casually dropping Usher's name? I mean, he just casually said, I'm working with Usher.
On a conference call.
But anyway,
phenomenal.
I know my time is limited. I have to take some of the time, give it back to you, because I need this audience to understand, whether it's 1 or 1 million, how special you are to the entrepreneurial world. So thank you for having me on your platform once again.
You are quite welcome, and always welcome, of course. I also put a little message right here at the bottom of the screen, because Joe, as soon as you popped on the stage, Joe Lantini said, "Glad to be here on my birthday and my first time. Bless you all." There you go. So Ramona, I said, I cannot let him just be here on his birthday hanging out with us and not put a happy birthday wish for Joe Lantino. Thank you for being
Ramona,
here.
You know me personally. Do you think I could do my little birthday shout out now? Joe, Absolutely. This is for you, because I'm one of Ramona's finest. I'm really in her organization. Here we go, Joe. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Joe. Welcome and stay. We love you. How about that, Ramona?
I love it. And I'm sure he does too. So with that said, Patricia Frudenberg, thank you so much for the flowers. She's giving me flowers in the chat as well. I have, Bella has been, and welcome Bella is what she just said as well. So I'm checking out the chat really quickly and briefly, but I'm going to get out of the way, Bella, and let you do what you do best. Bella, you have been an entrepreneur for how long? Outside of working for the mayor's office for years and working with several mayors.
Wait a minute, 2013.
Wow.
And now what's 2013 to now? What's that? 12 years, Ramona?
Yeah,
12. Yeah. And I'm going to say,
14.
Ramona, I want to see how well your audience is listening, because they're going to have to get a prize at the end. Lean in, Ramona. 12
I love it. I love it. There you go.
Documented. 12 years documented, but 20 years undocumented. How about that?
Wow. 12 years documented, but 20 undocumented. Oh my gosh. So you're an expert, essentially. And I absolutely love that when I met you in about 2020, I would say, on a social audio app, Clubhouse, we can just go ahead and say it here. You and I frequented some of the same rooms, and we were always in the business rooms. Everything I do is intentional, by the way. I don't just randomly pop into rooms and listen to casual conversations about people and other things. If it's not about business, if it's not about having a growth mindset, if it's not about moving the needle in some way, shape, or form, I don't enter. And not that they are not good or bad. No, it's just not where I choose to spend my time. So I want to commend you, because that is exactly what I watched you do for a very long time. And I also watched you really pour and uplift in other people everywhere you go. I have never seen or never heard you miss an opportunity. So I commend you. I commend you for that as well. And when I notice that in people, I want them to know.
Yes.
That is your signature, by the way. That is a signature. Yes. It's more than just let me do this nice thing or let me say this nice thing for someone. That is who you are at your core. I just told you guys from 2020 for 5 years, this is what I've seen consistently. Uplifting and pouring into other people. And by default, you are definitely going to be exactly what you choose. And that's exactly how the universe works. So thank you, Bella, for being here. And you were going to say something. And then I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
I just want to say, follow Ramona, family. I really mean it. See, you're going to learn in my short speech, and I mean my short speech, what it means, the law of reciprocity. Please follow Ramona. I'm asking you on behalf of Ramona, follow her on all her socials, especially YouTube, because you know what, family? You're going to need someone to do that for you. So let's be kind while we're here. Let's share this room, please. Let's share it in all social medias. And Ramona, before I start, you know what you mean to me. Thank you. You are the queen.
Likewise. Absolutely. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best. And thank you for always saying yes. And thank you for being here. And thank you for over delivering on the value, because it is a lot of value that you're dropping to a lot of people that can use it out there that may not have the resources or the connections or any of those things. I remember clearly 5 years ago, I didn't know where to start. I didn't know who to connect with. And trust me, my Facebook was private with only about 60 people. That's where I started, and here I am today, 5 years later, with a network of people that I knew nothing about, and they knew nothing about me. And I'm talking elite, phenomenal entrepreneurs. So with that said, over to you. And I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Thank you. So I like to say shalom. Ramona and I are friends. We're besties, we're partners, we're colleagues, but more importantly, we are children of the Most High God. So I want to say shalom. I like to start any of my broadcasts with just shalom. That means peace. It's a Jewish term, it's Hebrew, and I like to follow some of the Jewish customs. And I really mean it when I say peace. Do you know peace means nothing missing, nothing broken in your life? It really does. So I'm just going to spend a few couple of minutes with you. I don't plan on boring you. It's just information I want to share. Now, my topic is the 1, 2, 3s of entrepreneurship. What I'm going to speak about can transcend definitely for the entrepreneur, for the business owner, and for the mom. Now, what I do, just like Araya, Queen Araya, I focus in on women. And I don't give men a bad rap, but I really focus on women entrepreneurs, women who are young, women who are in the middle, and whatever your age, it doesn't matter. But remember that I represent women entrepreneurship. I do a little something on Clubhouse as not Araya. I met her on Clubhouse too, but I like to refer Ramona as Queen Ramona, just to give her respect. And I did meet Queen Ramona on a Clubhouse app, social media called Clubhouse. Let me tell you something. It's changed my world. And Sean, I want to say shout out. Thank you. So many nuggets. Araya, I've already wrote down 2 pages already. And Megan, oh my goodness. So the first 3 speakers was eloquently. But for Bella, Bella, I'm going to talk about the 1, 2, 3s of entrepreneurship. Specifically, I want to speak to the LLC owners or owners to be. I want to talk to the S Corps. I want to also talk to the INC Incorporated. But more importantly, I want you to open up and see a viewpoint of becoming an entrepreneur. And when I say documented, here's what I mean. A few minutes ago, I said I was 13 years in documented. And that simply means 13 years ago, I actually pulled the trigger, Queen Ramona. And by 5 years before that, I was trying to figure it out. You know, I always worked in corporate America, but I knew in my heart I wanted to be an entrepreneur. And remember when I said 20 years of entrepreneurship? That's what I did, but I didn't have any structure. So 13 years ago, I did something, starting out with number 1 of the 1, 2, 3s of entrepreneurship. I went on the state, and I live in the state of Georgia as Ramona, and I went to the Secretary of State's website. Remember, the official Secretary of State website. And I searched my name, which is Bella Biz. I knew my business. I knew my name. And after I did the search, I claimed my name. I paid the fees for the Department of Secretary of State for the state of Georgia, the Articles of Incorporation, because I wanted to file my LLC. That was step 1. Search to make sure my name was unique, right? Because you can't take a name, claim it if someone else is using it, but I'll pull back. People do that, but you'll find yourself in a lot of financial trouble. So let me slow down. I'm talking to the LLCs. I'm talking to the S Corps. I'm talking to the Ents, but I'm talking to entrepreneurs in general and moms, okay? Remember I said that. So I went to check for my name, number 1. Once I found that it wasn't taken, I registered my name. I spent a few $100s in the state of Georgia and officially registered my business. Prior to doing that, I went on Google. Y'all know we got Google AI, all forms, and I collected myself with something called an EIN number, which is taken and given to you from the Internal Revenue Service, IRS. Does anybody know what EIN stand for? Come on, I need some engagement. This is an interactive space. I don't want you to get bored. I don't want you to get turned off. Let's talk to each other. Who knows what EIN stands for? Now, somebody should know what that stands for. It stands for Employee Identification Number. And that's what I filed for. It's free of charge from the Internal Revenue Service because I do not want to associate my personal Social Security number, right, with my business. Just think of an EIN number as, right, your Social Security number for your business. So I'm going to rewind. I'm not going to talk long. I want to keep it real simple. For those business owners out there, I urge you, search your name, go to your state. And I want to make a disclaimer. I do work for the city of Atlanta's mayor. I'm on my 5th mayor. And what I'm saying that is bragging rights. You have to do your research, everybody. You have to do your research. Make sure your name is not taken. Register your name. This is key. I'm going to hit home with this, Ramona. Register your business. Get an EIN number, because LLC stands for Limited Liability Corporation, and you don't want to, God forbid, you have to think ahead. You have to be open-minded. You may be sued, or you may be in some legal legalities. And what you want to do is protect your personal assets, right? Register that name, pay the money for the fees. It's annually. Sometimes in the state of Georgia, I've paid 1 year for 5 years. They cut me a break. But by God's sake, register your business and pay your fees. Once you get that EIN number, you're set. This is just part 1, because everybody knows it's a process, right? Entrepreneurship is not boom, boom, boom. It's a process. So once you register, paid your articles of incorporation, gotten your EIN number, you can kind of breathe, because I want you to turn your head, entrepreneurs, to other things like, and everything I'm going to talk about, it's no charge. You don't have to come out your pocket. I'm going to encourage everyone out there to join the SBA.gov. SBA.gov stands for Small Business Administration. I'm going to stop and take a sip of my coffee. Now, you need to listen to what I'm saying carefully. Just think of me as your mom, your work mom. You want to register with SBA, because there's so many nuggets. Ramona and I don't even have the time for a week to go over the amazing things that you can uncover. So go online, Google SBA.gov, right? Make sure it has the official seal. I'm going to stop right there, Ramona. I want someone to understand me. When I say official, there's a lot of knockoffs. I'm going to say that, Ramona. Knockoff websites, knockoff people, knockoff officials. You have to do your homework. You have to do your research, because everything that looks gold is not gold. All right. So let's rewind. The 1, 2, 3s of entrepreneurship. Register your business, pay your fees, get your EIN number so you're not attaching your own personal Social Security number for liability reasons, and join the SBA.gov. These are all things you can do and you have control over, because you know what? You want your business to thrive. I'm going to say that one more time, Joe, the birthday guy. You want your business to thrive. So I'm going to encourage everyone to do the steps that I'm saying if you have an LLC, because I'll only speak about what I've experienced myself in. Now, I'm going to fall back a little bit, take another sip. I want you all to marinate in what I'm saying, because, see, this is the important part. A lot of people start their businesses, I like to say, what's the best political correct word I can say? Not in the most efficient way. I don't want you to have a jackleg business. Bella is talking to you. I have so much knowledge. I have so much training. But you know what I've learned, Patty from New York? It doesn't mean a hill of beans if you don't apply it. You know, I'm a baby boomer. Back in the day, they used to say, information is power. And Ramona can attest to this. And it is. But you know what? It's not power until you use it. It's not power until you use it. And what I have found during this pandemic from 2020 to now, we all have a propensity to overthink, overanalyze, and overget too much information. And Bella is here to represent your conscious of keeping it simple. Y'all remember KISS? Keep it simple, right? Keep it very simple. So I need some engagement out there. And I'm talking to you, Ramona's Tribe on LinkedIn. And I'm also talking to Ramona's Tribe on YouTube and all her other platforms, because you know what? We all need each other. So I'm going to do a recap, because it's something that Aurel said earlier. I want you all to be present. Whatever you're doing in your life, whether it's in business, non-business, I'm talking to the moms now. I want you to be present because this is something Bella's doing. I only preach to myself before I preach to the choir. Come on, somebody, give me some engagement because when I'm talking to you, family, we are family. I'm talking to myself. We can't do it alone, entrepreneurs. And I, along with Ramona, I'm aligning myself because I understand Ramona's vision. I share the same vision. So why would I, this is an example, why would I go out there, kickstart it, so to speak, Queen Patty of New York, when it's better to just align up? Because Ramona knows I say something all the time on Clubhouse. And I say this, collaboration, right? Collaboration, Queen Patty. Collaboration, Birthday Joy. Collaboration, Queen Araya. Collaboration, Queen Megan. I'm going somewhere. Collaboration, King Sean, is the new currency because relationships, my goodness, I'm very blessed. Y'all want to know why? Because relationships bring you. But if you treat somebody else right, that absolutely would treat you right. I see a question in the chat. Tell us more about SBA. I'm telling you something, Queen Patty. SBA.gov saved my life because it's an opportunity. It's digitalized. You can go online. You can self-teach yourself. There are free classes, and there's some classes that are $5, $10, $15, $20. What is that? Because remind yourselves, entrepreneurs, you are investing in yourself. See, I don't use the word spent. I use the word investment. And don't you think you're worth investing in yourself? So SBA.gov brings you free online courses. It can bring you a mentor. It can help you with a business plan. Oh my goodness. You probably have a couple of clients or two in there. So I'm encouraging you as I close out my segment for this. Check it out. There's a lot of things out there. Sean said it earlier. It's over 9 point something billion people on this planet that we call Earth. And let me tell you something. He's right. A lot of your customers are on social media. Make yourself available. Do what Bella's done. Do your research. There's a lot of nuggets to be had, and you don't have to spend a dime. But what you do have to do is invest in yourself. I'm going to say that 2 more times. I want to see some of the entrepreneurs putting things in the chat. You're going to have to invest in yourself. The SBA.gov is a gold mine. Ramona knows it. It's regulated through the White House. I'm going to say that again. It's a responsibility for the federal government through the White House to make sure SBA.gov is a flowing, active, viable tool. It's a repository for people like you and me. You will not be wise if you wouldn't take advantage of that. Now, if anybody got any questions, because I can see all the comments, please put them in the chat because I'm here to be interactive and to share. And as I recap the 1, 2, 3s of entrepreneurship, Ramona, I'm going to read my definition. I think you asked earlier in the program when we kicked it off about an entrepreneur, but I have my own definition of it, and I'm going to read it, and I hope it helps somebody. We're talking about entrepreneurship, right? And this is my definition. What is an entrepreneur? Well, family, I'm glad you asked. An entrepreneur is a person who starts and operates a business, taking on financial risks in the hope of profit. I'm going to say that again. What is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur to Bella is this. An entrepreneur is a person who starts and operates a business, taking on financial risks in the hope of a profit. They are typically innovative, creative, and willing to pursue opportunities in the marketplace. That is my true definition of an entrepreneur. And can I say something? We are all entrepreneurs. I'm going to slow down, Queen Patty. Queen Charlene, we are all entrepreneurs. Yes, we are, because we are uniquely and wonderfully made, and we all have skills. Okay, I see a question declared as I wrap up. Queen Patty says, what was the pivotal moment in using SBA as a resource in your career? Oh my God, Queen Patty, there's so many nuggets. Let me think for a second, collect my thoughts. Queen Patty, I'm going to have to say they helped me with my business plan. I mean, for real, Queen Patty, I thought I knew what I was doing. So what I significantly got out so many gems, Queen Patty, and I hope this answers your question. Please let me know. But they actually helped me do my business plan, which I've done like 4 times over, because sometimes we have to pivot, right? But that's what it was, Patty. It was the fact that they showed me the system, the way of creating a business plan. And it was solid, Patty. It was solid as I don't know what. Does anybody have any more questions for me? I'm very interactive. Ramona knows how I am. I'm here to help someone. So please let me know I'm here. Before Ramona comes back up on the stage and close my segment out, I want to say this. What are you saying to yourself, family? When you're talking to yourself, family, about yourself, family. And I know that's a tongue twister, right? But if you slow it down, this is Bella. I'm going to be your conscious before Ramona come up here. And I want to be your inside. You know how you talk to yourself? How you listen to yourself? That's what I'm saying, Queen Patty. That's what I'm saying, Queen Charlene. What are you saying to yourself when you're talking to yourself about yourself? Because you know what? I didn't have a clue. It was 18 years ago, Ramona, a strong mentor, and I have a lot of mentors, poured into me and said, Linda, that's my real name. Remember Linda, AKA I'm Bella. Think about what you're saying in your quality moments. And I began this journey. It's called contemplation. It's great. I live a life, I really do. The law of reciprocity. I believe in that. But I'm telling you, listen to your thoughts. What are you saying to yourself? That's right, Queen Charlene. When you are talking to yourself about yourself, and I want to impress upon you, as Ramona allows me to, I'm a child of Most High God. Ain't no shame in the game. I know my higher power. I know whose I am. And I believe in Jeremiah 29:11. I'm going to put it on out there. For I know the plans I have for you. That's coming direct from the Creator. So I'm just here doing what I do, being who I am. And I want to remind you, what are you saying to yourself? When you're talking to yourself about yourself, I want you to remind yourself, be your best friend. Be your own best friend. Be your own personal cheerleader. And when you beat yourself up, it's okay. It's life. Life be life and with everyone. Please don't get in the mindset that you're all alone, because you're not. There's a community out there. It's called the Royal Influencers Organization. And I don't have a problem promoting, edifying Queen Ramona, because I know, listen to me, family, I know she would do the same for me. So let's stop being a little selfish out there in that, I like to say, not radio land, Queen Patty, that entrepreneur world. Is plenty out there for all of us. Remember, there's over 9-point-something billion people out here on this planet called Earth. And there's enough room for everybody. I always say that, Queen Charlene. There's room for everybody. So we ain't going to hate up in here. As I close out, I'm coming live and direct from Atlanta, Georgia, the home of where the best of the best are. I'm here with the Queen Ramona. And Ramona, I love her platform, the Royal Influence Organization. It is truly blood, sweat, and tears. Ask me how I know. Trust me. I'm here helping my crown and straightening my crown up for my queen, because we have to do that, family, right? We really have to do that. Help somebody else, entrepreneur, so that can come back to help you. Anybody got any questions? I'm going to close on this. If you want to talk to me directly, reach out to me on Instagram. It's Bella Unplugged. And I'm going to spell it for you because you look at the marquee. It's BELAUNPLUGGED. And I will share at a different time about the platform. People's asking, where do you get the unplug from? There's a story behind the story. But let me encourage you and say this as my throat's getting hoarse. I've been talking a lot, y'all. Listen to me. What are you saying to yourself, Kara? When you're talking to yourself, Kara, about yourself, Charlene, I want to encourage you. I'm going to be your cheerleader. Be your own best friend. Be your own cheerleader. And I'm telling you, that's right, Queen Charlene. I'm always here to straighten up one of my queen's crown because guess what, Queen Charlene? They certainly straighten out mine. We have to learn how to look out for each other more. I'm talking about the law of reciprocity. Ain't no shame in Bella's game. And Ramona, I can go on and on about that. So Ramona, stop.
I love it. I love it. And guess what? And you know, I will let you go on and on.
How did I do, Ramona? How did I do out there with that?
Oh my goodness, Bella. You know what? I don't know how. I think we got it wrong. I think you're running the mayor's office. You're not just working for the mayor of Atlanta. I think you're running the mayor's office because they had a mass shooting here last night in Atlanta. And you are still, you just do what you want to do. You're always available. And you know what you don't know is that we are getting ready to take Royal Influencers Organization live. And I see Baroness Cara Dentley is in the chat. She just said amen as well, agreeing with you. And I see, Jose giving you love. Jose Elizondo's coming up next. Fast Lane Tools. And wow, you know what? Just listening to Sean Dodd a little bit earlier. Guys, DM. You don't want to miss it. And Charlene Harper in the house, straightening my crown. Bella, thank you so much. You don't want to miss what the value that you're going to get from Sean Dodd. He was one of the very first. And like you, Bella, you have come along and you have been so supportive as well. He was one of the very first speakers. And you guys have not seen him speaking as much because his business just took off and blew up. And you heard him. He's now doing business partnership with luxury brands like Armani. And you heard him. He's working with Usher on a perfume for Ralph Lauren. And he has had 2 million views on one. Just from his post on the Royal Influencers flyer, 4,653. So is that not worth going over and DMing the word Ranger? 50% off of a course to show you how to do the exact same thing and make your engagement.
Ramona, I'm going to say 2 things and just get in this wherever you want me because, you know, I recognize greatness. I'm going to say 2 things and I hope I'm not taking anybody's time.
No, you're good. You're good. Jose's in the background.
Listen.
Another right hand of mine.
Sometimes you have to edify your sister. And y'all have to understand, Sean, that 50% off and I'm going somewhere. We're not edifying. We're not blowing up. This is real. For him to offer 50% off, Ramona, I'm going to work it out
just for you, just for my platform, just for Rio audience. So take advantage because you too can now take your content to the next level and learn how to engage, educate, and entertain. And I absolutely love what you do, Bella, as well. And I love that you are so kind. You're so giving. And like you said, it's that law of reciprocity. What you put out, you get back. And I cannot wait to see where your event planning business, guys. I was just announcing just now that we're taking Rio live, and guess what? You don't know, but you are in training to not only be a speaker on stage for the very first launch of the live event, but you're also going to be the chosen one selected to do the event. So there you go. That's why you never know.
Leave, Ramona, and I don't want to leave. You can put me back in the listening line because see what people don't know. I also have a channel. It's not about me. See, I recognize things. It's the law of reciprocity because I want to encourage people. Please listen to me. This is Ramona's not paying me. She's not asking me. Watch me. Zoom in on me. It's important to follow her. You have to subscribe, like, and do things because the algorithm is real. You all don't understand. Like, I have to impress upon you. This is such rich content. And trust me, Ramona knows what I'm talking about. I work for the mayor office, y'all. I'm 5 mayors in, and they pay thousands, Ramona. I pay the bills, Ramona. Thousands of dollars to speakers that maybe give you 15 minutes of fluff.
Exactly.
So all I'm saying is, as I lower my octaves and get on off this stage and listen, lounge, y'all lean in, really get your notebooks. I mean what I'm saying, and listen, because someone's going to say something to spark you, entrepreneur, and then share that information. And I'm going to say something real bold, Ramona. They don't know. Ramona and I are working on a big event for 2026. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say, Ramona.
Absolutely. Along with the other 9 that's coming too, with Megan DiMartino and Joel Hill sitting right here in the backstage as well. That's coming on tomorrow as well. But thank you. And we can use you tomorrow as well. So I'll chat with you a little bit later at the end. So thank you, everybody. Wow, midday. Thank you, Bella. I'm going to go ahead and take you down. Midday. Here we are. Midday of the Royal Influencers Organization, Entrepreneurs Edge. What we have just heard from was the first 4 or 5 speakers of day 1. We have another full day of phenomenal speakers that's coming, and they are dropping major value. They are dropping gems. They're dropping the blueprint to helping you get exactly what it is that you need. Those of you, I see you over there on YouTube. Those of you on YouTube, please subscribe. I'm definitely wanting to grow my YouTube. This event's going to be over there as well for about a week, so that if you want to see the replay, or if you missed a speaker or something of that nature, because there isn't any one of the speakers that have not come and dropped the mic, just as the next one's getting ready to do as well. He is my right-hand man. A lot of people don't even know that he works with me a lot, especially at launching. And he has a partner, Claudia, who's coming on tomorrow. She is like the brand whisperer. So if you guys wondered how I created the Royal Influencers Organization, not only did I also spend hours and hours and hours where I met a lot of these phenomenal entrepreneurs that you're hearing from over the next couple of days and today, but I moderated for hours. I was one of the master moderators for the UK Wealth Dragon, John Lee, on Clubhouse. Clubhouse was one of those first social audio apps that was very different for us, right? Because Facebook isn't audio. Well, they have all added audio since Clubhouse came and just blew up, because people lost connections with the outside world, with other individuals and people. So they wanted connection. And when you got onto Clubhouse, all you did was you added your profile picture, and then people could just hear your voice. And then after just meeting people from all over the world, literally all over the world, in fact, my international audience is bigger than my local audience, believe it or not. So with that said, I worked with John Lee moderating his rooms. He had thousands of people in that room. Thousands of people. I think everybody who just spoke, Bella and Araya, and all of the other speakers that you heard from, you will definitely attest. They can attest that that's where I met them. They heard me moderating and speaking for hours, literally 5-hour rooms, 8-hour rooms, sometime overnight. True enough, we were there overnight speaking about business. And Bobby Vincent, who's one of the co-hosts for the next couple of days, he actually was sitting in the audience taking notes and was working in a job he didn't like, left that job, and implemented all those notes. But he didn't leave the job first. He implemented all the notes that I was sharing on stage of how to build a business, built a business. And he now has built a second business. I was chatting with him last night, and that second business has now taken off as well. So there you go. There is power. My point of the point that I'm sharing all of this for. Put yourself in the proximity of power. I'm not saying that Royal Influencers Organization is power. What I'm saying is that when you get in the room, in any room where there's like minds coming together, that creates the power. And when you connect and network with those individuals, you never know. And it's not who you know, but it's who they know that can connect you to the right person or the next big thing, whatever that thing is that's in your business that you want to build or grow or launch and scale. Those are the three main areas or aspects of business, right? You want to launch it. Starts with the idea, of course. Then you want to launch it, and then you want to build it, and then scale it. And when I tell you that every single one of these speakers that you have seen and heard from already, they were there at the beginning. Before this gentleman, as a matter of fact, I'm going to bring him up while I talk about him. Jose Elizondo's in the house, everybody. So from Texas, by the way. And I won't say the little part of Texas. I can't ever remember the city, but you can definitely do that. But Jose Elizondo, I met on Clubhouse as well. He would come into the rooms where I was speaking and just sit in the audience. And I would always invite people on stage. And he came on stage and would just be chatting. And then I would always encourage them to speak as well on the topic of discussion, which was always centered around business. And John Lee, being one of the biggest business gurus, in fact, I'm building Royal Influencers Organization. He said, if you build it to 500 people, I'll come. He normally charges $100,000 just for him to make an appearance and show up and speak. And for me, but it has to be a lot more people. But he said, if you build it to 500 people, so that's his challenge to me. So that's exactly why I do this and have been doing this for every single month, with the exception of my birthday month last month. And then my daughter had a baby on December of last year. And then I did not have an event in December, but we did still have a networking mixer. However, for 3 years consecutively, I have been doing these Royal Influencers Organization events, different themes and different topics for 3 years straight. And I cannot tell each and every one of you how grateful I am for every single one of the speakers. I have brand new speakers that were scared to death, that had never been on a platform, that I give the opportunity to come out and speak. I work with them. I have done speaker masterclasses. I think Jose attended one of those as well in the beginning, just for support as well, and just listening to tips and things of that nature. But there is something called the law of reciprocity. And because I have shown up every single month religiously, there are some people that only do these types of events twice a year, maybe once a year even, because they are very, very grueling. But it's not grueling for me because I have a system and I have a team and I have people that I can call and things of that nature. Like when I was putting my events on Eventbrite, we had to call Jose, and Jose, when I first started doing sending out email blasts and things of that nature, he taught us how to warm up the email and things of that nature. 3 o'clock in the morning on several occasions. But we called earlier and asked a question, and he just stayed and answered the question, never asked for anything. And we have supported each other in various aspects of our business as well. His business has grown and blown up. He has gotten high ticket clients as well from just who he knows and who they know as well. So I say all of that to all of the people over on YouTube. I see you over there. Thank you so much for being here. And Facebook, we're streaming on Facebook. We're streaming on LinkedIn as well. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. Don't ever come to a Royal Influencers Organization event, virtual experience without pen and paper, because you are definitely going to leave with more information and more value than you came with. So with that said, Jose Elizondo is in the house. Hello, Jose. CEO of Fastlane Tools. I can't find the IG handles. Charlene Harper, you can't find the IG handles. Which IG? Oh, is it for Jose? Jose, tell everybody where you are on IG.
Scale with Jose. I think she's asking about some Bella, probably the previous ones.
Bella has a YouTube page called Bella Unplugged. And Bella, if you are, Bella's not in the back. I know her mayor's office has been going bananas today.
And put them out there after.
Okay, awesome. So we will definitely get you all of the information, by the way. And I will give you a code at the end to DM to myself on IG, and I will definitely make sure. And if you bought your ticket on Eventbrite, I have your email, and we will send out all of the offers that you've been hearing today with how to reach every single one of the speakers as well. So Jose, how's everything going? You are in Mexico right now on vacation?
I am. I put up a virtual background. It's a funny story how things go. I was over at the house and the internet goes out and everything is going all haywire. I call up a buddy. I'm like, hey, do you have internet there? And he's like, yeah, come over. We have Starlink, everything. So I'm over here making it work. In the house. Okay. Yeah. So I'm over here hanging out. He has really beautiful patio out here and stuff. And so wow. That's what's happening.
Right. This is what powerful connections do. On vacation. And I said, hey, I need you to come and speak because there's the theme was just perfect in alignment with exactly what you do. And he said, sure, I'll be there, but I'll be in Mexico, but I'll be there. Just let me know what time. And I said, okay, how about Claudia? Because I want some branding. And he said, I'll reach out to her and ask her and she'll come. Now, I worked with Jose and Claudia, his partner, who's coming tomorrow to talk about branding. That's from Brand 360. I worked with them before I even had the title, the Royal Influencers Organization. It was born and birthed out of working with Jose and his partner, who I call the brand whisperer. You want to elevate your brand? You want to refine your brand? Get with Claudia and Jose. And oh my God, and these tools that he's getting ready to work with you on and show you guys, oh my gosh. So trust me, you get on a call with him, free call so you can demonstrate. Trust me, unlimited courses, all sorts of things, bots, you name it, that can help you really automate your business and scale Scale. In fact, Scale with Jose is where you can find him on IG, but he will definitely help you help you scale your business. So thank you, Jose, and thank you for your patience while we chatted with Bella as well. Thank you for coming in a little bit earlier also. And there isn't anything that I can't ask any of these speakers for, and they are right there for me. So I am forever grateful. I want to say that out loud in front of God and everybody. I am forever grateful for every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. So with that, I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just excited to be here and, happy to definitely help everybody on this. So one of the main things, I'll tell you a little story about me. Growing up, I grew up here in Mexico, and I started to have to build things from, I was finishing school, doing a bunch of different things, and I moved out to the US and started working in construction and going through a lot of the different processes of stuff. And there's a cool quote that always stuck with me a lot, and it is, hope means looking at every failure like one step closer to your next big win. So I say that because I got to succeed quick in my construction company, in my construction journey, going where I built myself up to $1 million company, making a few $1 million a year and doing phenomenal. But I was, new to business and stuff. And through that process, around 2008, I was kind of new to business, and I had a couple of builders that went under, and it cost me to have to start over again. It cost me to have to build everything from scratch. And going through that journey, I found myself, seeing what other opportunities I had. And I'll share an analogy after this too that would really hone this in. But I started, seeking out different opportunities, different things. I was super excited that I built this amazing life for myself up here. But just in a quick moment, it was just taken away, or it felt like it was, the rug was pulled out of under me. And so I had to start building again, start working, start doing some stuff. And I had my second daughter born at that time. And I was working in construction. So I spent long hours working out on the jobs, and 2-3 weeks, then I come home and visit the family. And my wife and my kids were staying with the in-laws at the time. And one of the times that I came home, I reached out my arms to my new daughter, like, hey, daddy's home. And in that moment, she got scared and she ran to my father-in-law, because he's been the one who's been around and stuff. And that kind of struck a bit different. That part of my journey really triggered something that I was happy that they built a relationship. But I realized, doing all this work, working all these late hours, doing all this stuff, it's not really worth it. I mean, I can't give any more time. I can't give anything else. And I needed to be with my kids, with my daughter, to build that relationship with and grow. And that's where I kind of found my why more. Like, I really care about mastering my time. So everything I do, I kind of do in systems and processes and building things to where I could gain back my time, control every moment, so I can be on vacation. I could choose if I want to be here and show up for you guys. And I really love this conference, the Entrepreneurial Edge, because everybody's always looking outside for a bigger hack, for a different way of doing something, or a quick win, or a quick something that's going to make it work. That's why a lot of you are here, actually. What is that edge that you can gain on this? And I'll tell you, the edge is really finding who you are, what matters the most to you, how we can amplify who you are and what you do. That's the biggest edge, to build a solid foundation on anything. As I had to rebuild other companies, I went from construction to there, then I came over to trucking and started working in there. Then I came into marketing and started helping restaurants and different business owners and everything. One of the unique things was the approach. It was how we show up in all these aspects of it, and how we don't just let ourselves get complacent. In a little while, I'm going to go into some deep stuff on what it's like to actually build like a brand DNA guide, something that really helps identify you. So I'll give you guys a chance, if you guys want to make sure and get some notes there and get some things, and show you how we're able to actually help businesses scale, help businesses grow by just already amplifying what they're already doing. There's the secret sauce behind all this stuff is you. There's a lot of times when we get into those moments, like I was, trying to rebuild myself in that, and we just get in this complacent, in this way of a limited mindset is the best way I could explain this, because we're so trapped in what we have going because we feel like it's working. We're doing a step forward, but it doesn't. And this is where that analogy comes in. There's an analogy of an old man trying to teach his younger son how to see opportunity, to get that mindset of abundance, that mindset of opportunity and growth. And so they went looking around for an old town where they was looking for one of the poorest communities, the poorest areas, to highlight the difference that just a mindset can do. They went over and they found an old house. It was all kind of torn down, and it was, it looks like it was very neglected. They were very complacent in their current situation, and all they had was a cow that produced milk. And they found themselves in that complacency. And I say that it's complacency because as long as that cow produced milk, they were grateful that they had a cow more than some of their neighbors. So they were actually being able to do stuff, but it kept them in that limited mindset that there's not more opportunity beyond that there's not more that they can do to get themselves out of that situation. And maybe some of you found yourself right now in that kind of situation, to where you're just doing the same thing over because it is enough, or it is a lot going on, or it's a lot of focus that you're doing just on your mindset. And during this journey, he was teaching his son, and when they weren't really paying attention, he went and he actually killed their cow. And the son was like, why did you do that? That's all they had. That was sustaining them. That was what was going on. And he couldn't understand. And so they left there, and the old man kind of walked away, and he thought he understood the lesson. As time went on, a year passed, he reached out to his son, and he's like, can you please go back there and see how things are going, how things went for that family? The son was devastated, like, oh my God, you took away their only source of income, their only source of complacency in this area, in this sense. But you took everything that they had. Well, when he came back, it was hard to find. He came back to the same place. He came back to everything, and he's like, it's changed. He didn't realize that was the thing that was trapping them. He recognized the owner when he came out, and he's like, what happened? How did you guys do it? And he goes, well, actually, the last time you guys were here, our cow died. Somehow some person came and our cow ended up dying, and it caused us to make that decision. And that's the decision of a fight or flight, like they say. He's seen that they weren't going to have a cow no more, so their family had to survive. They went and they started planting some grains. They started taking some action. They capitalized on the meat of the cow. They started selling all the pieces. They started doing all this stuff. And sometimes, instead of just the milk, they was actually able to sell the meat and get seeds, get other stuff. It started opening all these different ideas because their mind had to look beyond that. It had to look outside of that. So I say this because I want you guys to think in your business, in yourself, what is my cow, in a sense? What is that point that is holding you stuck, that you're not seeing way beyond that? Sometimes when we go into branding and we go into all these amazing things, it really helps by identifying all the different ways we could use what we already got. One of the keys in branding is having a good brand DNA guide, we call it. We want to make sure that we have all the pieces of your brand, everything that you're doing in your business. We're maximizing on all those opportunities, all those ways that you are actually leaving money on the table, or you're doing a lot of busy and repetitive work. You're doing a lot of stuff. And one of the things that makes us different is that we actually provide the tools to do this. So here's a few things that you could actually really take away when it comes to understanding your brand. We want to know why you exist. What is your brand core purpose? What is the main reason you're doing your brand? How you're going to use that? What is your vision statement? As you see when Ramona is sharing, and she's doing the Royal Influencer Association, she has this grand vision of how she's going to impact all the entrepreneurs. She's going to help everybody grow. She's going to bring these amazing connections and speakers together. That makes a big difference. What is your mission statement? Those things are very important for your brand. Other things is, what's your unique selling proposition? What makes you unique from other people? Why do people love to come to you and actually work with you over other stuff? Is it just a solution, Or is it the way you make them feel? Or is it the way you actually care for them? The way you show up, that makes a big difference. And one of the key things in this, what is your definition of success? Is it something just being complacent and having enough to pay your bills, enough for all this other stuff? Or, is it something beyond that? Do you want to leave a legacy? Do you want to actually build something with your family? Do you want to have fun and friends? Do you want to travel? I mean, there's so many different opportunities. It's what are you going for? And some other key aspects is, what brand tone, and voice you're using. So when you say and you show up in something, people really resonate with that, and they amplify this, and it just amplifies the whole experience. We hear all this new automation, AI, everything, and everybody now you're starting to see all the generic answers that are out there. People copy pasting prompts, people doing different things and getting those same results. Instead of telling it a simple thing, analyze my tone, my style, my voice, everything I do, the way I care about and I show up in this world, so we can replicate that. So we can make that unique message really amplify and grow towards that. What are the keywords? What is everything that you're doing? The words that you use matter a lot. What are the core values? What is that purpose that you really stand behind? That purpose and those core values, that's super important whenever you want to build across a few million up to 5 million, 10 million, because that starts to build that culture in your business. That starts to build that really powerful aspect of doing that. And when you're building the culture, there's little moments that make a big difference in a brand. That's when if somebody gets sick, how does the owners respond? If it's their birthday and we were helping a trucking company, and it was the driver's birthday, and we realized that he was working that day. So we sent a message to the owner with automation and said, hey, this guy's working and it's his birthday. So he called him up and said, hey, I really appreciate what you're doing. This means a lot to me that you're here still giving it on your birthday, giving this company every part of you. And, when you get back to the office, here's $100 gift card. One little touch so you could go spend time with your family. One little touch of appreciation, one little touch of showing up like that makes a big difference on how you're building that culture, because this makes them want to show up better. This makes them want to reach out and help people and show up in the best way that they can. And that's when you're showing up for your customers. Who is your ideal client persona? Who is that customer? Not just the demographics, the age groups, and all those things you do, but more the psychographics when it comes to that. What they care about, what's important to them, why they actually follow up with you. A lot of, I mentioned keywords and stuff. A lot of the things that really impact your brand is when you're saying the right messages, and the things you say actually attract the right audience. It attracts those growth mindset people. It attracts the affluent. It attracts the people that you could help the most. That makes a huge difference when it comes to growing like that, because that is where you're going to find your sweet spot. We've all had those amazing clients that were like, oh my God, if I could just get 1 more of these, 10 more of these, I will be, on top of the world. That would really give me this way of growth, this way of edge. I could actually have do what I love and not have it stress me down by doing all these repetitive stuff and all that. But we've also had those other clients that you're just like, if I never have to deal with one of these people again, I'll be very happy. And so you want to make sure that what you do and the way you show up and the way that you're doing stuff can actually make that difference. It can actually help people grow in that kind of a way. It can do all that. As you gain these things, why you exist, your mission statement, your vision, and everything, it already tells you so much what to do. It tells you, the soul of it brings out that soul in your brand. It brings out the fundamental reason you're building this stuff. It brings out the purpose that actually inspires others to take action. And, you start using these across every set of the journey as you're building out your awareness stuff to let people know who you are, what touch points people are interacting with, how they show up in the world. That's where you start using parts of your brand purpose, because people really resonate with that. They want to hear about that. When they start considering you in the consideration stage, they're saying, does this really align with me? Does it not? Am I going to see myself moving forward? Or, those are those internal thoughts that people really go through. And as you use these different key points, you know when to pull out your vision statement, under what stage they are doing, under what stage they are, how to actually show up in the world and make a better experience for everybody. And they're just simple things. The secret touch in all this is the simple action steps you take. There was a florist shop, as an example. Everybody wants to be able to show up in an amazing way and stand out for others. So this florist kept track of all the birthdays, all the anniversaries, all the just because moments that people order in the past, and they would send out a message whenever the anniversary was coming up. They would send out a message whenever a new season was coming in. Hey, are you going to order, lilies for Carla again? It's her birthday. Do you want to personalize this note? Suddenly, they're doing something very meaningful, and it's making them look like rock stars to their friends and family. So that florist starts becoming a place of helping people be something unique for other people. Those are some simple examples that makes a big difference. A bakery, as an example, sometimes, when they bring out sweet sourdough bread, and you always go there, and instead of getting that hard bread, you may probably get a simple automation message that says, hey, warm sourdough just dropped. Would you like a loaf? Text me back and we'll save you a loaf. That way people get excited about those moments. We want to create all these micro moments in your business. We want to create all these little things that will make a huge difference. If people are into fitness, into yoga or something like that, as they do their exercise, you send them a message of encouragement, a message that shows them, hey, you're on the right track. You just crushed it last week with your first thing, and you're nudging them into the next stuff. Hey, there's a complimentary, tea when you're done with your workout or before your next class, whatever that may look like, and as they're going through their milestones, their 5th, their 10th, their 20th workout, they start unlocking badges. You start gamifying this and making it a way better experience. There's always a way to bring an abundance mindset with a simple tweak in your business, a simple way of moving things differently. The best opportunities, they always say, is when you see a challenge. And I'll share a personal story with me. I was out at a conference and I was all excited about everything I was doing. And I love tech. I love having all the latest things. And I bought one of those new Apple Vision Pros, really awesome goggles, so I could have a virtual stuff and play with all the latest stuff like that. And I went to the tech, and as I'm there, and my habit of hotel is like, if somebody comes in or something, I want to just put it down here. So I set it at the bottom on the cabinet. It was an Airbnb, actually. And as I was finishing up the conference, I started driving back. So I'm 5 hours away now. And I remember I set my little case down with the Apple Vision Pro down at the bottom. And I was like, oh my God, I'm 5 hours away. What do I do? My heart just dropped at that point. I was like, I just left, a $4,000 piece of equipment and my toy, or I say toy because I love playing around, but I just left that at the Airbnb. What do I do? So I started reaching out. I started panicking. Do I turn around and drive back? What do I do? And luckily, the Airbnb owner is like, oh, no problem. Let me reach out to the cleaners really quick. And I will mail that to you. How do you like me to ship it to you? A moment of fright, a moment of scarcity just became, I was super relieved. I was like, oh my God, that just made my day. I could just go on without worrying about it. That little tweak, I was able to use that across different businesses. As you're staying in a hotel, if you train your cleaning people just to go in and, hey, what was lost and found? Maybe it was a charger, it was your favorite book, whatever that is. And take a picture of it. We'll set up an automation that they just upload the photo and the person will receive it before they even get home. You can now create a peace of mind, and they're going to be raving about how amazing their stay was because that little extra thoughtful touch that you did. And it's not just automation. It's not generic stuff. It's the way that you show up in the world. That same example could be used towards rent-a-cars. How many times have you got out and you're like, you dropped your phone or something happened like that? If you're out in an Uber or some kind of an experience, it makes a big difference when you have something that just goes and reminds. So I say all these examples because I want to really trigger in you guys, what's that little thing that can make the huge difference? Normally, I always say baby steps for big leaps. So what are those little things that you could do in your business that's going to really make it stand out? How can you show up in the best way that you can so you could provide value, so you could show up and really help people in the world? Here's a simple example, and this is going to be a plug. The QR code up here, this is for a free training we do. We're going to be doing on the 15th of September. And this is for AI. So you can really identify all those things. We want to bring a big group together to be able to teach them how to prompt, how to do different things with AI, how to get all their questions answered. But that way we can show up and help identify those key things when it comes to your business, to your aspect, the things that you're doing. So if you guys want to know a way to reach out, you can reach out on IG, you can reach out through the free classes, you guys can reach out in any way. And I'm always happy to help you guys really narrow that down. And one thing that we do great is we actually provide the tools to get through that. We've actually partnered with a few software companies, and we brought all the best of everything into one single place where you could actually have your emails, your text messages, your DMs, and all that stuff connected to automation, to AI. You could have, like Ramona was saying, unlimited courses. You could host your videos if you're using training sections. You could have your website. You could actually build all these parts of it. And now there are even voice AI bots. If you're missing a call, maybe you're really focused, on pampering your customer because you're a nail salon or you're outside working and the noise just doesn't let you answer. So you could have an AI pick up the call, answer the questions, book on your calendars. I know we have a ton of entrepreneurs here that are coaches that could really actually help you show up in your community. People could call in and say, hey, I'm checking in for the weekly coaching call, and the AI could actually remember what you talked about last week. It could help them stay on point for their goals. There's just 1,000 ways of doing this. I always share so much in so many different ways because I want something to spark interest. This way you guys could ask some powerful questions. You guys could come and say, hey, can it help me in my business do this? We were working for a construction company, and they had to keep track of all their workman's comps, their liabilities, all these different insurances and stuff like that. And we're like, we could help simplify that. Why have your staff do all these repetitive tasks when an automation could follow up and make sure that things are up to date? They started saying, we need to be compliant. We need to make sure that everything's happening. And we have to have our safety discussions, our safety topics that happen every week. So we use AI. Let's use the tools that we have as an advantage, because that's what they are. They're tools. We use AI to generate new safety topics based off of what's actually happening in the market. So if we see new trends or new things that are happening in construction or in different industries, then it actually tailors the safety topic for that week. It sends out a nice message to each one of the workers. They just click on it. It already remembers who they are. They sign off, and it starts building a nice log. And that way, now they're proactively doing safety journeys. People really start focusing on onboarding, and they spend a lot of time there. This really helps you actually be able to simplify that process with amazing videos, walkthroughs, setting those expectations on what they can do next. So you want to think of all those different ways that things can make a difference in your business. As you're going, there's some great work. There's a great book called Breakthrough Marketing. I think it's by Eugene Schwartz. That was a very powerful thing because he helps identify where you're at in your business. What stage are you in? And I'll explain. Sometimes before in the 80s, and that whenever that people wanted to open a car wash, all they had to say is car wash. It said it all. They were like, oh, that's where they wash cars, and people would run over there and wash all the cars, and that was the big thing. They're doing these new car washes. They had all the groups going and everything, and getting people excited about it. As they started getting so much different competition, as they moved to stage 2 or stage 3, because people are now more aware of the type of business, they need a little more education or a little more set expectation. Then they have to start adding, we are unique because we do, a triple foam protector for your car. Then you start seeing all these different ways that they actually are different than the other ones. So you start finding what was your favorite car wash because they did what you liked. That's where your unique selling proposition comes in. So depending on where you're at in the stages of your market or the industry that you're in, it can make a huge difference. I'll give you guys an example. I'm using an Apple AirPod right here, just with the noise and everything. Noise canceling wasn't something new, but Apple really perfected it because they understand at what stage they came into the market. So when they came in, people knew that noise canceling was available, and they knew that the word says, what it means. But people didn't really know, so they crafted on an educational campaign to really explain what was the difference that they did, how they put different mics on the inside, on the outside, and how they actually honed in on that because they understood their audience. They understood where people were at and why that would make a difference. And that just let them corner the market and really take off. So I say these examples because I want you to identify where you're at. So, because the first touch point always when you put stuff out there is are people going to interact with? When they go to your IG, when they go to anywhere, what is that first moment of the interaction, that first touch point? And that's perception that they're going to have of you and your business. What is that going to make? What's going to make that difference on that when it comes to that perception? And then when they actually reach out, that's the second touch point. How do you respond? Does your AI respond right away? Or do you miss the call? We've seen some businesses get bad reviews because they're like, we can never get a hold of them. They're out there and they were just working in the shop. They were doing what they do best. They were servicing their customers, but they were just not listening to the phone, or they missed it because of the noise or whatever happened. We have roofers who are on top, doing some pretty dangerous jobs, and they don't just drop everything to answer a call and quiet down the noise. That makes a big difference. So there's little things that you could actually add into your business that make a huge difference on how things perform, on how things actually go out there. And so I want you guys to think on these things. What can make that difference that makes you stand out? If you're prepping, lessons for your audience, and you start going from teaching one, and you say, "Hey, I want to scale. I'm going to now teach a group." How can you personalize that? As they answer your questionnaires to really identify where they're at in their business, you could tailor different examples, different set that different expectation for each one of the people doing it. A perfect example of this was a journey that we created before. It was called the Future Self Visionary, and this was a journey where you go to create a vision board. I'm a big fan of that. And as people put in what they want to achieve, what was success meant for them? If it was a house, it was a car, it was family, it was whatever it was. How can you push those healthy habits into your life? We would have you upload a photo and a habit or a goal that you wanted to achieve. If you wanted to be more fit, you had to tell us what it was, but also what you're willing to do to get it. Because it's nice to want things, but action is the biggest differentiator between the people that you're seeing out there. It's people jumping on these stages, taking that action, taking that move. So as you put, I want to be fit and I'm willing to work out 3-4 days out of the week, and you could probably even add some context. This is very important. And when it comes to AI, and I'll teach you guys that after, is despite a leg injury, as an example. And so we'd upload a photo of maybe that nice suit, that nice dress that you want to see yourself in. And this will start building out your vision board. But at the same time, in the background, the automation and AI started crafting these specialized emails that were actually tailored specifically to the person, but they wanted to scale. So it was, hey, first email was out based off of, we told it to find somebody who's already achieved that goal, someone who's found success that was probably in a book, is probably online with success, and give them that example of an affirmation, that example of, hey, I'm so proud of you. You're actually taking on this new journey. The second email was the biggest mistakes people make when trying to achieve that goal. So now you're getting a whole personalized journey, customer journey, as they're going through each one of the steps, and it's saying these are the biggest mistakes and how to avoid them. The next email would be, this is what to improve your chances of success. This is what's going to really help you improve your chances of success. Here's a simple exercise that you can do, because maybe you said you were introverted and you now want to get out and be extroverted more. And it gives you something that can push that needle forward. It could actually help you grow forward, And of course, it was called the Future Self Visionary for a reason. The next email was one from your future self, saying how proud and awesome you are of yourself for what you're achieving. That's just a simple journey that we created on the customer journey, but we really personalized that experience so everybody being there can actually have an amazing time. Is there anything in your business that can use that level of personalization, that can use that level of, I want people to feel like they're handheld guided. When you start identifying who your client is, maybe your clients want everything step by step, or maybe they want it summarized. Maybe I'm a type of person that speaks way too much, and you're like, I wish he would just summarize it, put it over here, and this is what happens. Those are really important things to ask about your business and how you show up for your ideal clients. Are they more visual? Are they more auditory? Are they kinesthetic? How do you prep your materials for them? Is it lessons? So they have step-by-step videos, and there's awesome ways to do that too, and amazing tools to make that happen. Or is it, here's what you're going to do, here's a checklist of tasks, and they go get it done. Sometimes you want to do that, but remember, the most important thing of all when it comes to business is tracking the data at the end of it. You want to make sure that at every point you have data, because then you can make an educated decision on how to move forward. You want to be able to see what actually works with the market. We always say, we hear these no's, we hear these next things, and you're like, hey, that's just the next opportunity. You're going to be bad at every first attempt you do. Fail means first attempt in learning. You want to be able to actually try something out, and you're going to go perfect it over time. You're going to reflect on what you did and how you're going to go perfecting these lessons. I think that this is an easy way to do it. I try to do stuff in stories in ways that you guys could probably relate to. And this is my journey of learning how to speak better on stages. This is the way I analyze all these amazing opportunities I get to collaborate with my friends and show up in the world. And how can I show up better that next time? How can I be more prepared for stuff like this? I really want you guys to think of these kind of things of doing this. And I'd love to hear if you guys, want to comment, or you guys want to ask any questions, on how, or tell me just your type of industry or business. And that way I can more tailorize and personalized experiences for that. I really like to help people showing up for these things, and just ways that we could actually make a difference.
So I would definitely I have a great question, because you have shared so much value and information on how they can tweak what they're already doing if they aren't getting the exact results that they need or want or they're looking for, to scale it. So if you guys were paying attention, all of those little personalized tips and tools and resources that he was sharing, and trust me, let me say this, Jose does not share anything that he has not tested and that does not work. Every time I talk to him, he's like, oh, I'm testing this new thing. Oh, I'm testing this too. Oh, and we got results. And he gets those results for all of his clients as well. But he tests it first. That's kind of like with the funnels, the asset test, the A/B test. Well, some people call it asset test, some people call it A/B test, but you test two different funnels to see which one gets you the most engagement and gets you the more sales. Mm-hmm. So what is it that they need to do, Jose, that will to connect with you? For one, let's just start there. They need to connect with you. So do they connect with you on Scale with Jose? And I know you mentioned a course earlier.
Yeah, so they could connect with me, Scale with Jose on IG, or I'm Jose name on LinkedIn, Jose J. Elizondo.
Okay.
Here, this is actually for the free AI training. So I always like to be prepared and like to make things simple, Okay. So if you scan that,
I wonder how many of them missed that sitting up in the upper right corner.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes it's like when you do triage, you always have to say, hey, do this, do that, forget not to do that. But this is so we could do a free masterclass on AI. I know I speak a lot and I go really fast on this, but this way I could kind of break it down to what's important, how we can make AI actually work for you, how you could have it sounding like you could have it, speaking your language in your business, because at the end of the day, we all have our unique perspective.
Absolutely.
And we want to amplify that. That's where I say that the entrepreneurial edge, it was like, wow, this is just perfect, because that's the foundation that you have to build. I get all these people that are like, I want to jump to this 10-story building. I want to go over here. And I'm like, okay, you have a foundation, because they want to throw ads. They want us to do all this elaborate stuff.
And skip all of the steps.
Yeah. But when they do that and they don't have a solid foundation, they're building on quicksand. They're like, well, I got all this things. I spent all this money, but my page wasn't working. So they never captured it. They never capitalized on it. And it was a simple thing to check their page.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of time. So I say first, get your foundation, get your core purpose, get your brand. That's why you get your brand DNA guide. We put it, because what actually makes a difference, as you got to experience with us, we're really honing down in what made you unique, how we could actually speak with what you do, how we could actually amplify you as the best version of yourself. Absolutely. That's what we strive to do with everything. We actually, I'll share a little win. I love sharing wins all the time because I get excited over them. And so I got to start working with my local chamber of commerce. And I'm super excited because I only enjoyed them, but they are now starting to implement some of my things. They're starting to use some of my tools and start helping them grow. And I'm going to be able to do some trainings for them locally and be able to actually help them in that way. And so that's a huge win for me. They got over 1,000 businesses underneath them that I may be able to make an impact on or make a difference. Mm-hmm. And so I'm super excited about that. I always love, celebrating the wins and that, but for me, it's that consistency. Show up every day, show up over and over again, make that difference, because at that point, it takes, a moment out of your time. There's nothing that you're doing that you can't maybe shift around a little bit, show up for your friends, show up in a way that you can actually make a difference for someone else. Maybe it was a little spark in the story. Maybe it was someone understanding that they have a cow. They have a point where they're just sitting there and they're like, I have been very complacent with this. I've found myself trapped in that mindset where I'm like, what am I not seeing? Why is this not working? Why am I so stuck right here? Right. I'm reaching out to my mentors and my amazing friends, and I'm saying, hey, this is where I'm at right now, and what am I not looking at? I always love this last thing, and I'll share this other part with it. Is I think Lewis was one who shared it. I don't want to butcher that part, but it was if your life was a movie and everybody was watching, what would they be screaming at you to do? When you're watching a movie, you're like, please go that way. Your success is over here. Awesome. Instead of that, what would that one thing be that go take this action, go do stuff? I always like to tell people, what are the 3 tips that you could do and walk away with and take that action? Go do that now.
There's a question. Bobby Finch is in the house, everybody. He just said, hello, everyone in the chat. And Charlene Harper has a question. I have a question about how to choose a funnel.
How to choose a funnel. Okay, so there's many, it's very broad. So I'll give a few examples because, if you tell me a little bit more about your type of industry and everything, we could definitely narrow it down. If you're in the book industry, there's an amazing book funnel for that, where you get people to get your book and actually go through the journey. You could upsell them audiobooks. You could upsell them different things. If you're in a course funnel, we have a great process that actually is just right at scalewithjose.com. It helps you systematize, but it takes you through a 3-step video. So I always say, if you could teach everybody, if your business process is step 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, take the first 3 and go really in depth and show them how you've mastered that. This is exactly how you do all these steps. And you show them that level of expertise that they want to go to the next step. They now know that, they implemented it, and it will actually help you differentiate those action takers versus the people that don't do so much. Okay. And then they will say, I want to know more. And now they're coming in and taking that action on the other stuff. And they all already got to feel who you are. They got to know how you teach. They got to see if they're the right audience.
So the first couple of steps are introductory in your funnel.
Yes. So you put a few, if you're not comfortable with video, it's audios, it's graphics, it's understanding your audience, then you know how you could best show up. But that's for that question. I mean, there's so many ways you could go with funnels and different types. If you say a little bit more, I'm happy to go in. Awesome. The next question that says, I offer car accident support. And what are the options for everything? Expectations. It's a simple word on that. When I get in an accident, we're all trying to reach out to insurance. We're trying to figure that out. But if they would just say, hey, this is our process. They lay it out. Here, I sent you even a PDF or something. Step 1, you're going to give us this information. Step 2, you're going to find the shops. Step 3, we're going to go through these things. Then it makes it feel like you're checking things off and you go, I am actually moving things forward. You call them up. I have all my documents. I have this going right here. I have this. I'm doing these kind of settings. So this really helps that process. Awesome. That's also ways helping people feel
in the medical seminar space. She added medical some more seminar.
Okay. So we got HIPAA laws. We got a few things that we have to play with when we're in the medical side. We want to make sure that we're compliant and you're actually speaking to the people in the right way that doesn't get you in trouble. That's a big thing now. In 25, 26, the FTC has come down a lot. So compliance is a big deal. But in medical seminar, I'm sure that if they're already speaking about it, they understand these laws. So they're already doing stuff. So what can you say and what can't you say along that customer journey? It kind of goes back into expectations. As people are going through that, what are the outputs they can explain? In the course creation side of things, we call this the one pager, where you actually outline what's actually in there, who it's for, who it's not for, what they could expect as going through that, and what type of outcomes for, and how it's going to make an impact in their life. I think that's a big thing when it comes to seminars or anything, because you're like, okay, should I give this 8 hours of my time? We're here doing all this because we know there's such an amazing value coming from you. Yes, it's worth the time 100% because you have your content out there. You were highlighting the amazing speakers you had all week. We've seen those posters. We've seen everything showing up and all the different ways. I think that's a great way that they could show up. When it comes to the funnels and that, as they go, give them a sample. Last year's recordings, show them what they're going to get. Show them, really set that expectation so they go, yes, it's worth it. I'm going to go spend my time. I'm going to go fly over there. I'm going to go do all this. A new live event coming up. What's that going to look like?
Right. And if she's having a medical, if she's focusing in the area of medical seminars, she can also take screenshots or of speakers that came as well to her,
And that helps a
to her
lot.
prior
So
medical seminars.
by association with the different speakers, the different authorities that come in, the different people that have made an impact, that goes really big as a part of that. And then, of
Awesome.
course, we always seen the funnels where you go down and you see these are the reviews. That's
Right.
kind of an old way of doing it, and I'm actually guilty of it, even on this page. But of putting, you want to see those experiences in between. That's more important than everything, even with compliance.
Absolutely.
Make sure that review makes an impact, but it makes sure that it is truthful and contextual to what you're actually selling. Not I have a review over here in auto, and I'm trying to sell restaurants. Unless it's relevant. So relevancy is a big key on that too.
Wow. Jose Elizondo in the house, everybody, and just dropped a whole masterclass on scaling your business in a variety of ways and areas. And thank you so much, Charlene Harper, for asking the phenomenal questions as well. And you, just like Bella, has come in and just dissected. I call it dissecting, just dissecting your business and business in general, and just putting it into bite-sized pieces that people can easily grab and take notes and go back and implement. And speaking of that, in fact, all of you use the same language, by the way. And that's the common thread of being connected and aligned with the topic, which is the entrepreneur edge, the entrepreneur's edge. And Charlene's giving you love there in the chat as well. So thank you so much. If you guys are still on, I see you guys on YouTube, please follow, and subscribe on YouTube, and follow Jose on IG, Scale with Jose. You guys, somebody was asking a little bit earlier, how do we reach everybody? They were even asking after Bella stepped out. And Bella is also Bella Unplugged on YouTube. And Bella did a phenomenal job to the point where the definition that she gave for entrepreneurs right here in the chat as well. Bella enhanced definition, her enhanced definition of entrepreneur, it's a noun, and it's a person who identifies opportunities and creates value by starting and operating a business venture, taking a calculated risk financially and operationally. So there you go. You just broke that down and described it and gave them a little bit of a taste and see of the experiences.
Well, it's always I do it to action steps because I think so. What are the 3 takeaways on this? When you're here at an event, you see a speaker and they inspire you, they get you excited. What are the 3 takeaways that you're going to do? I always would share that. Jim Quick, he's a memory champion. He would always have you put a line down on your notes, and he'd say what your note is. I'm going to take these actions, but how you're going to implement it on your business.
Wow.
And that way it becomes a checklist and what to do. So that's a simple way of doing that. There's some more better ways. How it makes you feel. You could even add that. It really inspired me because I want to do this. That way you could get back into that same mood. Those are awesome ways that you can show up.
Amazing. Jose, thank you. While you're on vacation and still being true to yourself, showing up like you just told them, just show up.
Show up.
You did. And you did.
Everything's forgettable. Just show up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jose. Absolutely. Appreciate everything that you continue to do he's been here from the very beginning, guys, before I even came up with the title of the Royal Influencers Organization. And here he is, still here, still pouring and still sharing value. So thank you. And don't hesitate. Reach out to Jose. Is there a special word that you want?
Happy to help. And everybody that comes, happy to support, happy to do stuff. And obviously if they're coming from you, they're going to be taken care of. Definitely.
Awesome. And he said it and he means it and he does it. He is literally happy to help. And you feel that he's happy to help, and just go and do your research. Just go and reach out and just go get on a call with him. Book a call. Free.
Definitely.
So there you go. Okay. Thank you, Jose. Again, appreciate you. Okay. Talk to you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Awesome. All right. So I'm going to take you down. And then we are going to take your website down as well. So, wow, guys, we are down to the last few speakers. So if you have gotten value, put some fire in the chat or your favorite emoji, wherever you are. Just if you're over on LinkedIn, if you're over on YouTube, if you are over on Facebook Live, put some fire in the chat. That was absolutely great stuff. Absolutely. Bobby said, great stuff, Jose. Absolutely. And Claudia, oh my goodness, Claudia is here supporting Jose as well. Sorry, guys. It's a little hot here in Atlanta. The temperature today was expected to reach 105 to 109. I don't know where what the temperature is wherever you are, but oh my goodness, it is flaming hot here right now. So with that said, thank you so much, Claudia, for showing up and hanging out with us as well. I mentioned Claudia. I've been mentioning her probably all day, that she'll be here tomorrow. And I was just breaking down, Claudia, how we created this phenomenal brand that I have walked into through working with you as well. And here we are 3 years later. And all of these phenomenal speakers. And wow, go through the process, guys, of elevating your brand with Brand Beat 360, Claudia, who's going to be speaking tomorrow morning. So with that said, thank you. Bobby Vincent is in the house. He is the very next speaker. Yes, that's taking one of our other speakers' place. I just have to verify that. Hello, Bobby. Thank you for popping in and hanging out. And thank you for your support as the co-host of the Entrepreneur's Edge as well for a day and a half anyway. So he'll be here all day tomorrow, and he just popped in. And I told him perfect timing. We also have, I want to give people their flowers when they're supportive. They're very supportive of what we do here. And Bella Linda Wrigley, who was here working for the mayor's office and also event planner, is absolutely phenomenal. Very loving, kind, generous, and giving. She was backstage half the day today until she spoke. And now you see her in the chat. So she's everywhere in the chat, and she's always everywhere. Everywhere we go, whether it be on a social audio app, she is always very supportive, very sociable, and always in the chat. So she's a chat warrior. We nickname them. And guess what? Bobby is no different. Very, very supportive. Always asks how can he help. He actually helped one of my clients that I coach, have been coaching for 3 years also. And it has a vision impairment. Dylan Taylor is his name, who is a ambassador, and so is Bobby Vincent, as well as Bella, as well as Kemet Group, who is Joel Hill, who I have partnered with in the AI space. So you'll hear from him on tomorrow, but he's in the backstage helping all of these great tickers that you see flowing. He's back there creating those as well. So this is what it means to create your network. And your network is your net worth. Because relationships are valuable. They are like money. They are currency. And without us all being connected and one person maybe helping another with something that they need at that minute, doesn't necessarily have to be planned or organized, because the speaker, the client that I was talking about, because he has a vision impairment, he was struggling getting on and logging in. And Bobby said, wait, Dylan, I'll help. And he reached out to Dylan and helped him get on. And that was his very first time speaking. We had been working on it. But I did tell him, well, once I'm on stage, I won't be able to stop and get off screen and then support. But Bobby jumped right in and helped. And what he did by default was he created a positive and phenomenal experience because he had his family inside of the chat watching. So he was able, I was getting ready to say, well, maybe we should wait until the next time. But Bobby said, no, I think he has it. So that is the epitome. That's the epitome of an entrepreneur and being supportive and being a part of a network. And I mentioned this earlier, there's power in proximity. Putting yourself in the right room around the right people who are all aligned with similar visions and with a growth mindset. And you heard a lot about that from Araya this morning, from Megan this morning, Megan opens with me now. And I met her on Clubhouse as well. She saw me and heard me moderating and speaking. But you heard Jose say, show up. And because I showed up on Clubhouse and because people had the opportunity to hear me share value, by default, there was something that I was sharing that resonated with me, that I was building credibility with them. The more they heard me speak and the more they showed up and the more I showed up. And by default, you get something like this experience that Bobby is going to be sharing with you today, that he surprised me with. He blindsided me with this in one of the actual events. And after he finished speaking, he said, Ramona, I have something to share. And I was just sitting there floored for a second, but grateful that I have proof, social proof, that all of my deeds, my good deeds of showing up and moderating literally for hours, sometimes 5-hour rooms, 8-hour rooms, sometimes overnight rooms, just because we were in the pandemic, nobody had anywhere else to go anyway. And that was the way that people connected. That's what most people were craving for in the pandemic, right? And through that, Bobby comes into the room, and I'm going to now let you guys know that he's the CEO of Free Minds Thrive. Go to freemindsthrive.com. And he is a coach as well, as well as an educator. And excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit. So, Bobby, I want you to tell everyone who you are first, because you can do it better than I can. And I want you to tell them what your experience was and how you have learned what it is that what it was that you learned, implemented it, and now tell them where you are with it all today.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm so happy to be here, of course, as always. And what a surprise today, too, that I get to speak. I figured I'd be in the background helping you out, supporting. And here I am on the stage with you. So I love it. Any chance to speak. Give me 1 hour. I'll speak for 2. I always joke with people. I'm like, are you sure you want to give me the mic? But of course, here we're going to be responsible and we're going to stay on time. Well, you mentioned something before I tell you a little bit about myself. Of course, my name is Bobby Vincent, right on the screen there. But I want to tell you a little bit something about that story regarding Dylan. So when Dylan was having a hard time connecting to share his story, which I already knew was a powerful story because I've spent time like you have in certain other social audio spaces, and I've heard his story, and I understood how important it was that people needed to hear it.
Right.
But here's one key to entrepreneurship. We're talking about the entrepreneur's edge. Let's give a tip right up front.
Okay.
Don't just think about things in the most obvious way, in the most typical, average, expected way. Think about things outside the box on purpose. When Dylan was having that problem, we all knew that he couldn't connect to StreamYard, the system here. But I knew that even though he couldn't connect, I was connected. So I knew my connection was good enough. So the way he connected here is that I said, wait a second, if I call Dylan and I turn on my microphone here and I put Dylan on speaker and I hold it up the entire time to my microphone, everyone can hear Dylan through my audio. And so I called Dylan. Luckily, I had his phone number. He picked up. He's like, oh, Bobby, I'm having a hard time connecting. And I said, that's okay, man. I'm going to have you speak, and you're going to talk right through my mic. I'm like, you just talk. You're not going to get feedback from Ramona because you can't hear her. Just talk. Do what you were going to do. Do your thing. And that's exactly what he did. And I just sat here holding the mic up the entire time, right in this room, actually. So think outside the box. That is one of the most powerful things you can do as an entrepreneur. And don't be afraid that your ideas might seem a little crazy, because the world needs that. They don't need another of what's already been done. They need a little bit of crazy. Crazy can be good.
Absolutely.
So anyway, I wanted to share that.
Oh my God, what a powerful piece of the story as well that I did not share, but thank you for sharing that. But I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do.
Okay.
And come back up at the end. Okay.
Sounds great.
All right.
All right. So so my name is Bobby Vincent. I am a several years entrepreneur here because prior to about 2022, I had a 17-year career working for a major consumer electronics company. So big that most of you probably have multiple things in your house from this company. And I loved that job. Loved that job. It was great. I worked for someone else. I knew what the job expectations were. I did the thing I was supposed to do. I did it better than most. So I rised up the ranks and was considered a leader and an elite member of the team. But man, years and years and years of doing that. And I just started to feel like, man, maybe I need to be doing something else. And some things started to bubble up for me. And I'm a very intentional person. I don't just kind of wake up in the morning and say, let's just see where the wind blows today. I kind of take the reins of the steering wheel. I set the sails and I say, that's where I'm going. So I try to live with intention. And it's one of the first things I talk to clients about and students that I have. I teach teenagers as well to try to get them set and primed for life. And one of those things is just to live with intention, like know what you're doing and why you're doing it. When you get up, have a plan. There's something you're supposed to be doing that day. If you don't have a plan, you're probably not going to get what you want. You have to have a plan. Nobody's going to walk up to you with a beautiful golden platinum platter and all your hopes and dreams are sitting on it. And they go, here you go, as you ordered. No, you have to go get it. And so when I started to recognize that there were some things that maybe, that chapter of my life working for someone had come to its end and that I needed something new. Luckily, the stars aligned in such a way that, me and the employer both agreed to go our separate ways. And when we went our separate ways during the pandemic, I had already been spending a lot of time by that point, as Ramona was talking about. I had already been spending a lot of time listening to people who are doing it already, right? One of the best ways to learn how to do something is go get under the wings of people who are doing it already and see how they fly. You may not fly the same. You might not do the same, acrobatic tricks in the sky. You might have your own way of doing it, but you got to learn how to fly. And I did not know how to be an entrepreneur. I did not know how to be a business owner. I knew what a business owner was. I remember from college and high school, entrepreneurship in general, but being an entrepreneur, especially at the beginning, when you are what some call a solopreneur, working by yourself, for yourself, and doing all the things, wearing all the hats, it's tough. It's tough, especially when you had a job that had a job description with expectations. And I imagine that's the case for many of you out there. Either you were in that similar type of position. Some people have been serial entrepreneurs their whole life. They never worked for anyone. But for a lot of people, they worked for someone and did not find it at some point satisfying, did not find it fulfilling. And at that point, you have a decision to make, probably a tough decision because you're getting paid, a steady paycheck, chances are. And that was my situation. Steady paycheck, benefits, all the things, time off where I'm still paid for taking off. Now I'm an entrepreneur and everything changed. Luckily, by that point, I had already been spending time listening to people like Ramona Rogers here at the Royal Influencers Organization. And I was listening to a lot of other people that she was spending her time around. And so because of that, I had already been considering some of the ways in which business can be done, some of the tips and tricks that would take a lifetime of entrepreneurship to learn. And I had learned them in a couple of short segments of time, hanging out with people who were sharing all their wisdom. And, Ramona will know some of the names. I won't go listing all of them, but the John Lees of the world, the Grant Cardones of the world, just listening to these people who had all their own different styles, sometimes conflicting viewpoints on how to do what an entrepreneur is supposed to do. But just hearing them with an open mind and saying, hey, they've done it. They might have all done it their own way, but I've never done it. So I got to learn from these people. And I learned more from those sessions, those time periods, hanging out with those folks, than I did probably from any book and anything I ever learned in college. I didn't go to college for business per se, but I took business classes. I'm familiar with business, being in sales and marketing and communications and connecting with consumers for well over a decade and a half. I know what business is, but it's a very different thing being an entrepreneur. And so if you're out there and you're thinking, I haven't even started that journey, but I really want to start, I want to try. And if you're out there thinking, well, I just started and this is overwhelming, I might have to go back to my job. I'll share a couple of little things that I learned along the way from people like Ramona and many others. And, again, keep in mind that some of what I'm going to share is my experience and also what I've learned from others. It may not be yours. Everyone's experience isn't going to be the same. That's why anybody who stands on a stage and tells you this is how it's done, you should listen, but you should also know that may not be how it's going to be done for you. That's a very, very important thing. We can get trapped in believing that because someone in a position of authority or experience says something, that's the way. But then you try to apply it and maybe it's not your way. Maybe it's not your style, right? And this is where confidence comes in. Confidence is kind of the heart and soul of everything I do in my coaching program, all of my online classes for teenagers and an online coaching club that we have to help guide teenagers every week. It's all centered around confidence. And I like to think about confidence beyond just the typical conventional ways that you would think about being a confident person. And I think it's so important because if you are an entrepreneur and you're not confident in what you're doing, you're not confident in your approach, you don't feel aligned, what you're doing and who you are, they just aren't connecting all the gear teeth. And so the machine is kind of grinding and rusting and not functioning correctly. That's because who you are and the advice you took and you're trying to apply, they don't really go together. And I had to do that. I had to listen to people and say, I'll try it, but that doesn't sound like it's going to be right for me. And in some cases, that's exactly what happened. What people told me was right for them wasn't right for me. And I had to use discernment. I had to use my own individual independent mind to say, now wait a second, that did work for them, but maybe I'm in a different industry. Maybe I'm in the same industry, but that person's style is significantly different than mine. Is that going to work for me? Of course, I tried everything because I'd be a fool not to listen to someone like Ramona. And she says, hey, this is something I've learned. This is something you should know. And I don't at least try it. I'm very open-minded. I'm very curious. And I said, hey, she knows more than me. The John Lees of the world, they know more than me. The Grant Cardones of the world, they know more than me. You notice I keep dropping the same names. I spent a lot of time in certain spaces listening to some very particular names. And again, some things I tried and they were not my thing. You don't have to do those things. In fact, doing something that's not aligned with your business or your business model or your industry or whatever it is, your style, that's going to cause you serious, serious problems. I had to, again, use discernment and say, hey, this thing's not for my business. Let me leave that out. I tried it. Great that it worked for them. Not my thing. Let me try something else. There might be times where you want to try something that's never been tried, or at least it's been tried, but you've never heard about it, right? Some people say everything that's ever been possible or ever been capable of being thought up by a human, it's been done. It's been thought of. There's nothing new under the sun. I don't know if I genuinely believe that, but generally, I think that's probably true. The thing is, you may not have heard of it. So you come up with this grand idea in your mind. Everyone around you is like, no, it's not going to work. That thing that you're trying to do is not going to work. Now, there's a confidence, destroyer right there. Is all the people around you who you're relying on sometimes at the beginning to keep you up, prop up your ego, prop up and boost your confidence when you're trying something you've never done before. Here they are saying, that's not going to work. All right, on the one hand, you should probably listen. Maybe they know a thing or two. Maybe ask them why. It's okay to ask why. Oh, why do you say that? And maybe their reason why isn't going to work for you. Maybe you're like, oh, well, it didn't work for them. And their explanation explains why it didn't work for them, but I'm still going to try it. I had quite a few ideas of my business that I had people say, don't do it. It's not going to work. I did it anyway, because if I didn't at least try it, I wouldn't feel like I tried something that was mine. I'm not just a copycat of every other entrepreneur that's ever been out there. Neither are you. You are your own entrepreneur. You might be the person who launches a business that's been done 1,000 times over, but you're launching it in a way and you're delivering it to your consumers, your customers, your clients, your community in such a way that it hasn't been done exactly that way, right? Because even if almost everything's been done before, it hasn't been done the way you're going to do it. So this is another tip, to remember that there is a uniqueness about you that no one else can ever imitate in its entirety. Oh, they could steal your business idea. They can steal your content and your copyright, run it through AI and get some cheap imitation spit out that they say, yeah, there you go. I just, stole from him and now I've got my gold. Great. And you might not see it as stealing, but sometimes I wonder. But as you hear people denying your ideas and the legitimacy of them, as you hear people kind of taking cracks at the credibility of your idea, try it anyway. Because what are you going to think in 5, 10, 30 years when someone else does that crazy thing you thought about doing and that you didn't do? And you find out that they are massively successful and you're like, oh my God, that was my idea. People have this happen to them all the time. The idea that you shelved permanently or temporarily and you put to the side, but you felt in your heart of hearts at that moment, I got to do this thing. I got to do it. But you didn't. And now you got to live with that forever as someone else took it and ran with it, right? So the idea here then is to remember that you are unique even if the things you're doing are similar to others. You are unique because there's never been, and when I say this, I mean it quite literally, and I truly believe this, and I want you, before you reject this concept, to just sit back and think about exactly what I'm saying. There's never been anybody exactly in your shoes, ever. And there never will be again, ever. There could be infinite timelines out there in this beautiful, amazing reality that we're living in. Infinite timelines where everything happens. You are the only one that will be in these exact circumstances, in this exact time, as you, with your mind, your experiences, your memories, your emotions, your thoughts, your creativity. It will never be you again. So you just might be the person to do the crazy thing. and it works. I told people that I wanted to start a company that incorporated critical thinking into the teachings. Critical thinking. I said, I want to teach people to think for themselves and question the narratives that are out there and come to their own conclusions and do so confidently. I believe that it impacts your relationships, your ability to be a leader. It impacts your business. It impacts your health, your ability to think for yourself and not just be a cheap imitation of others, not just try to copy others and then not feel like you're you or that you made your own decisions. That's very important to me. And I remember saying to former colleagues in my previous career life, I said, you know, if I ever start a business, I'm going to find a way to teach people to think for themselves. I'm going to find a way to monetize critical thinking. And I remember every single person saying, no one's going to pay you to teach them to think for themselves. People don't even know they want that. And I said, I don't care what they think they want. I know it will help them. I see a lot of the problems people get into in their personal lives, in their business lives, in their financial lives. And part of it is that they're not really in control of their own life because they're not really thinking for themselves. Some of that has to do with critical thinking, like learning about logical fallacies and knowing how to identify when something someone's saying to you just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it's illogical. And you don't know exactly what those things are if you don't know logical fallacies. But if you did understand them, it'd make a lot more sense why your boss doesn't make a lot of sense half the time, or why your partner's saying things that just aren't quite right, or why somebody says something to you and you're like, I don't know what it is, but something about this idea they're presenting to me just seems a little off. I wanted to teach people about cognitive biases, but not just in a college 101 course, but in a way that applies to real life, because you have biases embedded in your mind that are affecting how you're doing your business, how you're interacting with other human beings, what you will or won't get involved in. And those cognitive biases, those things that are embedded in your sub and unconscious mind, making decisions for you on autopilot, most people aren't even aware that they're there. They don't even know they're happening. I'll give you an example. Confirmation bias. If you're familiar with biases, you're familiar with confirmation bias. If you're not, I want to teach you about it for a second because it's important. And I want you to understand why I knew I could monetize critical thinking. Confirmation bias is when you only want to hear things that confirm what you currently believe. Your ego, your sense of safety and security in your current thoughts. You don't want to hear things that challenge what you currently believe is true. But what you currently believe is true may not be true. And so you're working with an erroneous truth in your mind and making all sorts of decisions based on that thing, because you won't ever listen to somebody who says, hey, wait a second, I want to challenge you on that. And so what happens is if you hear something that supports what you currently believe, you're like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. See, I knew I was right. But if somebody comes up to you, a genuine, authentic person, and says, hey, I've got some information here I want to share with you, some experience. I think you might be wrong on something, or I think there's another way to view it. Maybe you're not wrong. There's another layer to this. But your mind, because of confirmation bias, rejects it automatically without even considering it. You're like, I don't want to hear it. La, 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 la. You cover your eyes, you cover your ears. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It could be any number of things. It could be the way you're voting. It could be the way you're running your business. It could be something you believe about health that is impacting your health. And if you only would listen to some other ideas, you might have a fuller picture. So confirmation bias, that's a big one. Now, don't you feel like knowing that your mind works that way would help you quite a bit? Because you'd be like, wait a second, I'm not being open to new information and new ideas. That's happening. Oh my God, that is happening in my brain. I got to do something about it. That's exactly what we do at Free Minds Thrive. So if you go to freemindsthrive.com, you can see everything we're doing for adults, like many of you probably are, for your teenage kids who are about to become adults and need this foundational thinking and principles.
Exactly who I thought about.
Go ahead and click there. Check out what we're doing, what we're offering. And I think you'll find that even in your entrepreneurial journey, being aware of illogical statements and ideas out there, being aware of your own biases, I think these are just some of the things, in addition to so many other, that can help you thrive in your business. So thank you, Ramona. I appreciate it.
Yes. Wow, wow, wow. Bobby, you didn't even have that much time, but you had a full segment, but you didn't have that much time because we chatted a little bit. But wow, in that short time, you condensed all of your value and over-delivered again, as you always do. So I want to definitely tell you that once you share that piece of your story with me. And you did say, I suspect a lot of other people did the same thing. And I'm sure they did. And I did meet a couple of other people as well. However, every time that I see you post and you say that we are going camping on a vacation with my family or spending time with my daughter, I am grateful that you came into that room and that I was showing up for myself as well in the pandemic when everybody was scrambling to see what was next and what we were going to do and that whole thing. And when I see, that's exactly what entrepreneurship is all about, time freedom. That's what you're creating and ultimately wanting in the end, right? Is time, free time. Whereas when you're working a 9 to 5, you were in a job that you didn't like. When you're working a 9 to 5, and they're telling you when to come, when to go, when to take lunch, and you have to get your time off approved. And sometimes you can't get it off because other people have taken it already.
Yeah.
So you miss some critical personal family things like watching your daughter grow up and go through different phases and things like that. So I am grateful. It's just confirmation that me creating Royal Influencers Organization, for one, it didn't even exist. I didn't have it created at the time. And now here you are, complete 360. Here you are after starting your business. And tell everybody just a quick, give everybody the second leg or part of your business that you just created that's blowing up.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited about this. And by the way, I love the point you made because it ties right into this question you just asked me. So one of the things about being an entrepreneur is you're in control. You want to turn left, you turn left. You want to turn right, you turn right. You want to add wings to the car and go flying straight up into the air, you do it. You don't have to ask anyone's permission. Whereas when you're tied up to a corporate, philosophy or all these rules in a culture at a business, you're stuck there. So one of the beauties is that I started making, my daughter, had eczema pretty bad for a couple of years after she was born. My wife always seems to have dry lips and she's putting all this commercial chemical junk on her lips. And, I have these dry, ashy man knees that just don't seem to ever moisturize. So we decided to start playing with tallow, which is beef fat rendered down. We started playing around with tallow, being that it's so similar to human skin in terms of its chemical composition. So it absorbs very well into the skin. Instead of sitting like a layer on top, it absorbs in. So I said to my wife one day, hey, let's start playing with this. Maybe we can make something better than the stuff we're constant chemical commercial junk.
Right.
And she said, all right, let's do it. So we just played with it. No intention of doing anything with business or anything. We just made it. It worked so well that my family started hearing about it and they were trying it and they were like, oh my God, this stuff's incredible. And I said, all right, I'll make some extra for you guys. Right. That's it. I'm not going to. Now I start packaging it up for family and then I have friends asking and I'm like, okay, I guess I got to package it more. Now the package started becoming more official, more polished, and I said, this deserves to be on a shelf somewhere. I mean, this has to be in front of people. I can't just keep it to my family now. Right. And my wife begged me, please don't add another component to your business. Just keep working on the stuff you're working on. And I said, baby girl, you know who you married. You know who I am. I can't stop. Right. And this is something that is begging to be put out there. And so I did exactly that. I carved out some time without giving up my other responsibilities in the business, without giving up time with the family. In fact, I made some of it family activity, teaching my 7-year-old entrepreneurship by teaching her how we market and how we package stuff. Awesome. And that's it. So if you go to tallowhoneygold.com or you can go to freemindsthrive.com, there's a link in there. You can see my family's all natural, homemade tallow skin care products. Wow. They're amazing. I'm not over exaggerating. If they're not, you send it back to me. I'll give you your money back. Oh my goodness. Awesome stuff. And so now I have another part of my business. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. When you shared it with me last night, I said, oh, he has to share this with everybody else. Ramona, I appreciate go to freemindsthrive.com. And thank you so much. Bobby Vincench in the house, everybody. Absolutely phenomenal segment as usual. So I'm going to take you down and I'm going to bring our other speaker up who has been here for a good 10, 15 minutes. And she is Valerie Stone. Was brought to me through another young lady that she was connected to. And they spoke, I believe it might have been last year sometime. And since then, every other couple of months, she comes back. And I reached out to her and said, hey, here's another opportunity for you to come and speak. And Valerie Stone is here in the house. Trellis Thomas is in the house as well, saying awesome. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are definitely going to be in for a treat on tomorrow, hearing from this
phenomenal international global speaker as well. However, Valerie Stone has a heart of gold, and her story, oh my God. She has such a powerful story. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just set you guys up. She is traveling right now. So you already have seen Bella, a good friend of mine here from Clubhouse, of course, spoke a little bit earlier. And Bella, they had a mass shooting here in Atlanta, Georgia, and Bella works for the mayor's office, and she has taken time. I was asking, I said, Bella, would you like to speak? And she said, absolutely. I said, well, tell me what time you have to work. She said, just give me the time and I'll be there. And here, I saw that last night, that they had a mass shooting going on, 11 people shot or something like that. And then there was a news conference with the mayor, and I'm thinking, oh, Bella probably won't make it. Bella was here with bells on from this morning, and is still here in the chat, and she's going to be part of the team helping us bring this live, Royal Influencers Live. So thank you so much to every single speaker. Araya McGarry, who is Get Celebritized. She has a show now, Get Celebritized, and she's also an Emmy Award winner, great friend of mine. She has not missed a Royal Influencer organization in years. She's an ambassador for Royal Influencers organization, and I'm an ambassador for her business as well. Megan DiMartino has exited 3 7-figure businesses. She always opens with me. 75 years old. Did you see her skin? She's also in the skincare world and business as well. And you guys heard from Bobby. You guys heard from Jose Elizondo, and Claudia is in the chat. You're going to hear from her tomorrow. She was the brand whisperer. I nicknamed her. She does phenomenal branding. And these are people who were with me before Royal Influencers organization even was created. So I am grateful for every single one of them. I can call them at home, call them anytime, and they show up and they're there. And I told you about Jose being on the phone with me to 3 o'clock in the morning, doing emails and all sorts of things with my very first event. However, I am absolutely grateful. And that's one of the things that you want to start out every single day with. Be grateful. Be grateful for it all, as a matter of fact. Be grateful for the good, grateful for the challenges, because those are the times that you grow the most, right? When you're challenged the most. So don't despise humble beginnings, and do not despise challenges as well. And always find something to be grateful for. And I'm grateful for Valerie Stone, and I'm going to bring her back up. Up right now. She is actually traveling. So she is on the road, coming from Ohio or going to Ohio, but I'll let her tell you that. Hello, Valerie Stone. How are you, love?
Hello. I am traveling from Ohio, my home state where I was born, back to New Jersey, where I live currently. Yes.
Awesome. Well, you look beautiful traveling. I don't quite look that well, but when I'm on the road and traveling, you look absolutely gorgeous. So tell me about the Wellness on Wheels. So this is a mother. This is an entrepreneur. This is a business owner. She is doing phenomenal things. She's creative. I can tell you that she's creative for sure. And Wellness on Wheels, family reunion, lunch recap. So tell us exactly who you are, what you're doing, and what the Wellness on Wheels is all about. And we will get you back on the road shortly, but go right ahead.
Very good. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be able to stop on the road and speak with you all. Wellness on Wheels, actually, I am operating in Wellness on Wheels as we speak. The first launch.
Time. Yes, that's beautiful.
In real time. Wellness on Wheels started, the idea was created many years ago, and this weekend, Saturday, was the first launch of Wellness on Wheels. We will go to on our wheels, we go to family reunions and all types of groups. But the main focus is family reunions, because everything is all about family. I believe we have to get back to basics with everything that's going on in the world right now, and specifically in our country. We need to be able to get back to basics. And so Wellness on Wheels is an initiative that we go to family reunions and talk about reconnecting what God is doing in terms of restoration. teaching and educating on
Okay.
mindful breathing, meaningful movement, and different things to
Awesome.
do individually and when you come together in groups, specifically
Awesome.
with your families.
Okay. And are you charging for this, or is it free for people at the reunions and everywhere you go on wheels to assist?
Yes.
with wellness? It's free. Wow.
Yes, it is. I have continued to monetize it.
Awesome.
And
Absolutely.
I have different corporations that are that basically pay for their employees and their staff and administrators, when they have their professional development meetings, and then that's when we take it further to the families, so they can offer this as a package, as an incentive, for the wellness. We implement wellness programs at various employers, corporations, small businesses, any group. So yeah, that's how we do it.
How did this come about?
This came about because I was adopted. I found my birth family on both sides, my maternal and my paternal family.
Really?
Yes. And that's actually who I was with this weekend. I drove from New Jersey on Friday and arrived for my sister on my mother's side.
Okay.
When we connected about 14 years ago, when I first found my mother's side of the family. And this week on the 31st, my sister will be 60 years old. And they are from Cincinnati.
Okay.
I was born not right outside of Cincinnati, and we've connected. We go to the Jazz Fest every year, the famous Cincinnati Jazz Festival.
Okay.
And so, we came I drove up to Cincinnati to attend the Jazz Fest with my sister and my nieces.
Right.
And then our brother, we all got together and had a picnic and a family reunion at Eden Park.
That's the family reunion part of what you shared.
Yes,
so that's what I was going to ask next.
Exactly. And that's when we started with playing the games and asking questions to reconnect. And then everyone just came up to me and started talking about what their ailments were, or different things that they wanted to work out or address, because they know that I am the wellness queen. All we talk about. So I was able to share the things that I do, and like my morning routine, and the things that I do to address the trauma that we all have experienced, specifically being separated from family. So when families reconnect, sometimes whether you're blood or not, or know each other or not, people live all over the world now. And so when you reconnect, there's different things that I'll teach and educate and inform about concerning what I said, family and trauma is the main focus. Yes.
Awesome. So were you always involved in wellness? From how far back did you start really getting into wellness, to the point where all of your family and people around you who know that you're the wellness go-to? So how far back did it come out of a need? Or
absolutely.
So break that down. There's some people out there. There's people on YouTube, I see. There's also people on LinkedIn. There's people on Facebook that could actually use exactly what you offer. And maybe even they're connected to a corporation, or they're getting ready to have a family reunion. Here we are sitting right smack in the middle of the summer. Hopefully it's not 105 and 109 degrees where you are, but there's people listening all over. So
it's almost that, yes.
Okay.
For me, I was just thinking about this recently, where it all began, as you asked, because I have been a massage therapist and healer for over 30 years.
Wow.
And even before that, I was hospice and home health aide.
Oh, my goodness.
And I've always been drawn to that. And before that, I had my master's cosmetologist license. And
cosmetologist here too?
Yes, yes. I remember that from the first time we met, Ramona. I was just so excited because we do have so many similarities.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you know, just overall, I've always been one to help and serve and be a caretaker. I've been a caretaker from very, very young. I can remember.
Wow.
So it all kind of just came about because that was what my authentic self was, and that's just what came out. And then I was able to nurture that and then turn it into. I've also always been an entrepreneur. I have worked 9-to-5 jobs, of course,
right?
But oh boy, that just did not resonate with me. Being on my own and being an entrepreneur, and just as Bobby was saying before me about you can make it how you want it to be, and you're in control. And just all my creativeness and everything comes out. It's just wonderful. Yeah, so that's where it kind of all began. And when I was doing home health aid and hospice care, the family of the person, of my patient that was in hospice care, would always come to me as well for different things, asking questions and things like that.
Okay.
And so that's where the counseling part came in. And then it always led to, when I was actually helping my person that I'm taking care of, they always wanted massage after I, helped them with their personal care and did the grocery shopping and cleaned up the house. They were like, can you please, your touch, you just make me feel so much better. Just talking to you and just laying your hands. It's just a wonderful blessing and a gift from God that I am so excited to be able to spread the love to the world. And the main thing, Ramona, is that I get to heal and having fun. I didn't really have that much of a fun childhood. So now I get to play the games. I get to just travel. And I'm a road dog. I love riding. I love riding to wherever somebody says, come visit. I'm like, I have car, I'll get in my car. Come on, kids, let's go. Right. So this is perfect for me. So I'm just helping everybody, but helping myself the most.
There you go. You know what, Valerie? You are a gift. You are a gift to the world. You are a gift to your family. You are a gift to everybody you come in contact with. That's what you essentially just described. How everybody knows where they can go. You are the go-to for healing and making people feel better. And I think that there's a direct correlation. There's a law of polarity. Law of polarity is direct opposites. And you in your journey of when you first, and you just hinted at that or spoke about that just a second ago, when you said you didn't have a great childhood. You said it, not me. You didn't have a great childhood. And now you are determined. You said, I get to. So this is not even like work. This is a call. This is more like a calling.
Yes.
Yeah, that's when you find your purpose. And I'm highlighting all of these things for people out there going, well, I don't know what my purpose is. I just do whatever I want, or I do what everybody tells me to do. But you will know when you find your purpose, because it will not feel like work. You will do it for free. You will do it easy. You love being on the road anyway. So you just combined your purpose with all of the other things, actually. The games.
That's right.
Talking to people and making people feel better. That's actually how you heal yourself. You're healing yourself through healing others. And
absolutely.
That's exactly what finding your purpose is. It's finding that thing that doesn't feel like work. You really, really thoroughly enjoy. Your face is lighting up. And I want you to explain to people. Some people are like, well, why didn't she get off stage? Why is she still there? But I'm here by request. She wanted me to be on stage with her. But let me just say this. You
can tell them why too.
I won't tell them why. I train people to speak, so trust me. But you are perfectly capable of shifting the atmosphere in every room and every stage that you walk on. I'm going to repeat that.
Okay.
You are perfectly capable, because you took a huge sigh. You took a huge sigh when I said it.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to keep saying it to yourself until you literally believe it, and until you don't even think about it anymore. And look at the message here. Look at the message on the say. Well, I don't know if you can see it. You should be able to. But Bobby Vincent, who just spoke right before you, just said, Ramona is right. You are a gift.
Oh, thank you.
Validating and verifying that what you just shared, it wasn't a long, drawn out, orchestrated speech. You spoke directly from your heart. You told everybody exactly what you're doing.
Yes.
You were smiling. You're in heaven. And
I'm so
even
happy.
I'll go on one of these trips with her and see if I can come back feeling the same way that you feel right now.
Yes,
Your aura and your energy is emanating off of the screen. So you can tell that wherever you just came from, you left any stress, any challenges, any problems that you were dealing with or are coming or have gone, you left it there. And that is
I did.
That's the essence, right? That's the whole point of the point, right? That is
Absolutely.
That's what wellness is.
Yes.
And now you went with your creative being and created it and put it on wheels. So they don't even have to come to you. You go to them, whether it's a corporation, family event, or otherwise. Brilliant.
Yes.
Now you need to, you are monetizing, but now you just need to get some grants. And you need that sign on the side of the vehicle, the truck or the van or whatever.
Yes.
And you need to just travel across the country and do what you do, or maybe have 5 or 6 vans, but put that vision on paper.
It is. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
Put it on paper, make it plain.
And the other thing is that I'm really, really excited about, as I mentioned, I was a caretaker, hospice care, and home health aide.
You have to have a heart for that. Trust me.
For many years, right? And we always, like, we're taking care of everyone, but not taking care of ourselves. So Wellness on Wheels is like right now, I haven't gotten the camper van now yet, but it's in the making, it's in the process. I have to get everything retrofitted and everything.
Wow.
Because it's going to be fantastic. But
there
I'm going to
actually help you do that.
The Wellness on Wheels is going to be a coach camper van where I have all my equipment, my everything, so I can actually roll up to the caretaker's house or wherever their patient's house or wherever they are, and they don't have to leave. I will be their respite, but outside, but then they can come into the Wellness on Wheels van and come into a whole new world of excellence, of nurturing, get everything they need, and boop, go right on back in the house and go back to what they're doing, refreshed, renewed, and everything good.
You are giving people life.
Yes.
Not just here today in the Royal Influencers Organization, Entrepreneurs Edge. That is the essence of what we're doing here. Is helping people find that thing, whatever it is. And if they haven't found yet, helping them find it. And if they can't move it, helping them move it, grow it, build it, feel it, whatever it is. And I want to thank you for sharing your gift with us today, because it was definitely a joy to have you, a joy. And I don't want you sitting on the side or park in the heat either too long, but I want to thank you for not saying no because you were traveling and not saying no because you were not at your destination yet and it's time for you to speak. You showed up anyway. And that's been kind of a woven thread through every speaker that we've heard from here from today.
That's the main thing. Show up. You got to show up. When you show up, God shows out.
Do it scared. Do it overwhelmed.
Yes.
Do it self-doubted with your self-doubts.
That's right. Jump out there. Fear in one hand, passion in the other, and just
there you go. Now that's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt slogan. Fear in one hand, passion in the other. You need to get that on the back of one of your t-shirts. However, I want to tell you something else that we have in common. One of my clients that I was coaching for speaking, becoming an author and things of that nature as well. I hope you can still hear me, but your camera just went out. Don't know if you know that.
Yeah, it's just I got you.
Okay, gotcha. Don't worry. I'm gonna keep sharing it though.
My phone, it said my phone overheated. Go ahead.
Oh, it's that hot? Oh my goodness.
I should be able to come back.
Wow. Well, you can hear me, right?
Camera access allowed. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you just fine. I'm gonna wrap it up really quickly and let you get back on the road. You're back?
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
What were you going to say? Yes.
I was just going to let you know that there's one more thing that we have in common, because there's a gentleman sitting in the back supporting me today. His name is Joel Hill. We're business partners now, but I went to Maryland to help us to support another client with her dream that I was coaching her on, how to bring it to fruition. She said, I've always been a caretaker all of my life. I took care of my dad, my parents, until they passed, as well as my aunt and all of the children in the family and things of that nature. And she said, we created a caregivers event. She said, I want to do an event and I want to pour into and love on caregivers. I am not yet a caregiver, but my parents live only 2 doors down, and 81 and 75. And I've always had other children, my aunt's children and things like that. They call me an aunt, but I'm really a cousin because I'm older than everybody. However, yeah, exactly. And this gentleman, Joel Hill, who will be speaking tomorrow, he actually met me at that event, and we're now business partners. So that is exactly with AI Workstation. However, that is the premise. He actually has an Alzheimer's nonprofit, I believe it is. So come back tomorrow, hear him speak as well, even though he's going to be speaking on AI with another business partner, Danny Ross. But definitely come back on tomorrow so that you can hear his story. And I'm going to make sure that he definitely tells everybody about this live event was also a book signing for him. And it was oh my God, it was really beautiful. But he actually had shirts that had the Alzheimer Foundation for his nonprofit on them and things like that. We were giving them away from winning games and things of that nature. However, there are so many more people that are doing a lot of things just like you. And there's also a book. She became an author. I helped her write her first book as well. And it is on Amazon, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, excellent.
For caregivers as well. So you need to do the same thing. I'm dropping all of these tips and tools and resources for you to do the same thing. Write a book as well. And you also need to probably create a nonprofit foundation. Wellness on Wheels.
Yes, and all of that is definitely on the list. It is written down. I actually have completed writing my book, and I'm just finishing up the cover and a couple of little things to that I have to wrap up. But the book is complete. The chapters are done, and I just have to. I'm going to add my wonderful experience. A little bit about from my weekend. But stay tuned, because this will be launched within the next couple of weeks at the latest. At the latest,
in a couple of weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell everybody how they find you. Tell everybody how they get a hold of you. If they want your Wellness on Wheels to come to their home or their family event or their corporation, tell everybody how to get a hold of you.
Well, I have I've just started this part because I'm not really on social media and techie like that, but I did do and I had talked to you before about getting some help with that. I've been working with a mentor and for business and for some trauma training. My company is Rouse Remedies, and so the domain is rouseremedies.org. But the name of the book is the name of my book is A Handbook for Healing from Trauma to Triumph.
Oh, I love that. Absolutely love that. Is it, so it's going to be done in a couple of weeks? Is that what you just said?
It's going to be done in a couple of weeks. I'll definitely give you the information so that we can get it out there.
So are you pre-selling?
I didn't hear you.
Are you pre-selling the book right now?
No, not yet. I'm still wrapping that up, and it's an ebook initially. Okay. So that's what I'm going home to finish getting that part together so that I can do the pre-sale.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I'm already on everything you just mentioned to me. So we're right on the same page. That's confirmation, Ramona. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're quite welcome. So thank you. Thank you again. I don't want you to sit too much longer in the heat and things, your phone overheating and everything. That speaks volumes to your heart and who you are. By the way, there's a beautiful message. There's another beautiful message. My sister, I love you. That's from Trellis.
Oh, that's my girl. We met. And yes, I love Trellis.
Yes, so do we. And she's here for tomorrow speaking. I think she's closing us out, or she's towards the end. One speaker before closing. So come back.
All right.
Come back tomorrow.
I will.
You have all the
I absolutely will.
Check your email. You have all of the information to connect on tomorrow as well. And if you need
Okay.
anything, reach out, let us know. But I want you to start posting more. Maybe you took pictures today at this other event where you were with your family. Post those
Yes.
pictures and just
Okay.
put a little information about how much you enjoyed it. That
I
is
will.
trust me. And you'll get more people that are going to come out of the woodworks and join you or support you or things of that nature.
Yes.
So you missed a
Yes.
great one. Go back and watch this replay because Sean Dodd, he was here talking about posting and
Okay.
posts that are engaging and entertaining and things of that nature as well. And it's like a master class.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
So
I got so much information from the last time we did it. So much information from listening to everyone. So yeah.
Awesome.
I'm in the right place and no more secret agent.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Valerie Stone, everybody, coming while she's in the car, on the road, phone overheating and everything. Oh my God, you need a medal for that one. So thank
Love
you so
you,
much.
Ramona. Talk to you later.
All righty, talk to you soon. Don't hesitate to call if you need
Bye.
me. So with that said,
Okay.
wow. We are up to our last speaker. I'm going to take you down, Valerie. No worries. We are down to our very last speaker. If I looked a little distracted, it was because I stayed on the screen the entire time, and I was just answering text messages. I always check for my upcoming speaker, making sure they don't have questions or they aren't having a hard time or anything. So we have one more speaker. She was here in the chat. I'm not sure. Cara Dentley, Baroness Cara Dentley is going to be here, and her husband, power couple, by the way. Her husband will be closing us out on tomorrow, Sir Baron James Dentley. And I have spoken on the Limitless Women stage on several occasions. And Cara Dentley, who's coming up, is the co-founder of Limitless Women. And her husband, James Dentley, Baron James Dentley, and Baron and Baroness, because they have been knighted by the Spanish royal family as well. He has created Limitless TV, and I'm in the process of creating a show on Limitless TV as well. And then she has created Limitless Women. And wow, if you go onto my feed, you'll see some of the latest events that they held where Sharon Lecter, as well as Forbes Riley, and these are billionaires that I'm talking about, but that's their network. And James Dentley has spoken for the Royal Influencers Organization, even in our hybrid event when I was in Maryland, and he closed them out there. And because we were virtual, that was a hybrid event that Joel Hill and Danny Ross put together, and they just brought me in. And through that event, and when James Dentley was speaking, you could see the impact, real time, that it was having. There was pastors in the room, and just the DJ was sitting in the back of the room, and you could see the impact that he was making. He is an absolutely exceptional speaker. So with that said, he has been an entrepreneur for over 45 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And Cara was here on the guest side, so I know she'll be popping in, and her segment will be starting in just a few minutes. And let me just make sure, because I don't want to miss her if she had a question. She will be coming in and dropping the mic. Hold on one second. My phone is acting up here. Okay, she did not have a question or anything. But let me just send James a message real quick, if you don't mind. However, we have Linda Rigsby, working for the mayor's office, who's going to be coming back to close out with me. And we're going to do a quick recap on all of the phenomenal speakers that we had today. And you guys are in for a treat. We are kicking it off. And Cara Dentley, James Dentley, and Trellis Thomas, and Professor Krista Moffatt out of the UK is our featured speaker. They are all our featured speakers for these next 2 days. And he is also giving us a periodical. So Royal Influencers Organization will be featured in an article over in the UK, and he's working on that right now. And he's going to share it with me, and he probably has already. I didn't go onto WhatsApp or anything. I'm just checking my text messages. And he will be opening us up tomorrow. He'll be the first speaker, and he is phenomenal. Oh my gosh, he has so many awards, and he has spoken on so many stages globally as well. He is absolutely phenomenal. Great friend. Met him on Clubhouse with all of the other phenomenal people other than the Dentleys. And for the last 5 years, that is. And he has never ceased to amaze me at the things that he has accomplished and the things that he's done. And my back channel on WhatsApp is always with some new article or something. And he has pictures and videos and all sorts of things. And he said, we will go to Buckingham Palace if you come to the UK. He said, I won't stop until you get to that Buckingham Palace. And I'm like, oh my goodness, but okay, I'll be there. I'll be back anyway. So my daughter and I actually was there in February of 2020, and it closed down. The lockdown happened March. So just a few weeks after we got back. So with that said, I am going to definitely bring Bobby back up. I see your camera open, which is why I'm telling you I'm going to bring you back up. And we're going to chat it up a little bit. Okay, there you go. So we're going to chat it up a little bit until I see Cara Dentley. And thank you guys for being on YouTube this long. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. I will be emptying out my storage here on StreamYard and giving you guys a lot more events that I have been holding in this storage that need to get out, because there's a lot of phenomenal value there too. And thank you to those that are on LinkedIn, Facebook Live, and of course on YouTube again. So with that said, Bobby, so tell me, what is it that you are now working on, or where do you plan to take your second business along with your first, and how is it going? I mean, give me some updates. Since Bobby was one that was listening to me speak, and he said, I always have to speak. And then that time I just took notes and put it into action, and built a business and left his 9-to-5. So for those of you who just popped onto, I saw some numbers pop onto YouTube, so I was just letting them know. But go right ahead, tell us.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say great job, Valerie. And, one thing that really struck me, and it always strikes me with people who do something they love, is, first of all, you can see in their face how much they love what they do.
Well, is that not palpable?
Yeah, it just doesn't.
You feel, yeah.
You can't stop somebody when they're engaged in something they love every single day. And that's why people throw the word passion around, because it's important. But some people might think because of the way it's thrown around, it's just this kind of like, wellness, pop culture, business buzzword. But it's really not. There's a reason this particular word is thrown around. It's not like the word literally, where everybody says everything's literally this, literally that. Right. This is a real word that means something. It means doing what you love, so that when you wake up, when you didn't get enough sleep, or you wake up from staying out too late, or you're having a bad day, or you're sick, nothing can stop you from doing the thing you're engaged in.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you're doing something you don't love, even if it pays you well, even if it's, lucrative in some way, shape, or form, you're going to have a hard time on the days where you really don't have the drive. I mean, maybe the money will drive some people to get up anyway. I suspect that's the case. But you got to love what you're doing. And I love that she loves what she's doing. Right?
Absolutely. I mean, she even talked about caring for people who were leaving, as if it was fun, as if she really thoroughly enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
And that speaks volumes. She is definitely walking in her passion, her purpose. Absolutely.
Exactly. And I think everyone should do that. I know there's some really successful people out there, and I won't say they're wrong, because I would never say that. I think with a lot of things, it's subjective. But there's a lot of people out there who say, like, you don't have to love what you do. Just do something that'll make you successful, or that'll make you rich, or that'll make you wealthy. And I get it. And maybe that works for some people. Okay. I don't know what I would do if I woke up every day and had to do something, even if it made me a ton of money, that I didn't love. That would be very, very challenging.
Well, I can actually tell, because you left your 9-to-5 to become an entrepreneur without even really, but you got all of your details, and you got all of the steps, and you got all of your information, and you got enough to the point where you felt confident enough to go out and create it. So I absolutely love that.
And, and because I love that, I'm willing to stick with it, right? Because know this, Ramona, it's tough that first 6 months to a year.
Absolutely. That transition.
Business.
Yes. Absolutely. And that's something we talked about with, I believe it was Megan DiMartino when we opened. And that's exactly what we spoke about. You weren't here, of course, at that moment, but we talked about that. There's about 60% of entrepreneurs that don't make it in, and the number of female entrepreneurs that has quadrupled in the pandemic. because of course, when their companies were shut down or they were sent home and they became part-time teachers or homeschool teachers, where they were always used to being the breadwinner or out making a living. And they decided, oh, I had no idea. None of us knew that they can shut the world down. Luckily, December 19th, I gave myself a gift and I left. I gave up the golden corporate handcuffs of being chained to the cubicle or the office or whatever it was, right? Or them telling you have to work overtime, mandatory overtime, or them telling you can't take your time off, or whatever the case may be. I was done. It had been over 30 years anyway. I was done. And I said, that's it. And this was before the pandemic. But look at the timing. December 19th. And then February, I was in the UK at an event with the MLM company that I had joined. I took my daughter as a gift for her. And then 2 weeks later, lockdown. So that was divine order. Just as I had just left. And here I was starting on my entrepreneurship journey. It gets locked down. So I had no other choice at that point but to keep going, right? And that's where I ran into you and Araya and Megan and all of these other phenomenal entrepreneurs as well and speakers. So there you go. Divine order and alignment. I think it was you that and a couple of other people that mentioned alignment. When you are aligned, it shows.
And when you're not, it shows.
Oh,
you can tell, right? When somebody's maybe they're doing something and they are massively successful.
Yes.
But you can tell the gears aren't completely grabbing on the teeth. Then maybe they look burned out.
A little
maybe
friction.
They don't look happy.
A little friction.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I am waiting for. We have time, but
I'll tell you a little bit about this.
So never mind, she's coming. He answered.
Oh, good. Well, I'll tell you this.
I forget they're in Chicago, so they're on Eastern. And he said, was it Eastern or Central? And I'm like,
That'll do it. Well, I'll tell you about this real quick, folks. If you're out there, you're entrepreneurs. If you're not taking care of yourself and putting your health first, it's going to be very challenging to do some of this stuff. I've heard entrepreneurs who are like, you just got to grind, you got to grind. But then what happens is, and that's true, you do have to grind, but you have to balance that with self-care. And when I say self-care, I'm just talking health. Because if you're not healthy, if your mind's not sharp every day, you're not getting sleep because you stayed up too late, or, from time to time you have to do it. But everything adds up to your capacity and capability of doing the thing that you're trying to do with your business. So we have kind of a health first approach at Free Minds Thrive. Whenever I take on a new client or even talk to students who are younger and aren't maybe focused on their health, we talk about how important it is that every big and every little decision that you make regarding how you're eating, how you're moving, how you're taking care of yourself, stretching, getting out for a walk, getting fresh air, getting the sun, all these things matter. And if you're not doing many of them, and you start to take on physical and mental pressure and you start to fall apart a little bit, being an entrepreneur is going to be damn near impossible. Yes. It is very, very challenging to not be healthy and focus on delivering for your people.
Exactly.
And so that's part of why we're starting to get into health stuff. And this is the Tallow Honey Gold, a nice shiny golden package.
That's nice packaging.
Yeah. We were really excited. I see we've got our guest here. So I'll just end with this.
Oh wow, Bobby, that is so cool.
Personal development. So when you
created that on your own at home, your own skincare.
Oh yeah.
And solved your daughter's eczema issue. And now all of your family and friends, Tallow Honey Gold. Wow.
Tallow Honey Gold. And you know what's beautiful is when you pop it open, break the safety seal, pop the tin open. Right on the top is not just an aspirational positive affirmation, but is life guidance on the top of the tin, so that every time you open it to moisturize and heal, you see something that sparks you that day to remember to be intentional and focused.
Wow, I love it.
Kind of like the old bazooka, bazooka gum or something like that, where you got this little saying at the top, but instead of it just being a broad thing, it's something that is practical. That being said, I see Baroness Dr. Kara.
That's right, Baroness Dr. Kara.
Let's go ahead and bring her on up.
Just stay on. You're the co-host, so stay on. And I'm going to bring her up with us. How are you, love?
Hey, Kara.
Good. And she's wearing some of her phenomenal Life by Cara athletic apparel, which I absolutely love. It is absolutely
Very
gorgeous.
nice.
I
Very
love it, love it, love it. And she is a Baroness Doctor. This is Cara Dentley, power couple. Her husband will be here tomorrow. Phenomenal speaker, has Inspired to Speak, a speaking platform, and the CEO of Limitless TV. And she is the co-founder of Limitless Women and an international speaker as well. So it is an absolute pleasure. You are absolutely phenomenal. Pleasure to have you. I knew you were coming, but I just didn't know when. I said, one of these days we're going to get over here. Tell her she has an open invitation. Anytime that we're here, she is welcome to come. So a pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
So how are you today? And thank you for being in the chat a little bit earlier.
I'm awesome. I wasn't sure. James said, hey, they're looking for you. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Computer.
Absolutely. You know what he said? Is it Eastern or Central? For one, and I said I do that all the time. For one, not paying attention to the where, but I did share it with him. And he gave me your email, and I sent an email and all with all the details. But that happens. This is your first time, and look, we're just glad you're here.
And I'm
and
so
guess
grateful.
What? You have the entire 45 minutes to speak on whatever topic related to Entrepreneur's Edge is the theme. And I know that you guys are phenomenal entrepreneurs. And I know he has 45 years, somewhere in that, if not more, years of entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And you are a scientist as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I used to work for the Department of Homeland Security. I am a physicist and a geospatial analyst. Wow. And so basically what that means is I studied a lot and I always had questions. Does this work? You know, what is
I totally agree myself, I know.
And you know, I feel like we're all just by default. I think that we're all scientists. Science, the root word is to know, you know, it's sire. And it means to know. So we're just inquisitive. So all children, I would say kids, are just scientists by nature. And then we grow up and everybody tells you, you're asking too many questions. And
my grandson is.
You know, and so we become adults, but I stayed in that mindset, that curiosity of just, what is this? And if we change this, tweak this just a little bit, kind of like Tobias' point with his product line, you know, if we add this, let's see what we could do with this. And that's what I did. And so it landed me at the Department of Homeland Security, working with nuclear power plants. So there was a lot that was packed in that, you know, it was dealing a lot with if anything were to happen. So it was with emergency preparedness.
Wow.
If anything were to happen, who do we contact? Do we evacuate? Do we shelter in place? Where do we go? How does it affect the economy? How does it affect all of the vegetation and the food?
Exactly.
So many moving parts. You have all of these different levels of government. And so that was part of what I was a part of, that, you know, I had to orchestrate that. And it was just an amazing experience for 9.5 years. And then I was like, you know, I was looking out the window one day at work and I was like, there's so much world and life going on out there.
Gotta be out there.
Be out there. So it was
absolutely. Hello, Lois. How are you? A good friend of mine. 5 years now as well. Louise Brown just popped on she already told me, I'll be there. So she just popped on as well. So with that said, Cara, I absolutely love Limitless Women. Absolutely love it. I was on with, when I was on your last one, I think it was the last one, with Sharon Lecter, Forbes Riley, and all. Absolutely. I mean, mind-boggling, the powerful women that come on and share major value, doing phenomenal things. Thank you for always inviting you and your husband, James. Thank you so much for always
inviting.
I absolutely love it. We also love him here on Royal Influencers Organization. I was just talking a little bit earlier. He was Kemet Group. Joel Hill from Kemet Group, retired military lieutenant. We have partnered with AI Workstation, about 60 tools for like $27.99. And it'll do, I mean, all of the tools will do a variety of things in your business to help scale and build your business. But your husband, James Dentley, Baron James Dentley, closed out on that hybrid event. It was virtual, but he closed out. And that was the first time. I already knew what a powerful speaker he was. That was the first time. Do you know that there was a gentleman he's blind, and he was on virtual, and the gentleman, Joel Hill, had a book signing live event there in Maryland. He drove from Philadelphia because he was so inspired by the speaking segment that your husband, Baron James Dentley, did. And he wanted to now be a part and be in the midst. And he drove up because, well, he's blind. He didn't drive. His partner drove him up, and he stayed at the book signing and met everybody in person. But that's what he talked about. I think I gave him that feedback. He wrote a beautiful testimonial, and I think I shared it. But yeah, so that's something. You guys are making a huge impact.
Thank you so much.
On a lot of people, a lot of lives are being impacted and changed. So thank you for saying yes. Thank you for being here. Bobby and I, the co-host, are going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best, and we'll come back up at the last 10 minutes. So have fun, have at it, enjoy, tell everybody everything about what you do, and anything else that you want to add. Go right ahead.
Thank you both. Thank you, Ramona and Bobby. Thank you for this opportunity, Ramona. When my husband asked if I wanted to be a part of this and to speak to your audience, I just, without any hesitation, I just said yes. And because I just know that there's so many different pieces to what is necessary to help people to get to the next level. And I know that this is called the Entrepreneur's Edge. And it's like, how do you navigate? How do you get past those strongholds, those hurdles? And no matter where you are within your entrepreneurial journey right now, a lot of these things that I'm going to talk about are the same across the board for entrepreneurs, for people who have careers, for people who are thinking about entrepreneurship, people who are seasoned entrepreneurs. There are things that I share with my husband sometimes. As Ramona stated, he has been an entrepreneur for many, many, many years, for about 30 years, probably more than that, of just training, guiding, motivating, inspiring. And so, yes, he's been in the industry for a very long time. I myself, went on and did the education thing, got my degrees, and, worked with the Department of Homeland Security for 9.5 years. And then I decided that I wanted to take a leap of faith and get on this entrepreneurial journey as well. And I'm so gracious and so glad that I did, because that's where all the creatives live. Right. And so what I want to talk to you about today is your next season. So we always talk about, new level, right? There's a song, I'm on a new level. And I see people post, with social media about that. And what does that new level look like? It's not just a song. What is it? How do you process, right? How do you process everything that is happening, especially within this season? And I'll talk about this season because seasons are the things that guide us to our next, because you may be in a season of growth right now. You may be in a season of rebuilding. You may be in a season of restructuring or trying to figure out what that next is. There's always different moving pieces within entrepreneurship. So when you think about that, I want you to process this. How do you process? Right? What do I mean by that? How do you process what is happening in the moment? How do you define it? Are you at the place where if something goes wrong, you're like ready to pivot, ready to shift, ready to throw in the towel, ready to give up? What does that look like for you? Also, who do you process? That is very important. And you'll see why as I continue on in this discussion. Who do you process? In other words, who do you allow in this process as you go through this season? Because it is very important. And I heard Bobby mention that your environment and your community has a direct impact on your health in so many ways. And I also heard Bella mention that this morning. It has such an impact in ways that people don't even know. And I know this firsthand because that was part of the research when I was in graduate school, that we looked at environmental factors that actually lends itself to why you have people in certain communities that may fall ill or may get sick, and then everyone's sick from the same thing. And then you have people in other communities that it doesn't even touch them. They don't even get exposure to it. It's not even a thing for them. It's not even a discussion in those different communities. So we would look at hotspots of health disparities. And then we'll take a step back and say, well, what is it about this area that may have caused this particular disparity? In one instance, we looked at elevated levels of lead in the blood for children. And it came down to that these were older buildings and edifices, that it may have come off from the paint. It may have come off in the toys that were sold in that particular community. So we started to look at all of these different things. And not only that, we started to see that also there was a thing called cortisol contagion, that you could actually pick up other people's stress levels. So there was so many different things. And as I started to unpack these different rules and laws and principles of science and physics and geospatial analysis, I was just blown away. And I said, how many people are just like totally oblivious, just don't know, don't even have the awareness of how all of these different factors play a major role. So yes, we'll talk about who do you include in the process and who do you not include in the process, which is just as important. And then when do you process? Right? Do you just make a pivot as soon as something happens? Or when do you know when it's time to, as my mother would say, when it's time to hold and when it's time to fold, when it's time to go? When is it time? And you often hear people say that entrepreneurship and success in entrepreneurship, you solve a problem and you fill a need. You solve a problem and you fill a need. And this is exactly what Ramona is doing with the Royal Influencers Organization. She saw a need that needed to be met as far as community and bringing people together so that you can have access to speakers that can come along and share information with you to get you to that next point. And I put it like that because sometimes we want to see the entire journey. I'll tell you a story since I have more time, I'll tell you a story when I was over in Spain. I studied abroad, and this was during my college years. And I can remember not having the full breadth of the knowledge and the language at the time. And I'm there and I needed to take a journey to the post office. Okay. And so I knew enough to ask the question of where is the post office? Donde está? Where's the post office? And the young lady at the front desk, she was nice enough to give me directions, and she didn't speak any English. And so I got the first part about a la derecha, you go outside and you make a left, you make a right. And I got all of those different details as far as I could. And when I got to the juncture where I was not sure, I asked in that moment, how do I take the next step? Because that's what you have here with this environment, with this community, hearing different speakers come on. You may be at a point where you don't need all of the instructions, all of the directions, all of the different know-hows, all of the different tidbits, all of the different software, all of the different solutions and software and AI. And it may not be that you need everything, but it may be that one thing to help you get to the next spot in your journey. So sometimes when we're on this journey, there's so many different pieces that we're like, well, I don't know which way to go. I don't know what to choose. I don't know, do I choose this? Choose the next best thing. I want you to write that down. Choose the next best thing. And I would have you to know that on that journey to the post office, I eventually made it. And I may have had to stop several times. I would say about 3 or 4 times along my journey. But it was a beautiful journey because I got to meet different people. I was able to practice my Spanish in that moment to practice, right? To trust the process, right? I'm tying this back into entrepreneurship, to trust the process. So while I was on this journey, I met people, and I even came back along that path to speak to people again, hola, ¿cómo está? Just because they were kind people and they understood that I was on a journey. I didn't have the full line or lineage for the directions for which I was going. But anyway, I found my way to the post office. The very next day, one of the other young ladies that needed to go to the post office because there was not a lot of network and internet, and Facebook and Instagram, and TikTok. And so there were no ways to communicate. I was mailing letters back home. And so that seems wow. I was mailing letters back home. So then the next day, a young lady said, I hear that you went to the post office yesterday. Do you mind showing me the way? Do you mind showing me the way? So I want you to write that down, that once you've arrived to a certain point, now you are equipped to take another person on that journey and to show them the way. So now, when do you process? And more importantly than all of those, I would say is why do you process? I feel that now, and it's really been stirring in my spirit, that now people have to get more, I would say, more and even more so deeply entrenched in their why to gain so much more clarity. If you thought you had clarity before today, you have to understand, and I believe that it was Jose that mentioned that the way that one person does it, even though if you're in the same industry doing something that looks the same, it's not exactly the same. It's your blueprint, which is what I talk about in my book. I have a course on it and everything. Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention. You can see it behind me, and this is also the book here in my hand, Unlocking the Blueprint of Intention, the keys to governing your greatness with science. And how do you unlock your blueprint? Because your blueprint, even though you may be a speaker, even though you may have products, your blueprint will look different. It will look differently than the next person's blueprint because of where you've been, because of the experiences that you've had, because of the knowledge that you've gained, because of the relationships that you keep, because of all of these different things, your thought process, and then where you're headed. So I feel that now is going to require us to go even deeper into our level of clarity. And why is that important? Because your dreams and everything that is for you comes from you. So many times we look for everything outside of ourselves, and we're like, in the collaboration and all of that and getting the advice and the information and the knowledge, that is good, but that should only be confirmation for something that has already been shown to you. Where? Your visions. We all have visions. And sometimes it feels like our visions may get clouded because we have so much information. We're just bombarded right now. There's an overload of information. Now you have to decipher what is for you and what isn't for you. So important is definitely your level of clarity and what it is that you want, but also identifying what it is that you don't want. What is it that what is it and what it's not? It is very important because what can happen along this journey, because there's so much information, it's easy for people to get distracted, especially for us entrepreneurs, because we look and we're like, oh, I want to take a look at this. I want to take a look at that. Oh, that looks like that could help my business. Oh, that looks like that. And if you don't have that very tight focus to eliminate the noise, because there's a signal and then there's distraction and there's interference, to be able to pick up a clear signal of this is where I'm headed, this is what I'm focused on, and everything that you want and need will align with your vision. But you have to have a deep level of clarity for yourself. So write that down. Clarity. How do you gain that clarity? This is what I talk about within my course. There's a whole layout using the Fibonacci sequence. Everything is numbers. How do you identify that, and how do you go from point A to point B to point C? How do you create these time frames? And we could do it within 4 months, 8 months, 12 months, whatever it is that fit into your framework with what it is that you want to accomplish. How do you break those down to say what should naturally unfold within the next 4 months? What should this look like within the next 6 weeks? What should this look like within 12 months? And get it down to a science. And that's one of the things that I realized when I was working and I was doing all these different things, and I'm looking at numbers and data. And I was like, data is one thing, but how do you convert that knowledge? How do you get that information and turn it into data, from data into information, from information into knowledge, and then from knowledge into wisdom, so that you not only have the information, but to know what to do with it and when to do it. So let's talk about that. Let's go further into what is that next season. So you want to be able to eliminate distractions. Distractions can come in many forms. Sometimes it's all the different pieces and events and activities and family and all of these things. But if you have clarity, then you could point your family and those people who are very important, because my family is very important to me. And as entrepreneurs, we still have to take care of the children. We still have to take care of looking after parents or grandparents and making sure that they're fine. If you have a spouse, you have to make sure that they're fine and make time for all of this. But once you have a certain level of clarity, then you can communicate that effectively to your family where it's respected. But if you don't have clarity and you're up all times of the evening, I hear people talk about, you got to grind till you die and the hustle mode. And I'm like, I get it. And that's what we've been taught. But when there's something that is natural, that is a part of your vision, it will not stress you out. It will not leave you sleepless. You will start to attract everything, the people, the resources, everything that is necessary to help see your vision all the way through to completion. I'm telling you. Because especially, and then the second piece to that is the relationships that you have that you're connected to. As I stated, part of my research, we started to unpack everything and started to realize that, so much is happening within your environment, even the things that you can't even see. There's radioactive waves that are present. There's so many different things. There are things that are airborne, that you're breathing, that are within your community. It may be a factory. It may be things that are there that are affecting even the very nature of how people think. And so when I started to realize this, I was like, whoa. So I want you to start taking into account, and this isn't to say that, people can't be successful in all environments, because everything and anything is possible for those who believe. I read that somewhere before, and maybe you've read that too. But I want you to raise your level of awareness, because before you can really make change, and a lot of times people feel like they're stuck, they don't have a certain level of awareness of what actually is happening, like how their environment is impacting them, how their relationships may leave them stuck or may leave them feeling some kind of way, because now they've communicated their dreams and now they're like, well, what's happening? Well, all of a sudden I feel like I'm stuck. You're not stuck. You communicated your dreams, and you have for lack of a better way, you have connections that are not to your benefit. And that's why sometimes people think, well, wait a minute, I told this person, and all of a sudden I feel like I don't know, because maybe that person planted a seed of doubt. And now I'm going to tell you, this isn't spoken about enough, but the very conversations and communication that you have can affect your blood. I know I just went there. I really did. But that is scientifically proven. So when people just feel like, you can feel it, energy doesn't lie. Everything is energy, and energy is everything. Energy, vibration, and frequency, right? Nikola Tesla said it, and now it's being proven. And even the health that people experience, when you start to feel certain things, when you're talking to people or you're in certain communities or certain environments, and you're like, something is off. Trust that. The gut is the second brain. Trust that. Trust you. And it doesn't mean that people are bad. I don't even use those terms. People aren't bad. People aren't hating. It's just a different frequency. We're not vibrating on the same frequency, right? Our cell phones don't pick up radio. It's a different frequency. Colors, red, green, blue, they're different frequencies. So what you're seeing is a direct reflection. It's just a bounce. The color is bouncing back at a certain frequency for you to see. Our bodies pick up different frequencies. So everything is vibration and frequency and energy, the light. And people, we have light within us that is reflected back out to others. We have our own electromagnetic frequency that comes from us. So yes, when you're in certain environments, it can impact and affect everything. And I go so deep in the detail in my book. Like I've had people to purchase the book, and then I did this book reading as part of my course. And people that have read it, and then they came back and they joined the course, and they were like, the level of clarity that they have now, like far supersedes anything that they had before, because it was just kind of like winging it, just kind of like, okay, I'll do this. And it was like, go to another networking event or sit in another symposium or another seminar. And you're putting all of these things in, but you will get such a level of clarity about you, your dreams, your destiny, and your goals. That is no denying it. And I believe in working in these structured silos so that you can understand, so that you can segment and say, look, week 1, this is what we do. Week 2, this is what we do. This is where we go. Week 3. And that's why you see some people, because they're so familiar with like school, the education system, the structure of it. They'll go back to school over and over. You hear people that are just like, you know, I have 6 master's degrees, right? I have 7, but really what they really need is the space and the right connections to allow it to flow from them. And once that level of clarity is there, I promise you, everything and anything that you need, things will start to show up in your life that you weren't even really expecting in that way. There's a young lady that was just recently part of my course, and she was just like, you know, I'm scared to step out. You know, I need my job. I need, you know, because where am I going to make money? And I said, once you get the clarity that you need for what it is that you need to do to move forward for you, because I can't give you a blueprint. You're going to write out this is your blueprint. You know exactly what it is that you need, exactly what direction you are going, and you know the mission that you have, but how to unpack it and how to package it and structure it properly. You're just like, you're scared, but it's in there and you know it. And some of you that are listening now, you know it, it's in there. It's like all of these different pieces. You dream about it, you think about it, you go to do this, and y'all constantly being pulled back here. But you're like, but I think I need to do this in order to like swing it back over this way. And I remember feeling the same way when I was working full time. I was like, I can go out to DC because I'm with the government. Then I can rank up and you like max out I almost said compensation plan. That's network marketing talk. I could go all the way to the top within the organization. And then I'll come back to Chicago. Like I had all of these like pieces and parts, and that it just didn't make sense. And now looking back, I was like, I thought that's what I needed to do. I thought I needed to go back to school and get another degree. But really everything that I needed was already within me. And I want you to understand that, because that is part of my brand too. That is keys. Keys give us access, but you already have the access. You just need to know how to unlock it and tweak, unlock it and tweak. And then it'll all make sense. And you won't have to sacrifice sleep. You won't have to sacrifice family. You won't have to sacrifice time. And you'll start to see so many people that's just pouring into you. And you're like, how did this show up? Now, the young lady that I was speaking of with the testimonial, she said, you know, I had written a grant last year, you know, and I let her talk. I let people get it out. You have to get it out, you know, and allow somebody that have the right ear to hear what it is that a person is trying to say. Dump, like I want you to, like pour it out, pour it out. So she's just like, and I have this that I want to do, and I have this going on, and then and I'm listening. And I gave her back her blueprint, and she comes back not even a week later, because I could tell, like, man, she was like struggling with it, like just really disgruntled. And she was just like, you know, I need to work. I need the money. I just don't know where to start. She came back not even a week later, and she said, you know, there was a grant that I filled out for last year, and they had given me $15,000, you know, for what it is that I want to do in the community, because it's really heavy on my heart, and I just really feel like I have to do this, and it's something heavy on your heart. And you know, it was the same thing with her. And I said, well, you have to do it, because it will affect your health. Because part of the adrenaline that you feel to move forward, you have to trust that and move forward, because that is if you know anything about the body, the adrenal glands, that's a creative hormone. That's where the creative juices flow. So that's why sometimes for the speakers out there, when it's time to get on stage, you're like, oh, you feel it, right? You feel it in your gut. And that's that go. That's the engine. That's the energy. That's everything that you need to move forward. Don't let it stop you. Because that's when you have people saying, oh man, you know, my body started breaking down, and then, you know, all of this different overgrowth within the body because you didn't move forward. Okay. So she came back and she said, you know, I thought, you know, I went back to the organization and I didn't hear back from them. And then I received an email that said, give us a call. She was like, and I thought that, you know, something was wrong. You know, and many times people automatically, their mind just goes to what could have gone wrong. So she called them back and they said, we would like to have a conference with you. And she was like, oh God, like, okay. So she went back and had a conference, because, you know, once you get grants, you got to like write everything out. Where did everything go? And she was like, so I was wondering if I had done something wrong with the previous grant. And she said she went and met with them, and they said, you know, we had given you $15,000 last year, and, you know, we want to give you more. And this year, and she was just like, and so she was like, okay, she was thinking maybe 20,000. And they were like, no. And she was thinking maybe 50,000. And they said, no. And she was like, okay, I give up. They wound up giving her a grant for $125,000. And this is after once she gained a level of clarity of what it was that she needed to do and the individual pieces to move it forward. But as long as she wasn't clear, people can't help you get to somewhere where you're not quite clear of where you're going. It's like your internal positioning system, right? I used to deal with GPSs and global positioning systems and, satellites and all of those different things. The first thing is, where are you now? Where are you now? Like that is so key, like being so transparent about where are you now? And then like, where are all these little different things that are going on to help you to map out your own internal positioning system? And it'll make sense because it's all yours because you give it to me and I give it back to you, right? In a succinct way that you can actually like flow with it to make it make sense. So once I given it back to her, she was just like, oh my God, okay, now I know how to move. But once she had that clarity, she was able to move with clarity. She was able to move in with each phase with clarity. So then she says, well, talking to the people at first, I felt like I was like all over the place. Like I didn't know what it was that I needed to do. She was like, but once I was able to communicate with other people what it was that I was doing and where I was going and the phases and all of that, that's when the money came. I was like, exactly. If you're saying that you want to go to, if you're in Illinois, we take a trip to Mississippi for family reunions. Some of you travel for family reunions. The transportation mode, all of that is important, right? If you type in an address into your Google Maps, we'll use that because a lot of people use that. If you say that you're walking, right, to a destination, it may give you a different route than it would if you say that you're on a bus or if you're on a train or if you're on a bike, right? Or if you're taking a flight. The time will change based on how you plan to get there. So all of this is super important because not only that, as Ramona stated, my husband and I, we're part of different organizations. We're part of the Royal Order. And it may be a piece that you have that you need, that you don't even realize that you need to have as a part of your repertoire. There may be a relationship that we may be able to connect you with because we have so many different connections. I mean, from the sports industry to politics. I mean, they're to everybody. And I don't say this to brag. It's just when I have clarity, when I hear a person, I'm like, oh, I know exactly who to connect you with in order to just like catapult you into your destiny. Like, let's get it out. So important. Let's unlock your blueprint of intention. And you want to be so intentional with everything. And even that location thing and where you are. I've talked to so many people that have so many gifts. And I feel like we all have it within us. But sometimes our energy is being diverted. It's going into the wrong places. I feel like everyone have greatness. I swear. And I don't just say that. That's not toxic positivity. That's not, everybody does. But I know that environment, man, those relationships, I've been there. And you're wondering, like, what is the problem? And you hear it with entrepreneurs. Like, I'm stuck. Like, you're not stuck. You're distracted. And I'm going to tell you a story about why having such a level of clarity is so important. This is a true story. So there's an older gentleman that in Mississippi that he would always have one of the young guys that ride with him, to help in different ways on the farm. And he'll have them ride with him. And he always, he would say, come ride with me. So the boy, and he had, a speech impediment. So he stuttered a little bit. So they were in the car and he was about to pull out on the main road. And he said, it was like a tree blocking the driver. It was blocking his view. So he asked him, he said, and he always called him boy. It was like his nephew. He said, boy, is it a car? Is it a car coming? And the boy looked, he turned back around. He said, no, no, sir. There's no car coming. So then the older gentleman proceeded to pull out, pull out into the road. And he looked up, he said, boy, I thought I asked you, was it a car coming? He said, it wasn't no car. It was a truck because a truck was coming. And he was like, well, in that instance, it wasn't a car, but he didn't have clarity. He didn't communicate the clarity of that. So when you're able to communicate clearly, then you could get the answers and the responses and the results that you need. And this is one of the things that my husband and I talk about often, because, you know, he teaches a speakers camp. And some people talk, but they don't have effective communication. And that's one of the things that you understand when you start to understand and study languages and some of the barriers. And I understand that even with relationships and communication within, you know, marriages, people, you know, what you think you said is not necessarily what was heard, because there's a breakdown in communication, right? So that effective line of communication, and it comes with clarity. There was another instance of similar to that my cousin, and I wasn't going to share this one, but I think it's interesting. But there were two bikes. There were a set of twins, a girl and a boy. And the boy, he got on his little bike, and he had to have been about 5 years old. And he rode his bike all the way to the corner. And his dad came out, and he calling him, Dre, come back. Dre, you're going too far. Come back. So he ride the bike back down there to his dad. And he said, I want you to get back on that bike. You hear me? You understand? Don't get back on that bike. And he was like, oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I won't get back on that bike. So the dad went in the house. Sure enough, little Dre went and got the other bike, the pink bike. Got on it, rode down to the end of the block. And he said, that boy didn't listen to me. Came back outside. Dre, get back here. Oh, I'm about to give him a whooping. My mother is an educator, and she's trained in child psychology. Good thing she was there. Because dad said, oh, I'm about to get him. My mama said, no. Well, hold on. Because remember, you told him don't get back on that bike, meaning that blue bike. You didn't say any bike, or not the pink bike or the blue bike. You didn't effectively communicate that. So sure enough, when the little boy came back down there, he said, Daddy, I'm sorry. He said, well, didn't I tell you not to get on that bike? He said, but you said don't get on that bike. You said that bike. And he's crying. And my mom said, hey, I tried to tell you. So I'm saying this. When you have that level of clarity, it can avoid a lot of pitfalls, a lot of hiccups, a lot of misunderstandings. So important. So important. And I want to lead and go into this next point, that as you go into this next season of your life, it's going to require another level of strength. And this was poured into me this past weekend. I had an opportunity to be a part of a very strong initiative. Two, as a matter of fact. One was, was like a fire chat where people were able to just come and just pour and just be vulnerable and just leave it all there and just, release. So many people are walking around with so much tension, and just really a safe space. And I know that everything that is a part of my journey, because I understand so many different things on so many different levels, and many of us do, right? But I'm understanding how it all ties together. So while we're around at the fire chat, I'm hearing the different stories, and I understand that this level is going to, and that's what dropped in my spirit, is going to require a new level of strength, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, from everybody. And that's why they're like, mental health is on, mental illness is on the rise. That's because mental health hasn't been a focus up to this point. But having those small dialogues in a trusted circle and a trusted community is so key, because sometimes people just feel like, I don't want to be judged. It's something as simple as, they have shame about something that has happened. They have some resentment. They have these different things that they're carrying, and they're trying to pull it into the future. And you just don't have the capacity for it. You don't. Release. Let it go. It's okay. And sometimes people say things like, oh, it'll be all right. I don't feel like things will be all right. I feel like things are already all right. And I need you to know that before you even take step to the next thing, like already know that it's already okay. If you tell someone that it will be all right, one of the first things that they want to know, well, when? When is will be? And even while I was said that church this past, and they was like, my time is coming. And I was like, man, you kind of like sending people on a wild goose chase, because I understand how the mind works. And if I'm telling you that, your time is coming, people are like, okay, cool. I'm going to sit and keep waiting. But who are you waiting on other than you? Other than you. You have it. It's already in you. You just need to be in the right spaces. And maybe you've been running around doing so many things with so many different people, and you're giving so much of yourself away. But I'm going to let you know that once you have clarity, like everything opens up, even financially, that people will pay you for your gift. I once read somewhere that said your gift will make room for you. Like you came here with it. But how do you unpack it? So you want to make sure that mentally, emotionally, when things happen, things go wrong, you don't go wrong with it. Like this is the entrepreneur's edge. Like how do you pivot? How do you move? How do you, divert information from one thing and make it mean where people may have intended for it to mean one thing, but you actually know how to like make it benefit you in a way where because you have such mental just affinity and energy and understanding where you're like, I'm not, that may have been meant for that, but I'm going to allow this to work in my favor. You have to, we get to define everything. We're creators, right? We're made in the likeness and in the image of God, and God creates. So we all get to create. We get to create the experiences that we live in every way. I was talking to someone earlier and they were like, I haven't traveled. I said, I know. Everyone has traveled. This person has traveled. My kids have traveled. My husband has traveled. Everybody around me has traveled. I said, that's my choice. You got to make a decision. If you want to travel, pick a date. And I want you to know that you have to. If you have something on your plate and you want to get it done, and it just seems like the further you go, the further it moves away from you, set a date to it. One of the things that I set forth that was part of my why was to buy my parents a home. My parents have been married for 50 going on 51 years before my dad passed. And I just felt like I was up against time because that was always in my spirit. It was in my spirit since I was a child. I wanted to buy my parents a home. And so when someone would say, what is your why? That never left the paper, that never left my heart. It never left my spirit. And it would bring me to tears because I'm like, oh my God, I want to buy my parents a home. And I would get these, I would have these vision boards and I would see the home and I would ask my dad, what kind of house do you want? I asked my mom. And I would have all of these things written out and I would see it and just feel great about it. And until I put a date to it, nothing happened. And this particular year, so we bought the house in 2020 during the pandemic. I remember my mom saying, I'm just ready to move. Like she was ready to go, where they were staying was the house that I grew up in as a child. And it wasn't that it was bad or anything like that, but it just wasn't elevating. Sometimes, you're in an environment that's just not elevating. It's just not conducive for your growth. And so when she said that, it just kind of shook me to my core. I was like, oh my God. So I started looking for homes. And I put a date to it that we would close by December 31st of that year. And the day after Christmas, December 26th of 2020, we closed. And it gave my parents 2 years in that location. And my dad, and it's a gated community. My dad didn't have to worry. My dad, he passed away at 88. So they moved in, he was 86. He didn't have to worry about cutting the grass. He didn't have to worry about, fixing things around the house. I mean, everything was cared for, manicured. Like that was all part of the assessment that we paid as far as the homeowners association. And my dad would, pull up to the gate. And when the gate would open and he would just, just because of where he come from. And he would say, wow, who would have ever thought that we would live in a gated community? But I was able to gift them that. But that was part of my why from a child. We were able to bless them with that. My mom is still there to this day, and they're not too far from us. When they lived in the city, driving back into the city. I mean, the different communities and neighborhoods, I'm just like, oh God. And during COVID, right after, there was a lot of just, the environment was just tumultuous all over the world, right? I mean, looting and all types of things. And so I was able to provide them with that level of security, and it really blessed me. So what is your why? As things are happening, how are you defining it? Who are you keeping in your circle? What rooms are you in? Because if you have something to offer, you want to make sure that you're in the right rooms, because there's someone in these right rooms that's waiting to pay for what you have. And I see so many people, and once you start making the money and attracting the money and the resources, then you can gift and bless whoever you want. But if you're still struggling over here, and then you're struggling over here, and you're out here, you're doing the work, and your boots on the ground, and you're like, you know, God, where do I go? What do I do? You just need to change the environment. The environment. So key, you need to be intentional. Now, I want you to understand as we get ready to wrap up, my world, my relationships, my intention. I want you to write that down. My world, my relationships, and my intention. We get very good at being in the moment, enjoying right now. I know that in the Bible talks about now faith, right? Now faith, not later faith. Everything is spoken of in present tense. Everything is spoken of in present tense. If you go back and look at, if you believe, if you read the word, or whatever book you read, when it talks about belief, it's now. When it talks about faith, it's now. So stop prolonging and procrastinating and putting things off. When something pops in your spirit, you have to act on it in that moment. Right now, now faith. And you know, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen, meaning it hadn't been seen what it is that you've seen it. Like Walt Disney, when they said when he was on his deathbed and they hadn't finished what they were doing with Disney World, and they said, well, you won't be able to see it. You know, it saddens me that you won't be able to see this thing that you worked so hard at. He said, oh no, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen the whole thing. I know exactly how this is going to play out. I've seen it. So it's having that vision. And when you walk into a home, and when you walk into a restaurant, when you walk into different things, different events, different venues, different places, you know, this is somebody's faith, because this is somebody's evidence of something that was once hoped for, that was not seen. But they could see it within their mind's eye, within their vision. So for that vision, you want to bring it all the way out, and you want to make sure that you're around people that will help to bring it out, that you have those right connections. Enjoying right now and being in the moment, collaboration with everything that Ramona is doing, collaboration over competition, because that is the new currency. Find somebody who is in that same niche and rock it out, because the world needs all of us as entrepreneurs, because we are the creators. So with that being said, thank you.
Oh, my goodness. You were preaching. That was a whole sermon. Oh, my goodness. I absolutely love that you went in on clarity, having it and how to get it and what happens when you don't have it. I absolutely love that you went in that deep on it. You went 8 levels deep on clarity. And I absolutely loved it. It's something that I think that's why there's such a high rate of entrepreneurs that don't make it. And it's because of that very thing. They don't have clarity on the idea, on the business, on what they want to achieve, not who their ideal customers are. They don't have clarity.
It is, and it's so deep on so many. It's deep even as parenting.
Yes. Oh,
it's deep. Oh, you know, because you know, I mean, you see these these little prodigies running around that have these gifts, and then the parents are like, "No, put that down. Do what the other kids are doing."
Yes.
Snatch that from them. Then they become adults, and they be like, "I've always had a love for music, or I've always had a love to dance, and I wish I could get back to it, or I've always loved art or gardening." And you know, if you pay attention, it's there from birth.
Absolutely. Sure is. And that is exactly what parenting is. Now that you mentioned parenting, it is helping them find their passion, leading them to their passion, whatever it is that they love, or whatever it is that they do so easy that they absolutely love, that they don't have to feel like it's hard, right?
And then just being that support system for them.
Yes.
Whatever it is that they need, like to help them go that much further. And when you look at the Mozarts, when you look at the Beyoncés, the Tiger Woods, like they started at a very young age.
There you go. That's it.
Proper support. You look at the Venus and Serena Williams of the world.
Yes.
They had the right support, because which is so important. And they didn't. Their parents didn't allow anybody to step in and tell them otherwise.
Right. There you go. And we can flip that right into entrepreneurship again. Align with the theme. Your business idea is the child that you now have to nurture.
Yes.
And like you said, walk alongside and lead and guide down the right paths, hopefully. And that is the coach and the mentor that comes along.
That's it. Remember, I talked about like that adrenal glands. That's the birthing. That's the birthing.
Wow. That's
and
it.
if you don't, it turns into a tumor or a cyst. Like physically,
Absolutely.
it manifests as that if you don't birth it.
There you go.
Clarity and birth it. So
absolutely. And I love it. Yeah, I love that story about the kid that was stuttering. That was awesome as well. That story, I loved it. I was sitting over there chuckling. I was just sitting over there on my phone, and I chatted. I texted your husband and said, "We love her," and he said, "Me too." So I just sent all these emojis cracking up because that was so funny. I didn't expect him to say "Me too." I'm like, "Of course."
Thank you.
So funny. But you shared so much value. Oh, Bella is still here, and this queen. In fact, Bella, why don't you come on the other end? And she just said this queen. It's right there on the stage. We just put. I think that was Bobby that put the message up. Now, Bella,
Queen Bella.
I know. There you go. Now, Bella works with the mayor's office. I think you were in the chat earlier, I believe, while she was speaking.
Yeah,
maybe
I was on.
Yeah, and I thought I saw you make a comment, but she works with the mayor's office as well. And she just took off today or something because she has literally been here from start to finish. But I told her, you're part of the team now. You're an ambassador for us, and so is Bobby Vincent, who is here as well. And Bella, if you come back into the backstage, we'll bring you up and you can chat it up a little bit because we're closing out right now. Cara, you did an absolute phenomenal job as usual. Thank you. Thank you. Just walking in your purpose as well. And I love the book and the course as well. So how can people get that again? Tell them where to go to get the course.
They could reach out to me directly. They could also go 26786 and type in Cara, Kara. My website is up on the page.
Okay.
And then, any of my social media handles, you can go to Cara Scott Dentley, as you see, or Cara Dentley. If you type in Cara Dentley, it will take you.
Gotcha.
There's no other Cara Dentley. I mean,
gotcha.
I'm not saying that bragging like there's no.
No. That's exactly.
There's no other Cara Dentley. It's true.
We get it.
Now, when I was Cara Scott, they were everywhere.
Right. I think that was Bobby. Who was that earlier? I think that was Bobby or Jose. I forget exactly who it was. It was a male though that said there is nobody else like you. Not us.
Else like you. It's not.
That's
it's
it.
not. It's not.
That's it. So you're actually right. there is no other Cara Scott Dentley.
Cara, you type that in, you'll get it. I remember
awesome.
I was myself before Cara Scott, and I looked
absolutely.
That was a
focus, energy, intuition. Yeah, there you go. Bobby Vincent just said yes. Focus, energy, intuition, priorities, and alignment. All of it. There you go. That's it.
We do this interesting thing, which may be good too. That we're actually in discussion about taking it bigger. We have what we call the Girl Fit Party, where you come together. Party. We talk about being intentional. People show up for a party, right? But it's a fit party. So it's about mind, body, spirit, emotions, like just bringing it all together with the right energy, man. We all just want to win.
Amazing.
These are professors, doctors. These are people who are professional. That's like, I just want to get out, have fun, and just get the music going and exercise and have the mindset with the right people that we all just want the same thing. We want to be healthy.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. So how often do you do these?
We just had one Saturday. What's today?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. I saw some posts with you doing that. That's why I said
it was packed. And people, because I could feel people came in heavy. Just with stuff going on.
Yeah.
Everybody's pulling at you, right?
Exactly.
And with entrepreneurs, we're the ringleader. We're heavy on the I can help you.
Yes.
Right? And sometimes no one steps in to say, how can I help you to shed some of this?
Giving them a place to release. Give
you a place.
And leave it there, hopefully. And leave it there, hopefully.
Or leave it there.
There you go.
With the music and just being able to just be free and not judged and have
absolutely.
A blast.
Exactly.
So the other young lady that I actually did that with, that I co-hosted with, we're gonna hop on the phone and everybody's like, when is the next one? People who saw the post were like, hey, I missed the last one. I have to be at the next one. So I'm like,
awesome. Well, definitely keep us posted. Let me know, and I'll send an email out to my audience. And then Louise Brown is out of Maryland. She is absolutely phenomenal. If I don't hear from her, she'll call me and chat it up for an hour. And she said, I haven't heard from you in a while. I just have to talk to you. So she just said, lovely, lovely Dr. Cara. There you go.
that. Thank you, Louise.
So they
Thank
love
you
you
so
and we love you
much.
too. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So,
I
Bella.
see Bella.
Yeah.
Bella. I heard you earlier, my sister. Thank you.
So what was your takeaway, Bella? What did you like about her sermon? Because it was like a whole masterclass.
It's so much. This is just one of what I want to say. I'm so humble because, Ramon, I'm looking at Bobby, and I want to put together this in closing, right, Bobby? It's so much witness. I'm speechless, Ramon. I'm being honest.
Aww.
I don't have a one takeaway. It's everything. It's you got me. I'm gonna go on mute with Ramon. No, it's too rich. I don't have a one thing because I don't want to piss anybody off. And Bobby, you had such great speakers. I'm being honest. This is what I mean, right? When we're about entrepreneurship, it's such a plethora of things. I'm gonna go on mute, Ramona. You can't make me say one thing.
Oh, well, that makes my heart full that I was able to curate all of these phenomenal elite speakers who have so much value to share, and that there was something for everybody. Maybe you have clarity, but you don't have the tools. There's Jose that has the tools that can help you automate your business and integrate AI in your business. And share all of these ideas and ways that you can also expand in your business as well, meaning branch out and bring other people into the fold to build a team and things of that nature as well to help you carry that load as well. So Bobby here is just doing phenomenal. I am so super proud. Wow. Super proud. Bobby Vincent started a business, left his 9-to-5 by listening to us doing just what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
So,
I was listening to stages like this in other spaces as well, audio only, audio, video, whatever it is, but live, real people talking, taking questions, building off the energy. Dr. Kara, you talked about energy a lot.
Yes.
I learned so much in such a short time frame because I was intentional at the time, having never been an entrepreneur and wanting to hit the ground running. I was so intentional about staying focused. These are all words that Dr. Kara used. I was so intentional about staying focused on the priority of listening to people who've done it so that I can maybe get a little bit of a leap ahead. And when I hit the ground running and find my own style, find my own greatness, find my own uniqueness, I could do so with some of the wisdom from people who have already done it. And so, people who are listening to this stuff and not paying attention, you know what I mean? Because they're scrolling on TikTok or Instagram. They're not really listening, but it's on in the background. You got to listen to absorb it. Focus on one thing at a time sometimes when you can. Sometimes you can't help it. Life throws 27 things at you. You got to juggle them all. But generally speaking, if you're going to listen to Dr. Kara, Ramona Rogers, Bella, you're going to listen to this wisdom, really take it in so that it doesn't end and you go, wow, that was great. But what did she say again? Because you weren't really there. So you got to focus too.
Present.
Otherwise, exactly, be present. Otherwise, you miss things.
Absolutely. Absolutely loved. What a phenomenal day one. Every single speaker that showed up and over-delivered, just like Dr. Kara just did, over-delivered. I was like, wow, just 8 levels deep on clarity. And that's one of the biggest missing pieces. I absolutely loved it. And all of the stories and all of the different aspects, your book, your course, and all of the things. So I will be collecting all of the offers and how people can get in contact with you. I will be sending it out in an email blast to my community. So
hey, Ramona, would you mind if I took just 30 seconds and
please?
I want to share with Dr. Kara some of the key things from the beginning of her share, because that was a lot of stuff.
Yes.
And it might be easy to forget some of the things that really
go right
out.
ahead. Do you want to get out of your way and let you do a recap?
I love it.
Yeah. Let's go for it, man. So, all right. So, Dr. Kara, one of the first things that I love that you brought up, and this doesn't come up a lot, is you brought up science. But you didn't bring up science and represent it as a rigid, dogmatic kinds of thing where it's this set of facts and that's it. You said curiosity. And I think a lot of people forget that science is a curious, discovery-based process. The scientific method requires challenging ideas, challenging assumptions. And the fact that you have lived that your whole life is like, maybe it could be done this way. Maybe I could do it that way. I think that's incredible. And that's something for people to remember.
Did you like the 2-word definition? Science is to know.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, get more simpler than that. I loved it. Loved it.
I love that you brought up that you want to stay focused on the things that are actually going to benefit you at this moment and not just all the tools and ideas that are thrown at you. It's like, oh my God, I could use all these AI tools. And oh my God, I could use all this software. And you get so caught up in the nitty gritty of every single tool that many times cross over one another that you get lost trying to create systems instead of creating a real product and connection and results. So that was another one. Beware distractions. You brought up distractions, just beware of them. And you brought up law of attraction. You didn't say some of these terms directly, but law of attraction, manifestation, life mastery, and all that. But you gave it the most practical representation, which was
so true.
All these things just mean that if you continue to work towards something, all the right things are going to align because that's what you're working toward. But you have to be working toward it in order for those things to coalesce around you. So I love that. You talked about trusting your intuition. Not enough people do. They're looking for other people to give them answers when their gut is telling them exactly what's next.
Yeah.
You said energy is affected. You didn't say this verbatim, but energy is affected and disrupted in many ways. And it immediately got me thinking about also electronics. How many electronics are in our home and just bombarding us left and right with all these frequencies and things. And it sounds a little crazy to some people. I'm not going to get deep into the EMF stuff and all that, but just energy in general. Your energy is affected by how you talk to people, how they talk to you, what you bring in, what you don't, what's on in your house, what's off in your house, what house you're in, what air you're breathing. And I loved that you brought that up. And finally, you said everyone has greatness. And I don't think everyone really knows that. Some people are sitting around thinking, I'm average. Well, you're average if you conduct yourself in an average way. But if you find that thing that Dr. Kara, and actually all of us have been talking about, you find that thing that lights the fire that every morning you wake up, you can't stop yourself. You have to go.
Exactly.
If you do that, yes, you have a greatness. You just haven't found it yet. But there's something that you bring. So I love that you brought up all of that.
It's good.
Thank you for bringing that. And
what a phenomenal recap.
I love that.
Now you see why he's the co-host.
This is Dr. Bobby. Dr. Bobby.
Dr. Bobby, I love it. Yes. Yes.
I haven't earned the title. Dr. Kara actually has, but I appreciate
earned it today.
I think Dr. Kara was going to say something.
You know what? There's a quote that Albert Einstein said. He said, everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its inability to climb a tree, it will live its entire life believing that it's stupid.
Thank you. So true.
Everybody is
powerful
to climb a tree.
Yes.
So if you have everybody in these section off, everyone should do this, and this is what makes you great, and that. No, it's in all of us. And that's why we're entrepreneurs, because we can identify things in other people, and sometimes they'll hang on every word that we say because we have a platform and we have a stage. We have to be mindful and careful of the words and the seeds that we speak into people. So you have to be so mindful. Don't talk about what we don't want. Allow people to talk about only what they do want, because that's the way that we help people to see it.
There you go.
And Ramona, if I can, I have one more. I just have one thing to say. Sure. And I want to say this. You know me, Ramona, from our other social media. Yes. What are you saying to yourself? When you're talking to yourself about yourself, be kind to yourself, be your best friend, be your best cheerleader. Get that blank canvas and paint who you want to be.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Because
absolutely love that.
You right on point. And even what people want. Because you ask somebody, well, what is it that you want? Well, I know what I don't want. I don't want to eat. If you say, well, what do you want to eat? Something as simple as that. Well, I don't want pizza. I didn't ask you what you don't want. I asked you what you want.
Exactly.
What do you want?
That is, that reminds me. Bob Proctor. I went through his coaching years ago with Supercuts when I was a regional manager. And I continued to go back. And Bob Proctor, that was one of his first questions to what do you want? And when you put it on paper, don't just sit there and say it, put it on paper.
Write the vision, make it plain.
Yes. And you know what? Going back to that analogy that you used.
Beautiful.
That analogy that you used, it reminded me of another analogy. I forget where I heard it. But if you put a shark in a fishbowl, it'll never grow to its full potential. Because it wasn't created by the creator to live restricted in a fishbowl. And it wasn't made to be the size of a goldfish. It was made to be a shark. That's why its life is created and lived in the ocean.
That goes back to environment.
Unlimited space to grow.
Environment, right?
We should you know what I love about these?
How important
these
your environment is.
environment. A bottle of water is $1 at the local deli, but it's $5 at the airport. Same exact bottle of water. Why? Because in one place there's more value attributed to something in the right place. So maybe if you feel like you're undervalued where you are, also like you said with the fishbowl and all that, you're in the wrong place.
Thank
It
you.
could be that too.
That's it.
Well, I'm
Which
going to
goes
say
right back to
one last
clarity.
thing, Ramona. Y'all brought back to my memory. You know what my mother used to say? You are square. This was an example. Don't try to fit yourself in a round circle. Remember who you are.
There you go. There you go.
Can we just do an hour of this?
I
Just
know,
an
I
hour
know.
of these. Some
I'm
people
so much
connect
value.
more with little
We
things
feed
than
off of
others.
each other.
Ramona.
And we still have people. Yeah, we're feeding off each other, exactly. And we still have people watching. I see the numbers on YouTube as well. That may be Trellis, who will be speaking tomorrow. So you guys have to come back and support all of these other phenomenal speakers. Don't miss Professor Amafadan opening us up. Don't miss any of them. Don't miss Nate Forrest as well. Don't miss Claudia, the brand Beat 360, the branding, the branding architect is what I call her. And she is absolutely phenomenal. So taking a deeper dive, oh my gosh, when she asked me a couple of really pivotal questions and I was like, what? I don't know. She said, well, apparently you're spending so much time on all of these platforms. Clearly there's people that have said what it was that they liked about something you said or whatever you're doing. And she said, well, go back and check. Go check all of your DMs. And I want you to pull them all together, send them to me. I mean, she put me on assignment. And believe it or not, she said, remember I asked you exactly who it is that you want to serve with the Royal Influencers Organization? And what is it that they get from them? What is it that they get from you when you're showing up? And just like that, the people, my ideal customer was already screaming, hey, over here.
Clarity.
And here I was thinking it was just a compliment. But no, when I collected it all, they were all saying the same thing. And that was what I was actually delivering. And here I am just organically, just naturally doing what I do best. I was just like, oh, what? But because they were all scattered, Clubhouse, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, LinkedIn, I never, ever thought to collect it all and put it in one spot. And it told a story. And it told the story.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it.
Like, what?
Love that.
Data
Love that,
analysis.
queen.
So when
Right
I
in front
say
of your face.
when I say the brand whisperer, and
Right
who
in front of you,
who
right
does
there.
that? Who goes
Right.
to all of your platforms and start just scrolling, go all the way back and just scroll
Yeah.
to some of the conversations that you had. Some of the, I mean, it was like, it was blaring like it was a big old bonfire, smoke signals. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So she said, do you notice that they're all using the same words? And I was like, no, I didn't notice that. I was like, wow. Then she had me do the quiz. And that, guess what blew my mind was the branding quiz. It was like somebody went in my brain, took it out and said, this is who you are. I'm like, what kind of quiz is that?
So good. That is
It was
so good.
phenomenal. And talk about clarity, because the reason why I'm still here 3 years later, doing it every single and never have a problem getting speakers, never have a problem people coming in and getting value. And that is because I got clarity at the very beginning of who it was that I was creating this for and who it is that I'm going to bring into the fold to help me deliver. And that happened at the beginning. I didn't even have the Royal Influencers Organization title yet. I was just putting all
Ramona,
of the.
I have to say, that's why I love you. You did it anyway. You know what I say,
anyway.
family, fail fast, fail forward. Keep it moving,
That's
right?
it.
An
That's
object
it.
in motion stays in motion. And I just honor you, queen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And likewise, right back at all of you, actually. So, and that's why you're here. All of the people that I see that are delivering the value and aligned and doing the exact same thing, thriving and striving and continuing to just stay, again, moving forward. That's it. That's it. So thank you, Baroness Dr. Cara Gently. And thank you for over delivering as well, Bobby and Bella as well. Absolute pleasure.
We had to crown Bobby, Dr. Bobby today. He's Dr. Bobby.
He brought
recap. Thank you, Bobby. You was on top of it.
With that said, I see somebody still over on YouTube as well. We're still on Facebook right now as well. I think LinkedIn finally closed out after so many hours. They closed out, but it was just a minute ago or so. But then I saw the comment. But thank you. Day one is in the books, and it was definitely one for the book. So thank you, and thank you. We will see you guys tomorrow. Do not miss tomorrow. It's going to be phenomenal. All right, talk to you guys later. All righty, bye bye, guys.
Dr. Bobby, Queen Bella.
Okay, bye bye, guys.
Peace.
Okay, bye-bye.